His girlfriend dumped Jiang Chen without a second thought for her old crush. On the very day of the breakup, Jiang Chen accidentally awakened a lucky draw system. The roulette wheel featured 5 icons representing different rewards: gold coins, cards, potion vials, books, and mystery question marks. With 3 free draws available every day, Jiang Chen's life was set for a total turnaround. Before long, all his ex-girlfriends, close friends flocked around him, leaving her filled with endless regret. Chapter 1. Wow. My secret cheat code. Jiang Chen. Let us break up. You can never give me the life I want. I'm not wasting my whole life's happiness on a good 4. Nothing like you. That's it for us. In an old shabby courtyard in the downtown area of Zilan City, Liu Ruyan stood there with a suitcase in hand. Dressed in a neat old outfit, her curvy figure, shapely hips, and slender legs wrapped in black silk were fully accentuated. With a cigarette in his mouth, Jiang Chen sighed inwardly as he looked at his 3-year girlfriend. An old flame returns, and the current lover always loses. All his devotion over these 3 years had been nothing but wasted effort. Liu Ruyan and Jiang Chen were university classmates. Back in college, her boyfriend had never been Jiang Chen, but her beloved first love, Yang Fan. In their senior year, Yang Fan decided to study abroad and broke up with her. Heartbroken that night, Liu Ruyan went to find Jiang Chen and asked if he would be her boyfriend. Having secretly loved her for 4 years, Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation. They officially dated for the next 3 years, moved in together, and even planned to get married. Yet everything changed the moment Yang Fan returned from overseas. Liu Ruyan gradually became distracted and absent-minded. Many times Jiang Chen woke up in the middle of the night, only to find her secretly chatting with Yang Fan on WeChat once. She even called out Yang Fan's name unconsciously in her sleep after coming home drunk. Jiang Chen had long foreseen that their breakup was inevitable, and now the day finally came. Himph, it's just because your old flame is back, isn't it? You want to get back together with him now that he's rich and successful. Liu Ruyan, I could still respect you if you were honest, but your shameless look right now only disgusts me. Panic flashed across Liu Ruyan's face. She thought she had hidden her feelings well. Yet Jiang Chen had seen through all her secret meetings with Yang Fan long ago. She quickly regained her composure and sneered contemptuously. Fine. Yang Fan agreed to get back with me last night. So what? He's richer and more promising than you. Why should I stick with a poor nobody and suffer hardships all my life? Biting back his fury, Jiang Chen spoke in a low, cold voice. I don't want to waste words with you. Now get out of my sight. Liu Ruyan let out a cold snort, dragged her suitcase, and left the courtyard without looking back. Alone in the empty room, Jiang Chen lit another cigarette and stared blankly at the ceiling. As an overseas returnee, Yang Fan had secured a senior manager position in a major company with a monthly salary starting from 100,000 yuan. In contrast, Jiang Chen had struggled to land a decent job after graduation and ended up working as a food delivery rider. To save enough money for marriage, he worked relentlessly day and night, earning around 10 to 20,000 yuan monthly. Still, it was nowhere enough to buy a house in Zilan City. Moreover, Liu Ruyan was extremely materialistic. Almost all his earnings were spent on her, leaving him with no savings at all. Even so, Jiang Chen felt little sorrow or grievance. Beautiful and charming as she was also fickle, vain, and money-driven. He thought of these 3 years as keeping a fancy mistress, which was not a total loss. Her departure actually lifted a huge weight off his shoulders. He no longer needed to exhaust himself working non-stop or scrimp and save for wedding betrothal gifts, feeling utterly relieved and free. Love? Who needs that useless stuff fighting? Detected host has closed his heart to love. Activating lucky draw system. Fei-fading system initializing. Please wait. Fei-fading host Jiang Chen has successfully bound to the lucky draw system. Check the main interface for detailed rules. A string of mechanical notifications suddenly echoed in his ears. Jiang Chen was stunned, thinking he was hallucinating, until he rubbed his eyes and saw a 3D virtual projection emerge right before him. Fei lucky draw roulette. Fei remaining draws. 3 inventory, empty. The virtual roulette wheel was marked with 5 cartoon patterns in different size sections. Gold coin, card, potion bottle, book, and question mark. Gold coins took up the largest area, nearly half of the wheel. Cards ranked second, followed by potion bottles, books, and the tiny question mark section, which was barely visible. In short, reward rank went gold coin, Fei card, Fei potion bottle, Fei book, Fei mystery mark. Whoo! Jiang Chen gasped in shock. Seeing the projection remain steady in front of him, his blood instantly boiled with excitement. He had actually obtained a legendary cheat code. As an avid web novel reader, he knew perfectly well how overpowered such systems could be, never expecting this fictional miracle to happen to himself. He immediately decided to figure out how to use it. System, show me the user manual. A new interface popped up instantly. Fei Lucky Draw System rules. Fei 1. Host gains 3 free draws daily. Unused draws can be accumulated. 2. All drawn rewards will be automatically stored in the system. Inventory accessible via mental command 3. Only system-sourced items can be kept in the inventory. Real-world objects are not supported. 4. The system reserves all rights regarding draw outcomes. Any major updates will be notified promptly. Chapter 2. Draw Your Fortune. Young man, it only took Jiang Chen 1 minute to fully master the system functions. Time to try my luck. He activated the draw with his mind, and the pointer on the roulette began to spin rapidly clockwise, slowing down gradually after 3 seconds before clicking to a halt right on the gold coin zone. Fading, congratulations. You have won 10 million Longguo Yuan. Asterisk fading. Reward transferring in progress. Asterisk fading. 10 million yuan has been credited to your bank account. All funds are legally sourced with no hidden risks. Fei right away. His phone received an official bank transfer notification. Staring at the message in shock, Jiang Chen could hardly believe he had become a multimillionaire with just one simple draw. He pinched himself hard, wincing in pain to confirm. It was not a dream. Overjoyed, he wasted no time starting his second draw. The pointer spun again and landed on gold coins once more. Fighting. Congratulations. You have obtained a Ferrari LaFerrari. Fei, before he could react. A document bag appeared in his hand, containing the car key, vehicle registration certificate, purchase invoice, tax receipt, and full insurance papers with his name and license plate clearly printed on them. System, where is my sports car parked? Fading. Your Ferrari is parked in a nearby underground parking lot. The exact location has been sent to your phone. Fei saving the last daily draw for later, Jiang Chen started his final chance of the day, praying eagerly for a top-tier reward. The pointer slowly drifted past gold coins, swept across the card zone, and finally settled steadily on the potion bottle section. Fighting, congratulations. You have obtained a gene potion. Fei the red potion was instantly stored in his system inventory. Fei gene potion Fei, upon consumption, it can reconstruct human genes, strengthen the physique, and greatly boost strength, agility, stamina, spirit, and vitality. Thrilled beyond words, Jiang Chen took the potion and drank it all in one gulp. The sweet-sour taste tasted just like yogurt. Soon after, intense heat spread all over his body as if flames were burning inside him. His bones creaked loudly, and every muscle began to twitch violently amid overwhelming agony. Writhing in extreme pain on the bed, Jiang Chen struggled fiercely, unwilling to give up his newly gained golden chance at a brand new life. Eventually, overwhelmed by the unbearable pain, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted completely. Chapter 3. Stunning beauty in the afternoon. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell right on Jiang Chen's face. He frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling for a few seconds. He suddenly jolted awake and sat straight up in bed. I'm alive. I survived. The gene modification was a success, and my body got fully enhanced. He jumped out of bed and hurried over to the old redwood wardrobe fitted with a full-length mirror. The moment he saw his reflection, he froze completely. Wow, is that really me? His facial features stayed the same, yet his whole temperament had undergone earth-shaking changes. Once just a handsome young man, he now looked like an elegant, noble, and extraordinary gentleman of impeccable poise. In short, he had gone from fairly good-looking to utterly striking. That was not all. His once lean frame was now well built with sleek, appealing muscle lines, most notably his defined 8-pack abs. Pure walking charm that proved irresistibly attractive to women. He also felt endless surging energy inside him, brimming with vitality as if he could run a full marathon right away. This was truly the miraculous power of the gene potion. To test his new strength, he moved around the room casually. A slight jump nearly let his head touch the ceiling. He lifted the heavy redwood wardrobe with one hand easily and finished 200 push-ups, in one breath without breaking a sweat. He was unbelievably powerful now, feeling as strong as a human tank. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen took a refreshing shower and changed into casual clothes. Checking his phone, he found it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He had slept soundly for 6 whole hours. Grabbing his phone, wallet, and the document bag holding car documents, he prepared to go find his sports car. As he opened the courtyard door, he spotted a woman squatting by the sink doing laundry. He wondered why she was still here. Since Liu Ruyan had moved out, shouldn't her best friend have left too? Jiang Chen walked toward her. Her name was Su Yao, 25 years old, and Liu Ruyan's college roommate. They had been neighbors for 3 years, ever since graduation when Jiang Chen and Liu Ruyan rented the west room, while Su Yao took the east one in this cheap, quiet courtyard. Su Yao had an enchanting fox-like face with charming peach blossom eyes and a beauty tear mole beneath her right eye, adding a touch of delicate softness to her bewitching looks. Her stunning looks were matched perfectly by her fiery figure. She had an ample curvy figure above 36D, paired with a slender willowy waist that formed a striking contrast. To make it even more alluring, she also owned a pair of enviably long legs that seemed to stretch endlessly. Jiang Chen knew well that birds of a feather flock together. Just like Liu Ruyan, Su Yao was a hard materialistic woman. While Liu Ruyan hid it well, Su Yao never bothered to conceal her craving for wealth. She once famously said she would rather cry in a BMW than smile on a bicycle. All these years she had dreamed of marrying into wealth and living a luxurious life, yet lacking connections and outstanding ability. She gradually realized how hard that dream was to fulfill. Soon she shifted her goal. If she could not become a wealthy wife, she would be a rich man's mistress instead. To her, endless money mattered far more than a formal status. "Why didn't you move out with Liu Ruyan, you little vixen?" Jiang Chen sized her up boldly, inwardly sighing that Su Yao was far more attractive than his ex-girlfriend. He deeply regretted being so devoted to Liu Ruyan and missing out on someone like her. It was sweltering hot in Xilan City in July. Su Yao wore a white camisole and hot pants, her curvy figure fully accentuated by the tight top that struggled to contain her ample curves, jiggling gently every time she scrubbed clothes. "Who are you calling a vixen?" Su Yao flew into a rage the moment she heard the nickname, slamming her clothes hard into the basin and glaring fiercely at him. Yet she instantly froze the second she laid eyes on Jiang Chen, staring at him in utter shock as if seeing a ghost. "Did you get plastic surgery?" she blurted out after snapping out of her daze. "Don't talk nonsense. Does my face look operated on?" Jiang Chen sneered mockingly. "Then how did you suddenly become this handsome?" Su Yao hurried closer to study his face closely, even reaching out wanting to touch it. Jiang Chen promptly grabbed her wrist. "Don't get soap foam on my face." "So petty." Su Yao blushed and pulled her hand back. "I'll give you a chance to cling to a rich guy. Do you want it?" Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously with mischief in his eyes. Su Yao was about to get mad again at his teasing nickname, yet she paused in surprise. "You mean you can introduce me to a tall, rich, and handsome man?" "I know an extremely wealthy young heir," Jiang Chen said disdainfully. "Do you fancy luxury cars, mansions, designer bags, and unlimited pocket money? This young master is young, handsome, rich, and extremely generous. Just call me daddy, and I'll set you two up." Chapter 4, Easily Win Her Over. Su Yao was absent, mindedly scrubbing a bright red garment repeatedly, nearly rubbing it to shreds. Jiang Chen stood beside her, his gaze lingering on her eye-catching figure. Suddenly Su Yao turned around warily. "Were you dumped by Liu Ruyan and are now teasing me out of frustration? You really are all looks and no brains," Jiang Chen scoffed. "She's the one who broke up with me, not you. Why would I mess with you?" "Are you really telling the truth?" Su Yao stared straight into his eyes, trying to tell if he was lying. Without further explanation, Jiang Chen took out the Ferrari car key from the document bag and waved it before her. "Look what this is!" "It's a Ferrari key." Su Yao's eyes lit up first, then filled with suspicion. "Is this just a lighter in disguise? Check it yourself." Wiping her hands clean eagerly, Su Yao completely forgot about his teasing nickname, fully captivated by the key. That was the power of money. Even a once proud beauty lowered her head willingly under its temptation. "It's really a genuine Ferrari key," she exclaimed excitedly. "Did your rich friend lend you this car? Take me to see it quickly." She clutched the key tightly, refusing to give it back. Jiang Chen snatched it back swiftly and wiped it clean with a tissue. "Call me daddy first, and I'll take you for a ride in this Ferrari LaFerrari and introduce you to that wealthy friend of mine. This is the legendary limited edition Ferrari LaFerrari worth 22.5 million yuan. Su Yao stood dumbfounded in total astonishment. "Exactly." Jiang Chen put the key away. "My rich buddy invited me to a fancy feast tonight. It's getting late." Before he could finish speaking, Su Yao rushed over and hugged his arm tightly, pressing her soft curves against him. Jiang Chen decided not to reject such a nice treat. Swaying her arm gently, she bit her lip and called out in a sweet, coquettish voice. "Daddy." "You're really bold," Jiang Chen teased, quietly enjoying the soft touch. Su Yao quickly let go and glared at him. "I did what you asked. You have to take me to meet him tonight." Jiang Chen smiled faintly without speaking, thinking he was playing tricks on her. Su Yao was about to lose her temper when he spoke calmly. "Are you going to meet him dressed like this? Don't you want to change clothes and put on nice makeup?" Realizing her casual home outfit was improper for going out, Su Yao replied hastily. "Wait for me right here? Don't dare stand me up or you'll pay for it." She hurried back to her room to get dressed. Knowing women always took ages to get ready, Jiang Chen lit a cigarette and booked a presidential suite for a whole week at Dynasty International Hotel online, which cost 88,888 yuan per night. Shortly after payment, his phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is your exclusive butler Bai Cheng Chan from Dynasty International Hotel. I am at your full 24-hour service. The gentle female voice politely offered car pickup service and advanced dinner arrangement, which Jiang Chen declined. He only asked her to reserve a premium booth at the top, floor revolving restaurant. Tonight, he planned to make a move on Su Yao. After all, dating his ex-girlfriend, S best friend was undeniably thrilling. Chapter 5, stop putting on a pure act. It was 5 in the afternoon. Su Yao finally stepped out of her room. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. She had done exquisite makeup and changed into a stunning figure, hugging dress that looked utterly alluring. Her long, wavy hair fell loosely over her shoulders. With her cool, sharp makeup and charming eyes, she exuded a mature and poised lady aura. The halter-off, shoulder black dress formed a striking contrast against her fair skin, perfectly accentuating her curvy figure. She paired it with black stiletto sandals, and her toenails, painted bright red, were brimming with temptation. Do I look nice? Carrying a black handbag, she walked gracefully toward Jiang Chen, swaying her slender waist and tossing her hair seductively. Pretty sultry, full marks. Jiang Chen snapped his fingers and turned to head out of the yard. Hey, wait for me. You have legs. Can't you keep up? Which wealthy family's young master is your friend? I never knew you had such a rich buddy. There are plenty of things you don't know. Why should I tell you everything? The two bickered all the way. Su Yao was annoyed with him, while Jiang Chen looked down on her. Yet they made quite a perfect match. Handsome man and beautiful woman. Looking just like a quarreling couple and drawing countless stares from passers. By more than 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen brought her to an underground parking lot. From afar stood a dazzling red sports car. The Ferrari LaFerrari, one of the world's top 3 legendary supercars, limited to only 499 units globally and worth 22.5 million yuan. Its streamlined body and glossy paint made it irresistibly charming from every angle. Jiang Chen took out the car key and pressed the unlock button. The car lights flickered brightly with 2 crisp honks and the doors unlocked. Hardly holding back his excitement, he walked forward quickly. Just as he opened the car door, a sharp scream froze him in place. It's really the Ferrari LaFerrari. Stop right there. Su Yao hurried over in high heels, blocked his way and shoved her phone into his hand. What are you doing? Jiang Chen caught the phone blankly. Take photos for me quickly. I want to post them on Moments. She stepped before the sports car and struck various sexy poses. Half an hour passed and Jiang Chen grew utterly impatient. She only asked for 2 photos at first, yet kept posing non-stop. He tossed her phone back coldly and got into the driver's seat. The luxurious interior instantly cheered him up. This awesome supercar was all his now. He fastened his seatbelt, adjusted everything properly, and pressed the start button. A deep, wild engine roar echoed through the parking lot, making his blood boil with excitement. Suddenly, the passenger door was pushed open, and Su Yao got in angrily. You are so impatient. No wonder Liu Ruyan broke up with you. I would have dumped you long ago if you were my boyfriend. Her words darkened Jiang Chen's face at once. Don't push your luck with me. He turned to glare at her coldly. Have you lost your mind? Who gave you the nerve to insult me all the time? Su Yao finally flew into a rage. As a former campus belle, she was born proud and arrogant, never bearing repeated humiliation. Get out of the car. I've changed my mind. I'm not taking you to the feast tonight. Stay away from me. Jiang Chen would never spoil her. He had endured grievances and fawned on Liu Ruyan for 3 whole years, only to end up defeated completely. Now that he had turned over a new leaf, he would never make the same mistake again. Though Su Yao was good, looking, he only intended to have some fun and would never trap himself again for a money-chasing woman. How dare you shout at me and drive me away? Do you think I have to flatter you just because you can introduce rich men? Su Yao was furious, her chest heaving violently out of anger. Stop pretending to be pure and noble in front of me. Jiang Chen sneered and lit a cigarette. Didn't you once swear you'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle? Su Yao's face flushed red, then pale, lost for words to refute him. Put out your cigarette right now. I hate the smell. Mind your own business. Jiang Chen took a deep puff and blew the smoke right at her face. Are you crazy? This isn't even your car. What if cigarette ash ruins the interior? Can you afford to pay for the damage? Her words amused Jiang Chen greatly. He directly threw the document bag holding vehicle certificates and invoices to her. Take a good look and see who owns this car. Without waiting for her to fasten her seatbelt, he slammed on the gas pedal. The Ferrari roared loudly and sped straight toward the parking lot exit. Chapter 6. Su Yao. S-girlfriend's chat group, the bright red Ferrari LaFerrari, raced swiftly along the road. Jiang Chen steered with one hand casually and played soft music on the central control screen. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Yao held the vehicle registration certificate tightly. Staring fixedly at the name and photo printed on it, utterly stunned. This car really belongs to you? She turned to look at Jiang Chen in disbelief after a long while. Isn't it obvious? Are all these official documents fake? Jiang Chen snorted, then boldly rested his free hand on her thigh. Su Yao blushed and tried to pull away shyly. Stay still. We are all adults. She was burning with anger, yet held it back instantly. She dared not offend him if he was indeed a hidden wealthy heir. Besides, he looked extremely attractive now, and a little casual touch meant nothing to her. Where did you get so much money to buy this supercar? I inherited a huge fortune recently. Now I'm well off. Jiang Chen made up a story casually. You were an orphan. Where did the inheritance come from? I had a grandpa doing business overseas. He passed away not long ago and left all his assets to me. Xu Yao's eyes sparkled instantly. How much did you inherit? Is this Ferrari part of the legacy? None of your business? Please tell me, Brother Chen. She acted coquettishly with a flattering smile. Call me Dad first. The once proud campus belle was willing to lay down all her dignity for money, leaning close and hugging his arm softly. Please tell me, Dad. I'm really curious. Guess by yourself. Don't distract me from driving. Jiang Chen focused on the road, leaving her pouting unhappily. Soon her mood brightened up again. She posted the photos taken with the Ferrari on Moments, which instantly gained countless likes and comments. Her girlfriend's group was already buzzing with excitement. Fei Yu Lily Fei Yao Yao. This is La Ferrari. When did you meet such a rich guy? Fei Lin Qing Shu Fei. Did you get a boyfriend? Fei Li Fei. Bring your tall, rich, handsome boyfriend out to meet us someday. Fei Tang Ru Fei. You dress so sexy today. Going on a date. Fei Li Ruyan. Fei, when did you have a boyfriend? Why didn't I know anything about it? Even Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, Li Ruyan, was in this group chat, feeling a little guilty. Su Yao glanced secretly at Jiang Chen beside her and replied quickly in the group. Fei Su Yao Fei, it's our first date today. I'll bring him to meet everyone later. She was shrewd enough not to expose Jiang Chen's identity. All her girlfriends knew Jiang Chen well, and they would definitely compete with her once they knew he was super rich. Most importantly, Liu Ruyan was here too. She knew clearly that her ex-best friend would surely regret breaking up and try to get back together if she found out Jiang Chen had become wealthy. No way, Jiang Chen was hers alone, and she would never give him up even to her best friend. She chatted happily in the group, without revealing any specific information, while guessing silently in her heart. A single supercar cost over 20 million yuan, so his total inheritance must be over 100 million. Or even billions. A young billionaire at only 25 was every girl's dream lover. She had firmly made up her mind to cling tightly to this rich golden thigh. Chapter 7, posting on Moments. It was 6 in the afternoon at Dynasty International Hotel. As soon as Jiang Chen got out of the car, a woman in hotel uniform came forward to greet him. She looked around 30, with delicate features and a full, curvy figure. She had a classic oval face and neat tied-up hair, exuding mature feminine charm that young girls could not match. Dressed in a black midi-sleeve blazer and matching hip, hugging skirt, with thin black stockings and patent leather high heels, she was elegant and poised. Greetings, Mr. Zhang. Welcome to our presidential suite. I am your exclusive butler, Bai Chen. She smiled professionally and held out her hand. Nice to meet you, Butler Bai. Jiang Chen shook her soft, cool hand casually. Su Yao instantly clung to his arm and stared warily at Bai Chen. Ignoring her gaze, Bai Chen smiled and led the way. We have reserved a premium booth with superb views in our top floor revolving restaurant for you. Lead the way then. On the way to the elevator, Jiang Chen's eyes drifted involuntarily to her well-fitted skirt, drawn to her graceful curves. Su Yao had an hourglass figure, while Bai Chen owned a perfect pair, shaped silhouette, each possessing unique charm. Bai Chen introduced all hotel facilities in detail. Only then did Su Yao learn that Jiang Chen had booked the presidential suite for 7 whole days, costing 88,888 yuan per night. The 7-day stay would cost over 600,000 yuan in total. The huge sum shocked Yu Yao deeply. She thought such money could even buy an entry-level sports car. Soon they arrived at the revolving restaurant. Jiang Chen ordered the most expensive dishes without hesitation. King crab, Australian lobster, premium seafood, plus a bottle of red wine worth 300,000 yuan. Once the dishes were served, Su Yao took countless photos frantically, especially snapshots of the precious red wine being uncorked, decanted, and tasted. She carefully selected several pictures and posted them on WeChat Moments with a sentimental caption. Fei delicious food on table. Fine wine in glass. Bright moon hanging high, and my beloved one staying by my side. Fei her moments blew up immediately, and her girlfriend's group exploded with comments. Fei you Lily? Fei this is 3? 100,000 yuan Lafitte? Did you really hook up with a top-tier rich heir, Feilin Qingshou Fei? Are you dining at the top revolving restaurant of Dynasty Hotel? Feilu Li Fei. I've never had such luxurious feast. Take me along next time. Fei Tang Ru Fei. I want to join too. Feilu Ruyan Fei. Did you really date a wealthy young master? Seeing these replies, Suya was filled with great vanity and replied proudly that she would treat all her sisters to a feast someday. Her friends urged her to show them the man's photo, reminded her to watch out for scammers, and even offered to help her check his background. The one who insisted on coming to verify was exactly Liu Ruyan. Panicked, Su Yao quickly refused, fearing that Liu Ruyan would find out the truth. She listed solid proofs one after another: the sports car registered under his name, the instant cash payment for expensive wine, the fully prepaid presidential suite, and claimed she had known him for 7 years. After seeing these words, the group fell silent briefly before bursting into heated discussions again, all envying Su Yao for hiding such a wealthy acquaintance all along. Fei Liu Ruyan Fei Yao Yao, I never knew you had such a wealthy friend you've known for 7 years. Chapter 8. Liu Ruyan. As suspicions night fell at Wells Western Restaurant, Liu Ruyan sat by the window with Yang Fan. On the table before them lay 2 medium, black pepper steaks and a bottle of red wine worth 3,000 yuan. Glancing at the plain meal in front of her, then looking at the lavish photos Su Yao had posted in their girlfriends group, Liu Ruyan suddenly lost all appetite. Every woman has a competitive streak. Though they were close best friends, Liu Ruyan and Su Yao could not help comparing themselves with each other deep down. Liu Ruyan had never accepted the fact that Su Yao was crowned the campus belle of Silan University. She firmly believed she was just as beautiful, and could never figure out why everyone favored Su Yao over her. Was it merely because Su Yao had a better figure? Men were truly shallow. Now she had reunited with her longtime crush Yang Fan, an overseas returnee holding a senior management position at a major company with a monthly salary starting at 100,000 yuan and a promising future. It was supposed to be something to boast about. Yet she never expected that Su Yao, who had stayed single for years, would soon land an incredibly wealthy man. This rich heir drove a Ferrari LaFerrari worth 22.5 million yuan, treated Su Yao to fancy feasts, booked presidential suites, and even splashed 300,000 yuan just for a bottle of wine. Comparison bred resentment. Liu Ruyan felt utterly outshone again, consumed by intense jealousy that clouded her judgment. On impulse, she messaged Su Yao, eager to find out who this mysterious wealthy man really was. She even secretly thought that with her own looks, she might win him over from Su Yao. However, Su Yao was clearly on guard and flatly refused her offer to vet the guy. Having no other excuses, Liu Ruyan could only stay silent. What are you daydreaming about? Yang Fan's voice pulled her back to reality. Liu Ruyan looked up at him and suddenly realized he was not as handsome as she had thought. In terms of looks and height, he paled in comparison to Zhang Chen, the acknowledged school heartthrob back in university. Yang Fan only seemed attractive because he was well off and dressed nicely. Nothing much. Su Yao posted some photos. Seems she has a boyfriend now. Liu Ruyan shook off her random thoughts and zoomed in on the pictures one by one. The former campus belle has a boyfriend. Who is he? Is he good, looking, and wealthy? To her surprise, Yang Fan showed great keen interest in Su Yao's love life. He is an extremely rich tycoon. He drives a Ferrari LaFerrari, stays in 5-star hotel presidential suites, dines at the Dynasty revolving restaurant, and drinks 300,000 yuan wine. As she spoke, her eyes widened abruptly. In the photo taken in the couple booth filled with delicacies and precious Lafitte wine, half of the mysterious man sitting opposite Su Yao was captured. Though his face was hidden, the casual shirt he wore looked extremely familiar to her. It was exactly the same one Zhang Chen owned. Could this wealthy man be him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Chen was just a poor food delivery guy. There was no way he could be such a rich magnate. It had to be a mere coincidence, nothing more. Since Su Yao is taken and you two are close friends, how about I treat you all to a meal someday? Yang Fan sipped his wine elegantly. Sure, I'll text her right away. Liu Ruyan readily agreed, seeing this as a perfect chance to meet the wealthy man in person. Fei Liu Ruyan Fei. Yao Yao, Yang Fan, and I want to invite you and your boyfriend out for dinner. You won't turn us down, right? Su Yao replied, instantly. Fei Su Yao Fei. Sorry, my man is swamped with work these days. He has billions worth of contracts to sign and has no spare time at all. Su Yao lied without the slightest hesitation. In her eyes, inheriting a fortune worth over $1 billion, yuan was no different from signing huge business deals. So she thought she was not really lying. Fei Liu Ruyan Fei. When will he be free? Then, Fei Su Yao Fei. I have no idea. He runs a huge listed company with tens of thousands of employees relying on him. I never meddle in his work. He promised to earn money to support the family while I just stay pretty. Fei Su Yao Fei gotta go. He wants shrimps and I need to peel them for him. Shy emoji Liu Ruyan was infuriated reading these words, furious at Su Yao showing off her romance right in front of her. She closed the chat angrily and checked the photos again. This time, she spotted his wrist wearing a red string bracelet engraved with golden letters J and C, the exact same bracelet Jiang Chen had. She remembered Jiang Chen got this custom bracelet on his birthday last year. What was more, Su Yao said she had known this man for 7 years, 4 years of college plus 3 years, as neighbors added up to exactly 7 years. All clues pointed to Jiang Chen, yet Liu Ruyan still refused to believe it. She insisted that the wealthy tycoon could never be the ordinary poor ex-boyfriend of hers. It had to be someone else. Chapter 9, Could It Be Your First Time? It was 9 o'clock at night in the top, floor-revolving restaurant of Dynasty International Hotel. After paying the bill, Jiang Chen found this single meal had cost him a full 500,000 yuan. Watching Su Yao looking tipsy with flushed cheeks and unsteady steps, Jiang Chen decided he ought to get his money's worth from her tonight. As soon as they stepped into the elevator, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Su Yao leaned into his embrace without resistance. "I'm drunk, can you send me home?" Jiang Chen saw right through her act. She knew perfectly well he had booked a presidential suite here, yet pretended to be drunk and asked to go home. "Since you're drunk, I'll take you back to the room to rest." His hand slid down and patted her hip gently. Su Yao blushed hard, tensed up instantly, her drowsiness fading away and nervousness flickering across her face. He did not care what she thought. She had ridden his sports car, enjoyed his lavish seafood feast, and drunk his expensive wine, so she had to keep him company properly tonight. He wondered how big the bed in the presidential suite was and whether the bathtub was spacious enough. "Welcome back, Mr. Zhang, Miss Su." Butler Bai Chen Chan had been waiting for them outside the suite door. She opened the door and showed them around the luxurious suite. The huge French window offered a panoramic view of the city scenery. The living room was decorated in extreme luxury with a master bedroom, a mistress bedroom, and a spacious open-air balcony equipped with leisure furniture. Sharp, witted as she was, Bai Qianqian noticed their intimate gestures and left quietly without disturbing them. It was finally just the two of them alone. It was quite tricky to take off Su Yao's figure-hugging dress, yet she yielded half-heartedly without much resistance. It did not take Jiang Chen long to figure out the way. An hour later, Jiang Chen leaned against the bedhead and lit a cigarette, wearing a helpless, bitter smile. Su Yao lay beside him with red eyes, sobbing softly while wiping her tears. "I never thought this would be your first time." Jiang Chen sighed and lifted the quilt, spotting a striking mark on the pure white bedsheet. Su Yao stopped crying at once, staring fiercely at him. "What do you mean? Why can't it be my first time?" Jiang Chen was lost for words. He never imagined a money-oriented girl like Su Yao would still keep her innocence. It was quite a tricky situation that troubled him deeply. "Are you planning to shirk your responsibility?" Su Yao's voice came again, making his headache worse. He picked up his phone and said bluntly, "Name your price. How much money do you want?" "What?" Su Yao flew into a rage. "Do you take me for a gold digger? I kept myself pure to give my whole self to the man who truly loves and cherishes me. You took the most precious thing I have, and now you only want to settle this with money. Are you even a man?" Her furious complaints only drew a mocking look from Jiang Chen. "Stop putting on an act. I'm tired of it." Enraged, Su Yao cursed him bitterly. Before she could finish her words, Jiang Chen pulled her into his arms and spanked her hips 3 times in a row. The crisp sound silenced her immediately. She curled up in his arms, trembling, looking utterly wronged with tears welling up in her eyes. "What kind of explanation do you want?" Jiang Chen asked calmly. "I want you to marry me," Su Yao demanded without hesitation. "No way!" Jiang Chen rejected her firmly. "Why not?" "I have never planned to get married in my life." I can agree to anything else but this." Silence fell over the room. Jiang Chen stared blankly upward, while Su Yao stayed nestled in his arms, quietly scheming something in her mind. "Is it because you still have feelings for Liu Ruyan that you refuse to marry me?" she asked cautiously. Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. "I have a strong mental cleanliness obsession. I never look back on the past, and I will never touch a woman who has strayed." Su Yao's eyes lit up instantly and hugged him tightly, affectionately. "I am nothing like Liu Ruyan. I will be wholeheartedly devoted to you forever. Since you are my first man, don't you think you ought to take responsibility for me?" She tried to soften his heart with tender words, determined to marry him. Yet Jiang Chen would not fall for this trick. "I'll give you 2 choices. First, be my girlfriend, and I'll support you financially and satisfy all your material needs as long as you stay obedient. But I have to make it clear that you will not be my only girlfriend. Second, I'll give you a large sum of money as compensation and we cut all ties completely. Choose one. Chapter 10. I want to be the main one deep into the quiet night. City lights intertwined with starlight painting a gorgeous night scene inside the presidential suite. Su Yao kept sobbing nonstop for a long time until her eyes swelled. Yet Jiang Chen remained completely indifferent. You're just a scumbag. She dropped her pretense and glared at him angrily. It's not my fault. Blame your best friend Liu Ruyan instead. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. She made me realize love is the cheapest thing, and true affection is worthless. There was never real love between us anyway. You crave my wealth while I admire your beauty. We merely take what we need from each other in a deal. Even if I marry you, you'll gain nothing if I refuse to spend money on you. But if you stay by my side obediently as my lover or girlfriend, I can spoil you rotten with endless money. Plenty of women are lining up for this chance. His straightforward words left Su Yao speechless. She bit her lip tightly with complicated emotions flickering in her eyes. After a long pause, she sighed softly. Since I gave you my first time, can you promise me 2 requests? Go ahead. Jiang Chen looked at her with a half smile. First, if you ever decide to settle down and start a family someday, you can only marry me and no one else. I want to be your sole candidate for wife. Jiang Chen was almost amused by her words. He stroked his chin and replied, I'll consider you if that day really comes. I don't want you to just consider it. I want you to promise me for sure. Su Yao frowned unhappily. Fine, I promise you. A bright smile bloomed on her face at once. She tidied her hair and said earnestly, Second, I want to be your official girlfriend. I don't mind you having other women outside, but they can only be side lovers. As long as I'm here, they will always stay inferior to me. Jiang Chen was utterly dumbfounded by her domineering idea. Still, these 2 demands did not trouble him at all. He had no intention of marrying anyone, so Su Yao would never get to be his wife anyway. All right, I accept your terms. Jiang Chen nodded and added, But I have one rule for you in return. What is it? She blinked curiously. Loyalty. His voice turned deep and cold. If you ever betray me, I will never spare you. I will get rid of you myself. Su Yao shuddered in fright, sensing the icy killing intent in his eyes, fully convinced he meant every word. Honey, she instantly spoke in a soft coquettish tone and clung tightly to him. I belong to you for life and will never betray you. You have my word. Remember what you said tonight. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, then got out of bed, heading for the bathroom. Where are you going? Su Yao panicked and tried to get up. I'm going to take a shower. Care to join me? He turned around, throwing her a mischievous look. Su Yao was instantly stunned by his perfect, well-built figure, his attractive skin, defined muscles, sharp abs, and stunning, handsome face driving her crazy with fascination. Honey, wait for me. She threw away all shyness and hurried after him. Before she could steady herself, Jiang Chen walked over and lifted her up effortlessly in a princess carry. You're not feeling well. Let me hold you. His warm breath brushed against her ears, making her ears burn red. Su Yao nodded shyly and hugged him tighter. She no longer minded his unique pet name for her, even feeling rather fond of it. Taking it as their exclusive intimate title that proved her special place in his heart from now on, she would be the only one he called that, and no one else could take her place. Chapter 11. Posting on social media at midnight. Presidential suite. Su Yao, exhausted and drenched in sweat, was so tired she couldn't even lift a finger. Lying limply in Jiang Chen's arms like a rag doll, she soon fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen stroked Su Yao's hair, wiped the few teardrops from the corners of her eyes, then gently slipped his arm out from under her neck. Perhaps because he had slept for 6 hours during the day, or perhaps because the gene potion had completely transformed his body, Jiang Chen was now full of energy, not a hint of sleepiness in him. Whoosh! After staring blankly for a moment, Jiang Chen picked up his phone from the nightstand, bored, and opened his WeChat moments. Tap, tap, tap. Scrolling idly through his moments, he saw that Su Yao had posted many updates. The first post, Su Yao showing off the exterior of the Ferrari LaFerrari. The second post, Su Yao showing off the interior of the Ferrari LaFerrari. The third post, Su Yao showing off the seafood feast at the Imperial Rotating Restaurant. The fourth post, Su Yao showing off the bottle of Lafite wine worth 300,000, with the caption meat on the table, wine in the glass, the moon in the sky, him by my side. The fifth post, Su Yao showing off the presidential suite at the Imperial Hotel.
See? Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. This little minx's vanity is something else. She practically wants to announce her date with Jiang Chen to the whole world, even trying to label herself as the billionaire's girlfriend.
However, when posting these photos, Su Yao was clearly cautious. None of the pictures showed Jiang Chen's face, probably worried about making him angry. After all, Posting his photos without permission might annoy Jiang Chen. Where would she find another billionaire brother to cling to if she lost him? Huh? Suddenly, a new post in his moments caught Jiang Chen's attention. It was from Liu Ruyan. The picture showed a man and a woman lying together in a hotel bed, snuggled close, both wearing tired yet sweet smiles. Though covered by a blanket, their shoulders and arms were exposed, and the messy sheets around them made it obvious to anyone what had just happened. That is right. The two were Yang Fan and Liu Ruyan, the caption read. After all the twists and turns, I ended up with you. Hope we can be happy together for the rest of our lives, even though it was 1 a.m. Comments quickly piled up under the post. You Lily Ruyan, how did you end up with Yang Fan? Lin Qing Shu, Ruyan, did you break up with Jiang Chen? Lu Li Ruyan, I just heard you and Jiang Chen were getting married soon. How did you get together with Yang Fan so quickly? Tang Ru, OMG, what happened? What is going on? Lu Ruyan replying to everyone. Thanks for your concern. I've broken up with Jiang Chen. Yang Fan is my boyfriend now. I hope you can bless us. Huh. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer coldly. Liu Ruyan broke up with him in the morning, eagerly climbed into Yang Fan's bed by evening, and posted an official announcement on Moments in the Middle of the Night. This beefh, the skill of moving on without a gap, is impressive. Truly impressive. Jiang Chen didn't comment on Liu Ruyan's post. He put down his phone and focused his mind to open the lottery system S main page. Lucky lottery wheel, lottery draws available. 3 item bar. Empty, according to the system S rules. 3 new lottery chances were refreshed every day after midnight. It was already around 1 a.m., so Jiang Chen naturally had 3 new chances. Looking at the lucky wheel in his vision, Jiang Chen focused and clicked the lottery button with his mind. The pointer on the wheel began to spin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The red pointer spun clockwise rapidly, slowing down after about 3 seconds. Finally, with a soft click, the pointer stopped firmly in an area marked with a cartoon gold coin. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a villa. Whoosh! A document folder suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Inside was a red property deed. Jiang Chen took out the deed, opened it casually, and saw his name clearly printed on it, along with the villa's address. Phoenix Mountain. Villa number 1. Yuhu District. Shilin City. Holy crap. A villa in Phoenix Mountain. Phoenix Mountain is a famous affluent area in Shilin City. Rumor has it the cheapest villa there cost over 100 million. Moreover, Jiang Chen won villa number 1. The crown jewel of Phoenix Mountain. Its value multiplied several times over. Nothing more to say. Brother system, I bow to you. You're freaking awesome. Whoosh! Jiang Chen tossed the document folder aside casually, then focused his mind and clicked the lottery button again. The pointer on the wheel started spinning once more. 3 seconds later, the pointer went around and slowly passed the gold coin area, finally stopping firmly in the card area. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a SIM card. Whoosh. A card popped up on the wheel, seemingly depicting a pug holding a bone in its mouth. The card was then automatically stored in the system's item bar. What is this? A SIM card. What is it for? Jiang Chen quickly focused to open the system item bar and soon found the card in his backpack. SIM card. After using this card, actively giving, transferring money, or spending on women can yield a random 2 to 100x return. Note, this card can only be used once. Holy crap. This is called a simp card. Brother system, do you have some misunderstanding about the term simp? A simp gives endlessly without getting anything in return, but with this card, spending money on women gives a random 2 to 100x return. How can that be called a simp card, brother system? This is an insult to simps. Smack. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen threw off the covers and slapped Su Yao's backside. Ah, what is happening? Are there burglars? Startled by the attack, Su Yao immediately woke from her sleep, her eyes blurry with sleep. She sat up abruptly, a look of panic on her face. Little minx, what is your bank account number? Huh? Give me your account number. Daddy's going to transfer some spending money to you. Huh? Stop. Huh? And do you want the money or not? Yes? Looking at Su Yao's dazed but nodding face, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided not to use the simp cards immediately. Whoosh! He opened the front camera on his phone, pulled Su Yao into his arms and said, Little minx, let's take a few photos together first. I want to post them on Moments and make it official. Huh? Su Yao was momentarily stunned. Then a look of ecstatic joy flashed across her face. Jiang Chen wants to post on Moments. He wants to publicly announce their relationship. Wonderful. Without hesitation, Su Yao immediately clung tightly to Jiang Chen and cooperated, taking a dozen intimate photos in one go. Although they were in bed with no clothes on, Jiang Chen made sure Su Yao wasn't exposed. Sometimes, leaving something to the imagination is more alluring than showing everything. Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Chen carefully selected a few photos, posted them to his WeChat moments, and added a caption. After all the twists and turns, I ended up with you. Hope we can be happy together for the rest of our lives. That is right. Jiang Chen's caption was exactly the same as Liu Ruyan's. Word for word. Liu Ruyan had even posted a bed photo showing no regard for Jiang Chen's feelings as her ex-boyfriend. It was a deliberate trampling of his dignity. So how could Jiang Chen tolerate it? Damn it, Liu Ruyan. You be fake. You think you're the only one who can post on moments. Think I won't. Look at Su Yao, the university belle. Her face is prettier than yours, her figure is hotter, and she was even a virgin. What aspect of you can compare to her, leaving you behind? My life will only be more free and easy, Chapter 12. The SIM card and the skill book. Whoosh. After posting that moment, Jiang Chen immediately exited WeChat and opened his mobile banking app. Checking his bank balance, he saw 8,878,304.48 yuan remaining. Use the SIM card. Jiang Chen focused his mind and gave the command. The next second, the SIM card in the system item bar vanished in a stream of light. Ding, host has successfully used one SIM card. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained a one-time SIM buff. A small buff icon appeared in the upper right corner of Jiang Chen's vision. As he focused on it, a line of text popped up. Simp buff one time, giving money, transferring funds, or spending on women can yield a random 2 to 100x return. Tap, tap, tap. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately transferred 8878300 yuan to Su Yao's bank account. He left 4.48 yuan in his account to avoid any potential issues with insufficient funds causing the transfer to fail. Better safe than sorry. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've triggered the simp buff, obtaining a 66 times return. The moment Jiang Chen completed the transfer, the system S prompt sounded in his ear. Wow. A 66 times return. So, he just transferred over 8.8 million to Su Yao. And in the blink of an eye, he get over 500 million in return. Beep, beep! While Jiang Chen was still in shock, his phone vibrated with a bank transfer notification. Dragon Country Bank, your account ending 5,418, completed a transfer of 58,596,780.0 Dragon Country Yuan on the 8th of July. 1:30 a.m. balance 58,596,784.48. Holy crap, over 585 million arrived. Instantly. Brother system is incredibly efficient. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Oh my god. Over 8 million. Husband, why did you transfer me so much money? Su Yao seemed to have received the bank notification. Clutching her phone, she counted the digits 3 times, her face quickly shifting from shock to wild joy. Wah! Before Jiang Chen could say anything, Su Yao pounced on him, hugging him and planting a fierce kiss on his cheek. All right. It is just over 8 million. Look at you, so inexperienced. When you go out with me in the future, don't embarrass me. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, pushed Su Yao away, got out of bed, and put on a silk bathrobe provided by the hotel. Husband, where are you going? I'm going to the balcony to smoke. You go back to sleep. Don't worry about me. Oh, then I'll wait for you to come back. What are you waiting for me for? Husband, I want to sleep holding you on the balcony. Jiang Chen lay down on a lounge chair, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. He had already used 2 lottery draws today and had 1 left. He decided to use it now. Whoosh! Opening the lottery system main page again. Looking at the lucky wheel in his vision, a faint smile touched Jiang Chen's lips. Brother system, give me a big prize. Jiang Chen took a deep drag of his cigarette, concentrated, and focused his mind to click the lottery button. Whir. The pointer on the wheel began spinning rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jiang Chen's nervous gaze, the pointer made a large circle, its speed gradually slowing. It passed the gold coin area and crept towards the remaining 4 areas. Hey, looking promising. At this rate, he should at least get a prize better than the bottle. Whir. Under Jiang Chen's expectant gaze, the pointer first passed the card area, then slowly passed the bottle area, and finally inched its way into the book area. It looked like it was heading for the final question mark area. Come on, just a little further. Don't stop. Jiang Chen couldn't help but cheer inwardly, but after moving a short distance slowly, the pointers seemed to lose momentum, and finally clicked to a stop in the book area. That is right. The pointer stopped on the edge of the book area, just a hair's breadth away from the question mark area. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a skill book! At that moment, a book popped up on the lucky wheel, resembling a martial arts manual from a wuxia movie with some characters on the cover. However, before Jiang Chen could clearly see the characters on the cover, the skill book was automatically stored in the system item bar. Open the item bar. Driven by intense curiosity, Jiang Chen eagerly opened the item bar. Soon, he found the mysterious skill book in his backpack. Combat Mastery Skill Book. After using this skill book, you will automatically comprehend and master various combat skills, instantly becoming a Grandmaster level fighter. Holy crap! This is the prize from the book area. A skill book that teaches you instantly. Brother system, you're too awesome! Jiang Chen's hands clenched into fists, his body trembling slightly with excitement. What man hasn't dreamed of being a martial arts hero in his youth? I once dreamed of wandering the world with a sword, seeing all its splendors. My youthful heart was always a bit wild, and now I'm home anywhere under the sky. Brother system, I want to use this skill book. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately used the skill book. Whoosh! The skill book instantly turned into a stream of light and vanished. The next moment, a flood of unfamiliar memories, no less than Jiang Chen's own, surged into his mind. Combat is a type of martial sport aimed at defeating and subduing opponents, derived from martial arts. Combat is a violent aesthetic combining strength, wisdom, technique, and endurance. Combat can basically be divided into boxing, mixed martial arts, free fighting, traditional martial arts combat, grappling, etc. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass slowly, yet also in an instant. By the time Jiang Chen fully digested these memories, a profound change had occurred in his eyes. They became exceptionally sharp, even emitting a cold, palpable gleam. It felt like a peerless master from a movie whose mere gaze could make enemies tremble in fear, and their legs go weak. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Chen casually clenched his fists, his knuckles emitting a series of crisp cracks. Whoosh! Whoosh! He threw a couple of casual punches into the air. The sound of his fists cutting through the air, creating a sharp whoosh, startled even himself. Just as Jiang Chen was about to get up, stretch his limbs, and practice a set of punches on the balcony for fun, light footsteps sounded behind him, followed by a faint, fragrant scent wafting towards him. Chapter 13. The 7 Fairies of Shilin University. The next morning, Jiang Chen was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt an itchy sensation on his face, as if an ant was crawling across it. Whoosh! Jiang Chen reached up, scratched his cheek, then rolled over and continued sleeping. However, not long after, the itchy feeling returned. Huh? Jiang Chen opened his bleary eyes. The first thing that came into view was a charming, enchanting face. Su Yao. A smile played on her lips as she held a strand of her own hair, using the end to tickle Jiang Chen's face. Perhaps seeing Jiang Chen open his eyes, Su Yao finally couldn't hold back a PFFT of laughter. She then leaned down and quickly planted a kiss on his cheek. What are you doing? Yawn. Jiang Chen let out a big yawn, gave Su Yao a displeased glare, then closed his eyes, ready to go back to sleep. Husband, I'm hungry. Call butler Ba yourself. Have her bring breakfast to the room. Husband, get up and have breakfast with me. Get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. Jiang Chen had Major Citron Chu Fei grumpiness upon waking. He hated nothing more than being disturbed while sleeping or being forcibly dragged out of bed when he was sound asleep. Seeing Jiang Chen lose his temper, Su Yao was immediately scared into silence, not daring to bother him further. Time ticked by. Jiang Chen didn't know how long he slept. He was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt someone gently shaking his arm a couple of times. Husband, Su Yao's affected, cutesy voice sounded in his ear again, irritating Jiang Chen immensely. Just as Jiang Chen was about to curse, Su Yao's voice came again. Husband, my group of girlfriends. They insist on going shopping with me today, but I don't want to squeeze into the subway or take the bus. Dear husband, could you lend me the car to drive? Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open. He immediately saw Su Yao, already dressed up and wearing a full face of makeup. Your girlfriends? The 7 Fairies of Xilan University? Instantly, images of a group of stunning beauties flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. Su Yao had been voted the school belle of Xilan University back in the day. However, at that time, besides Su Yao, there were 6 other exceptionally beautiful girls who were also candidates for school belle. Because Su Yao had a tear mole under the corner of her right eye, giving her a soft, charming aura, she narrowly defeated the other 6 beauties to become the school belle. Yet, some bored old pervert had given these 7 beauties a catchy nickname, Faye the Seven Fairies of Shillong University. From then on, Su Yao's title as school belle faded somewhat, while the fame of the 7 fairies grew louder. That is right, Su Yao's close girlfriends chat group had exactly 7 people Faye the famous 7 fairies of Shillong University from back in the day. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, thanks to Liu Ruyan, Zhang Chen had the WeChat of every one of the 7 fairies of Shillong University. Little minx. If I brought all 6 of the 7 fairies of Shillong University home Faye, all except Liu Ruyan Faye, what kind of expression do you think Liu Ruyan would have? Zhang Chen's words stunned Su Yao on the spot. Her eyes widened, her mouth dropped open, and she stared at Zhang Chen in shock. Her lips trembled several times, but no words came out. What is wrong? What does that look for? Zhang Chen stretched extravagantly, then turned onto his side in bed, looking at Su Yao standing by the bed with great interest. Husband, are you joking with me? Su Yao's face was somewhat pale, her voice trembling, laced with a hint of grievance. Little minx, I have a task for you now. Zhang Chen sat up in bed, then said to Su Yao with a serious face, I want you to use any means necessary. Try every trick in the book to lure all your girlfriends over to be my girlfriends. Su Yao was utterly shocked. She bit her lip tightly, her face gradually turning red. Flames of anger seemed to shoot from her beautiful eyes, as if she was on the verge of exploding. However, Zhang Chen's next words made her freeze once more. Successfully bring one over, and I'll give you 10 million. If you manage to get all 5 of them, I'll not only give you 50 million, but I'll also give you that Ferrari LaFerrari. This deal, I'm asking you, are you in or not? Silence. The bedroom was utterly quiet. Su Yao stood there dumbfounded, her face a mask of shock, seemingly stunned by the price Zhang Chen had named. After a long while, Su Yao suddenly pursed her lips and asked cautiously, Husband, you're not joking, are you? Zhang Chen rolled his eyes. Do I look like I'm joking, Su Yao? You'll give me 10 million for each one I succeed with, Zhang Chen. Su Yao? If I get all of them, you'll give me 50 million plus the Ferrari LaFerrari. Zhang Chen. Husband, just wait for my good news. Yao Yao won't let you down. Little minx, go for it. I believe in you. Husband, can I take the Ferrari LaFerrari then? Go ahead, go ahead. Su Yao left the room, overjoyed. Zhang Chen lay back down on the bed, planning to go back to sleep. Thinking of Su Yao's money, grubbing expression, Zhang Chen couldn't help but let a slight smile touch his lips. What is so bad about a gold digger? As long as you satisfy her material needs, she'll be obedient and devoted to you, providing maximum emotional value. Although Liu Ruyan was also a gold digger, she was tainted. Zhang Chen had severe OCD when it came to relationships. You can be a gold digger vain like spoiled and willful, but you have to be clean. Once tainted, even if you were a fairy from heaven, Zhang Chen absolutely wouldn't touch you. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Zhang Chen had settled back down, a sharp phone ringtone suddenly blared, shattering his sweet dream, damn it. Which bastard is it? Don't they know? It is highly immoral to disturb someone's sleep. Whoosh! Zhang Chen reached an arm out from under the covers, fumbled around on the nightstand, and grabbed his phone. Incoming call. Liu Ruyan, seeing his ex-girlfriend's name, Zhang Chen's eyelid twitched slightly, and a strange expression crossed his face. Hello? The moment Zhang Chen answered, Liu Ruyan's furious, exasperated, questioning voice came from the other end. Zhang Chen, you bastard! I'm asking you, who were you with last night? What did you do? Liu Ruyan, are you out of your mind? Who I'm with is none of your business. Zhang Chen, you dare yell at me. Who gave you the nerve? I'm asking you. Last night, were you at a hotel with Su Yao? Liu Ruyan, you really are sick. We've already broken up. Who I go to a hotel with is none of your damn business. Zhang Chen. Click. Zhang Chen decisively hung up the phone, then blocked and deleted Liu Ruyan's number. He also blocked and deleted her WeChat. Feeling that wasn't enough, Zhang Chen thought for a moment, then blocked and deleted all of Liu Ruyan's contact methods. He even changed the password for the Ichi VIP account they might have shared. Since they had broken up, it was best to make a clean break. Dragging things out, being indecisive Faye, that wasn't Zhang Chen's style. As the saying goes, a fine horse doesn't turn back to graze on old pasture. A tainted woman Faye Zhang Chen would absolutely not touch her again. Chapter 14. Su Yao flaunts her wealth. Imperial International Hotel, Presidential Suite. After blocking and deleting all of Liu Ruyan's contacts, Zhang Chen casually opened his WeChat. It was only then that he realized his Moments feed was exploding. The post Zhang Chen made last night had been liked by countless friends, and the comments had reached 99+. Lu Gang, Holy crap, Zhang Chen, you dog. You actually got together with the school belle Sue. Li Changzhen, weren't you about to marry Liu Ruyan? How did you end up with school belle Sue so quickly? Yang Tao. Wow, 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 school belle Sue has a great figure. Zhang Chen, you lucky dog. Zhao Wenbo. Liu Ruyan announces she is with Yang Fan, and then Zhang Chen announces he is with Su Yao right after. I just woke up to this huge gossip. My head is still spinning. Sun Hao, everyone, check out school belle Sue's moments. So Jiang Chen is a hidden rich second generation. Most of the comments were from Jiang Chen's university classmates. Many of them were mutual friends of Jiang Chen, Liu Ruyan, and Su Yao. Many classmates knew that Jiang Chen and Liu Ruyan had been together for 3 years and were planning to marry soon. However, the post Liu Ruyan made last night, followed immediately by Jiang Chen's post, not only set both their circles ablaze, but also caused their dormant university class group chat to explode after 3 years of silence. Whoosh! Curious. Jiang Chen scrolled through his WeChat moments and soon saw a post Su Yao had also made last night. Su Yao had posted 9 photos in total. There was a photo of Jiang Chen driving the Ferrari with her in the passenger seat, a photo of Jiang Chen getting out of the car, greeted by the hotel butler, Bai Changchen, a photo of Jiang Chen sitting at the dining table, clinking glasses with Su Yao, a photo of Jiang Chen entering the presidential suite, admiring the night view from the floor to ceiling window, and even intimate photos of Jiang Chen and Su Yao lying in the hotel bed, snuggling and hugging each other. Besides that, Su Yao had added an official announcement caption. Mr. Zhang, please guide me for the rest of my life. Shy emoji. Shy emoji. Shy emoji, of course. Su Yao's Moments post also received countless likes and comments. Especially Su Yao's close girlfriends, Fei 5 of the 7 fairies of Shilan University Fei. They were the most vocal in the comments. Since Jiang Chen had already blocked and deleted Liu Ruyan, he naturally couldn't see her comments, but it didn't take a genius to imagine Liu Ruyan's furious reaction. Tap, 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 Jiang Chen quickly scanned the comments, finding them somewhat boring. He exited WeChat and set his phone to silent. After doing all this, Jiang Chen lay down on the 3-meter-wide bed, hugged a pillow, and went back to sleep soundly. Jiang Chen hadn't slept in for 3 years. This time, he had to make up for all the sleep he'd lost over those 3 years. Elsewhere, Su Yao was driving the Ferrari, speeding down the road. Along the way, Su Yao was in an exceptionally happy mood. Wherever she went, she became the center of attention, attracting countless stares from passers-by. Wow, 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 what a cool sports car, what a beautiful girl. Look over there, a Ferrari. The girl driving is actually a stunning beauty. Miss, can I get your WeChat? Miss, I am 18 this year, 180 centimeters tall, with an 8-pack. I really now? Working now? My stamina and explosive power are top-notch. Sis, do you need a younger brother? I can be your little puppy dog. The moment Su Yao parked the Ferrari near a square, several bold men immediately came up to hit on her. However, Su Yao's willow, leaf eyebrows furrowed, her face instantly turning icy cold. She radiated an aura that kept people at a distance and rejected all the men. Watching the dejected men walk away, a look of mockery and disdain appeared on Su Yao's face. A bunch of poor losers daring to set their sights on me. Why don't you take a piss and look at your reflection? You ugly misfits aren't even worth one of Jiang Chen's toes. My eyes aren't blind yet. Why would I choose you losers, who dream of being sugar babies all day when I have my billionaire brother? Ugh, get the hell away from me. Don't dirty my eyes. Su Yao, once the proud school belle, was used to being chased and was long accustomed to rejecting advances. So no matter which man tried to hit on her, Su Yao coldly dismissed them with a simple, direct, and brutal, get lost. Click, click, click. Next, Su Yao walked with a natural catwalk grace, a confident smile on her face. Head held high, chest out, striding Dabu, Di Fei with large strides into a nearby Xie Fei. Yao Yao, you're here. The moment Su Yao entered the cafe, she saw her group of girlfriends sitting around a table by the window waving at her. Traffic was bad. I'm late. Su Yao walked over with a smile. The moment she sat down, she felt 2 icy gazes shooting towards her from across the table. She looked up and immediately beamed. The woman sitting directly opposite her was none other than Liu Ruyan. Yao Yao, is that Ferrari really Jiang Chen's? Since when did Jiang Chen become so rich? Yao Yao, are you really with Jiang Chen? Yao Yao? Did Jiang Chen really take you for a fancy meal last night? Did you two really stay in the presidential suite at the Imperial International Hotel? Facing the barrage of questions from her friends, Su Yao just perfunctorily answered a few words, then called over the cafe waitress. Miss, what would you like to drink? The waitress held a menu, quickly walked to Su Yao's side, and respectfully handed it to her. Su Yao opened the menu and casually ordered a coffee. When she handed the menu back to the waitress, Su Yao suddenly took a bank card from her purse and said to the waitress with a smile, "Put everyone's orders today on my tab." Holy crap, Yao Yao! You're showing off in front of us now! Yao Yao! Your showing off is so lame! How much money did Jiang Chen give you to make a proud school belle like you willingly climb into his bed? SKT. Money really makes you bold. Yao Yao. Be honest. Is Jiang Chen actually a hidden super rich second generation heir? Yeah, tell us. How did Jiang Chen suddenly get so rich? Not only were Su Yao's friends curious, even Liu Ruyan was extremely curious. What kind of person was Jiang Chen? Liu Ruyan believed no one knew better than her. She had been with Jiang Chen for 3 years. Jiang Chen delivered takeout day and night, earning at most 20,000 a month. Moreover, Jiang Chen gave his salary to her every month, keeping only a few hundred for himself. Liu Ruyan refused to believe that Jiang Chen, who struggled at the bottom of society, working himself to the bone like a beast of burden, could be a hidden super-rich second-generation heir. How was it possible? What kind of super-rich second generation would live like that? That was just plain crazy. So, when her friends questioned Su Yao, Liu Ruyan bit her lip tightly, clenched her fists, and stared unblinkingly at Su Yao. She seemed to be hoping to hear from Su Yao that Jiang Chen wasn't some rich second generation, that it was all a joke orchestrated by Su Yao and Jiang Chen. However, reality slapped Liu Ruyan hard in the face. Actually, Jiang Chen isn't an orphan. He has a grandfather who does business overseas, and his grandfather is a super-rich tycoon. The moment Su Yao revealed this truth, Liu Ruyan's face instantly turned pale. She froze on the spot, her mind buzzing, completely losing the ability to think. How could this be? Jiang Chen was really a super-rich second generation. Did I just miss out on this immense wealth? No, I don't believe it. It is all fake. How could something so coincidental happen in this world? I just broke up with Jiang Chen, and he immediately transforms into a super-rich second generation. Not even television dramas dare plot it like this. This must be a scheme by Jiang Chen and Su Yao to trick everyone. It has to be Chapter 15. Get Lost, Liu Ruyan. Imperial International Hotel, Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen, who had slept until he woke naturally, got out of bed and stretched luxuriously, feeling incredibly relaxed all over. One word. Awesome. Whoosh. Jiang Chen picked up his phone to check the time. It was almost noon. He also noticed dozens of missed calls. Scrolling through his phone casually, he realized it had been bombarded all morning. Most calls were from university classmates with a few unknown numbers. One number ending in 5438 had called over 20 times. Huh? Just then, that same number called again. Jiang Chen's phone was on silent, so it didn't vibrate or ring. He only saw the call because he was looking at the screen. Whoosh, he casually answered and put the phone to his ear. Jiang Chen, you finally answered. Before he could speak, a very familiar female voice came through. Damn. Liu Ruyan. So you are the 438 Jiang Chen. His face darkened. The good mood from his great sleep was instantly ruined. Jiang Chen, where are you? I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Can we meet? Talk calmly face to face? This time, Liu Ruyan wasn't shouting. She adopted a softer, more cautious tone, seeming afraid to upset him. Damn it, what a bitch. For 3 years, Liu Ruyan had ordered Jiang Chen around, treated him like a beast of burden, and rarely been nice to him. Now that Jiang Chen had money, Fei driving luxury cars, staying in presidential suites, dining lavishly, drinking 300,000 bottles of wine, betting the former school belle Su Yao, even giving her over 8 million in pocket money, Fei Liu Ruyan was clearly jealous. He thought she was just cold by nature. Now he saw. It wasn't that she couldn't be gentle. She just didn't think Jiang Chen was worth her gentleness. Liu Ruyan, we've broken up. You have a new boyfriend, and I have a new girlfriend. There is nothing left to talk about. His tone was flat, as if speaking to a stranger. No. A sharp cry came from the phone. Jiang Chen, it is not like that. Let me explain. Explain. Jiang Chen laughed mockingly. Get this straight, we're done. You were the one who initiated the breakup. We have no relationship anymore. You don't need to explain, and I don't want to hear it. Silence. After a moment, Liu Ruyan spoke again, her voice trembling. Jiang Chen, we were together for 3 years. Have you really moved on so easily? Please, for 3 years, I was the only one giving. You just enjoyed it. You never loved me. How can you say these things without feeling ashamed? Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. I accept your apology, but I'll never forgive you. Because you are a complete bitch. Liu Ruyan, don't call me again. I'm afraid Yao Yao will get jealous. After all, she is my girlfriend now. Click. Jiang Chen hung up. Goddammit. Bitches are everywhere, but this year seems especially full of them. If he weren't rich, would Liu Ruyan be so humble? If he weren't rich, would she? Now with Yang Fan, come back to him. 3 years of devotion couldn't keep her. But money brings her back. If he can buy a woman's heart, why wouldn't he choose a beautiful, well-figured, clean, gentle, and obedient woman? Why pick up Liu Ruyan's used goods? Whoosh! He threw his phone aside, got out of bed, and stretched again. Feeling thirsty, Jiang Chen, wearing only his boxers, walked to the bedroom door and opened it. Click. As the door opened, he stepped out. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone in the living room. Whoosh! He turned his head sharply. A mature, voluptuous figure stood there. Mr. Jiang, you're awake? Bai Chen stood awkwardly in the living room, hands clasped, bowing slightly. But after her eyes scanned Jiang Chen's body, her cheeks flushed, and a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. Holy crap! Jiang Chen exclaimed dramatically, covered himself, jumped back into the bedroom, and slammed the door shut. Bai Chang. A few minutes later, the door reopened. Jiang Chen emerged wearing a bathrobe. Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Bai Chan hurriedly explained. Miss Su instructed me to wake you before noon and ensure you have lunch. I was about to wake you, but I heard you on the phone. So I waited in the living room. I didn't expect. I'm truly sorry. She bowed again, looking nervous, her face still flushed. Although it was just a glance, she had seen Jiang Chen's well-proportioned muscles, V-shaped back, narrow waist, 8-pack abs, Adonis belt, and the substantial bulge his boxers couldn't quite hide. She could swear on her conscience, Jiang Chen was the most handsome, best-built young man she'd ever seen. Even a married woman like her felt a stir. If a young girl had seen that, she'd have screamed. It is fine. Jiang Chen waved dismissively. Good thing I wore boxers. Otherwise, it would have been me flashing you. He wasn't wrong. The law saw it that way. PFF'd. Bai Chen suddenly laughed, then covered her mouth, embarrassed. Mr. Jiang, you're so humorous. I was the one who was rude. How could it be you flashing me? If anyone was being inappropriate, it was me. She stopped abruptly, realizing what she was saying. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, her beautiful face turned crimson. Someone once said attraction can happen in an instant. Although Jiang Chen had locked his heart away, he had to admit, in that moment she blushed. He became interested in this woman. A mature, voluptuous young matron, blushing shyly. It was really quite charming. Chapter 16. The Single Mother Noon. Jiang Chen enjoyed a lavish lunch in the presidential suite. As the saying goes, a cigarette after a meal makes you happy as the immortal. Lounging on the sofa, Jiang Chen lit a cigarette and leisurely blew smoke rings. Just then, Bai Chen approached. Mr. Jiang, she asked softly and respectfully, do you have any plans to go out this afternoon? This reminded Jiang Chen of the villa he'd won in last night's lottery. Should he go see it now? Better check it out early so he doesn't get lost later. Butler Bai, please arrange a car. I need to go out this afternoon. He stubbed out his cigarette and headed to the bedroom to change. Right away, sir. Bai Chen nodded, took out a walkie-talkie, and contacted the hotel drivers. 20 minutes later, main entrance, Imperial International Hotel. A Rolls-Royce Phantom waited. The driver, a kindly-looking man in his 40s wearing a uniform and white gloves, smiled warmly. Bai Chan opened the door and held her hand above the frame to prevent Jiang Chen from bumping his head. Thank you. You're welcome. It is my duty. She smiled and moved to close the door. Butler Bai, come with me. There is something I need your help with. Of course. Slightly surprised, she got in and sat beside him. Instantly, a mature, fragrant scent wafted over. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he discreetly observed Bai Chan. Blouse, pencil skirt, black stockings, high heels, but the main points were her impressive 36D assets, stretching the blouse taut and her curvaceous hips, which made the pencil skirt seem a size too small. The outfit accentuated her mature, feminine charm, voluptuous, sexy, tempting, enchanting, yet she had a refined, delicate face, creating a striking contrast with her body. TSK. Imagine her in bed, blushing shyly. That would be quite interesting. Mr. Zhang, where to? The driver, Lao Zhang, asked from the front. Phoenix Mountain Villa. Very good. Lao Zhang nodded. We're setting off now. On the road, as Jiang Chen was about to check his phone, Bai Chen asked curiously, Mr. Jiang, are you visiting a friend at Phoenix Mountain Villa? No. Jiang Chen smiled. I bought a villa there. Just going to check it out, so I don't get lost later. He opened a document folder, took out the property deed, and handed it to her. Bai Chen took it, opened it, and froze. Phoenix Mountain Villa was a famous affluent area. The cheapest villas cost over 100 million, and Jiang Chen had bought Villa Number 1, Fei the Crown Jewel, rumored to cost $1 billion. She knew he was rich, but this was beyond her expectations. The owner of this villa was this young, handsome man sitting beside her. It was hard not to be impressed. "Butler Bai, are you married?" Jiang Chen's voice interrupted her thoughts. Flustered, she closed the deed. "Mr. Jiang, I'm divorced. I have a 5-year-old daughter. Divorced single mother." Perfect. Divorced women appreciate things more, understand men better, have experience, aren't clingy, easy to win over with a sense of security. Especially single mothers. Be good to her child, and the mother will follow. Heh, I quite like children, especially kindergartners. They're so cute. Jiang Chen smiled, showing no disdain. Really? Her eyes lit up briefly, then dimmed. She bit her lip, hesitating. What is wrong? Jiang Chen asked gently, sensing her difficulty. It is nothing. Jiang Chen didn't press her, but as he picked up his phone, she spoke again. Mr. Jiang, could I ask you a favor? Her voice was tight, face red. What is it? He put his phone down, softening his tone. Tears welled in her eyes. Mr. Jiang, my daughter is very ill. The doctors say it is aplastic anemia. She needs a bone marrow transplant. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change, but inwardly he smiled. He'd been thinking of how to get close to her daughter first. Now, she was serving herself up on a platter. How much? His simple question was like music to her ears. Stammering with emotion, she said. The doctor said, at least 500,000. Her voice trailed off, head bowed, as if ashamed to ask for so much from an acquaintance. Jiang Chen took out his phone. Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer it now. What? Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll pay you back, I promise. Don't mention it. Jiang Chen's face was calm, but a sly glint flashed in his eyes. Pay back. Who said anything about paying back? A debt incurred must be repaid in kind. They were adults. She should know the rules. Besides, a child without a father is like grass. A child with a father is a treasure. If not for herself, she should think of her child. Right? Chapter 17. Liu Ruyan is green with NVIF's International Finance Square Mall. In Jilan City, this was undoubtedly one of the top international high-end shopping malls. The mall housed not only various top domestic brand stores, but also dozens of world-class flagship stores. Almost any luxury store you could think of could be found here. It could be said that this mall was the shopping paradise that all the shopaholic women of Jilan City dreamed of. Liu Ruyan's mood at the moment was extremely complex. At noon, Su Yao first treated her close friends to a lavish meal, then couldn't wait to drag everyone to this mall. Next, Su Yao went on a continuous buying spree in various luxury stores. Liu Ruyan and the other friends could only watch with envious and jealous eyes, as Su Yao swiped her card relentlessly, even having to act as bag carriers for Su Yao. Fortunately, Su Yao was quite generous. She walked into the LV store, waved her hand, and bought a bag for each of her 6 friends. Liu Ruyan received a rose tote bag. A glance at the price tag showed it cost a staggering 128,888 yuan. The bags the other friends received were all around the same price point. In other words, Su Yao had just spent over 700,000 yuan without batting an eye. One word: extravagant, of course. Liu Ruyan understood deeply that Su Yao was spending Jiang Chen's money. If she hadn't broken up with Jiang Chen, then the woman wildly spending in luxury stores right now, treating money like dirt, throwing it around like water, being extravagantly unreasonable should be her. Whoosh. Holding the rose tote bag, Liu Ruyan secretly observed the expressions on her friends' faces. She suddenly noticed their eyes were all shining, seemingly deeply shocked by Su Yao's extravagant behavior. Regret. Extreme regret. Liu Ruyan felt her intestines were green with regret. She learned from Su Yao that Jiang Chen hadn't known about his wealthy grandfather before. It was on the very day she broke up with Jiang Chen that this wealthy grandfather contacted him. How could things be such a coincidence? Why didn't this wealthy grandfather contact Jiang Chen one day earlier? Why did he find Jiang Chen immediately after she broke up with him? Was it destined by heaven that she couldn't handle this high wealth, and had to watch helplessly as it was handed over to someone else? Unwilling to accept this, Liu Ruyan, taking advantage of a trip to the restroom, immediately called Jiang Chen, wanting to beg for reconciliation. However, Jiang Chen mercilessly cursed her out and clearly stated he would never forgive her. At this moment, Liu Ruyan was truly panicked. She believed that after 3 years together, Jiang Chen must have feelings for her. How could he just stop loving her? Also, she only made a mistake that any woman in the world could easily make. Why wouldn't Jiang Chen forgive her? She could guarantee that she would cut off all contact with Yang Fan from now on, devote herself wholeheartedly to being Jiang Chen's little wife, and be twice as good to him. Why wouldn't Jiang Chen give her a chance? Men, they really are heartless creatures. She had spent 3 whole years with him, devoting the most precious years of her youth to him. And in the end, she didn't gain any benefit at all. Instead, that little vixen Su Yao, who did nothing but climb into Jiang Chen's bed once, was being spoiled rotten by him. Driving luxury cars, drinking Lafite, staying in presidential suites, buying any luxury she wants, her nose stuck up in the air. Why? Why does Su Yao get to enjoy all this? Why does she, Jiang Chen's official girlfriend, not get to enjoy any of it? Instead, she can only silently follow behind Su Yao, watch her show off, and even act as her bag carrier. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, Liu Ruyan's phone rang. Incoming call, Yang Fan. The moment she saw Yang Fan's name, a wave of irritation flashed in Liu Ruyan's heart. Last night, if she hadn't had too much to drink, and her mind was a bit fuzzy, how could she have vaguely followed Yang Fan to a hotel? If she hadn't slept with Yang Fan, if the rice wasn't already cooked, and coupled with Yang Fan's sweet talk, how could she have officially announced it on WeChat Moments in the middle of the night? If she hadn't posted that moment, Jiang Chen would never have known she had slept with Yang Fan. Even if Liu Ruyan hadn't been so impatient, if she had broken up with Jiang Chen one day later, or agreed to Yang Fan's invitation one day later, or gone to the hotel with Yang Fan one day later, things wouldn't have come to this. Then there would definitely still be room for reconciliation between her and Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan's mood became even more fanzal. Feianzi Feo irritated. Without a word, she hung up Yang Fan's call simultaneously, feeling a significant resentment towards him. Yang Fan, you bastard. Since you'd already gone abroad, why did you have to come back? You came back. So why did you have to secretly contact me? You were the one who initiated the breakup back then, and now you come begging me to get back together. How could I have been so bewitched to agree? Jiang Chen was so good to me, taking care of me meticulously for 3 years. How could I have been so blind not to see it? Am I really a bitch? Just like Jiang Chen said. Beep, beep. At that moment, Liu Ruyan received a WeChat message from Yang Fan. Yang Fan, baby. What are you busy with? I called you. Why didn't you answer? Seeing this message, Liu Ruyan's eyelids twitched slightly. She typed a few words, deleted them, typed again, deleted again. After fan fu fan fei, repeatedly writing and deleting, she finally edited a message and sent it. Liu Ruyan, in a meeting, Bufambin. Bei fei fei ji bai fein, inconvenient to answer the phone. Yang Fan. Oh, then you busy first. I'll contact you later. Looking at Yang Fan's second message, Liu Ruyan stared blankly at her phone, her eyes losing focus, her thoughts wandering, who knows where, showing no reaction for a long time. Ruyan, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and catch up! Just then, a clear voice came from ahead. Liu Ruyan looked up sharply and saw Su Yao leading a group of friends swaggering into a women's lingerie store's seat. Gilson, the world's #1 luxury women's lingerie brand. Rumors said the cheapest item in this store cost tens of thousands, and the most expensive could even reach hundreds of thousands. Whoosh! At this moment, Liu Ruyan's eyes turned red with envy. Why? Why can that little bitch Su Yao wear high-end lingerie costing tens or even hundreds of thousands? Why can I only wear ordinary lingerie costing a few hundred yuan? Are Su Yao's breasts made of gold? Is her garden down there Sengzuan, Shifeng Ji Zhu Fei, inlaid with diamonds? How much money did Jiang Chen give her? Why hasn't her card been maxed out yet? Look at her smug expression. It makes me furious. Chapter 18. A bounden duty for our generation elsewhere. In the Rolls-Royce Phantom, after receiving the 500,000 yuan transfer from Jiang Chen, Bai Changchan's eyes immediately welled up. During this period, she had borrowed money everywhere from almost all relatives and friends, but no one was willing to lend her money. However, she had only mentioned it to Jiang Chen, and he immediately transferred the money to her. It was worth noting that she and Jiang Chen had only known each other for a day. They weren't even considered friends. Yet this stranger, upon hearing her daughter was seriously ill, transferred 500 yuan without a second thought, without even asking for an IOU. While this amount might be nothing to Jiang Chen, for Bai Chang Chen, this money was her daughter's Juming Chen, J Fei M Fei Ji Chi Fei, Jen lifeline. Therefore, how could she not be deeply moved? Next, Bai Chen Chan transferred the money to her parents at the hospital, urging them to pay the surgery fee immediately, so the doctor could schedule her daughter's surgery as soon as possible. After doing all this, Bei Chan wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, her face full of gratitude, and expressed her heartfelt thanks to Jiang Chen once again. Butler Bai, I'm a bit curious. Please forgive me for asking. Jiang Chen hadn't planned to ask much, but his curiosity was strong, and coupled with his interest in Bai Chan, he still voiced his questions. Logically, as the butler for the presidential suite in a five-star hotel, your monthly salary shouldn't be low, right? Also, when you divorced your ex-husband, you should have received a share of the assets, right? Taking a step back, since your child is sick, the child's father has an obligation to pay for the treatment. Doesn't he care about his own child? Based on the above, I'm very curious. How come you couldn't even scrape together 500,000 for the surgery? After hearing this, a bitter expression appeared on Bai Chen's face. She smoothed the hair at her temple, sighed lightly, and said, Mr. Jiang, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. If it weren't for my ex-husband, how could I have been reduced to this state? What do you mean? Jiang Chen was immediately interested. He turned sideways, looking at Bai Chan with great curiosity, his eyes shining like little stars. PFFT. Bai Chen's mood was originally very low, but seeing Jiang Chen's curious expression, she was amused. This was a woman with a low laugh threshold. Women with a low laugh threshold are generally simple, minded, kind, not scheming, not cunning, and relatively optimistic. However, such women also have fragile hearts. Whoosh! Bai Chan took a deep breath, adjusted her emotions, and then slowly began. My ex-husband was the owner of a small company. At that time, he had a car, a house, savings. His financial situation was quite good. But after I married him, I discovered he was addicted to gambling. At first, he just played mahjong for small stakes. I didn't think much of it. After I got pregnant, he started staying out all night, gambling day and night in hotel rooms with his so-called friends. After I gave birth to our daughter, I found out he was gambling more and more, not only losing all the family assets, but also accumulating a huge amount of high-interest debt. At this point, Bai Chen's eyes reddened again. Jiang Chen also couldn't help but sigh. Gambling really ruins lives. Whoosh! Taking another deep breath, Bai Chan continued. What I never expected was that he not only ignored my pleas, but also continued to borrow money to gamble. He even, to deal with the debt collectors, pushed me out, wanting me to sleep with those loan sharks to offset part of the interest. Fortunately, I called the police in advance. Otherwise, hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. Holy crap! Was your ex-husband possessed? Is this something a human would do? He is worse than an animal. Tears finally streamed down Bai Chen's face. She bit her lip tightly, her face pale, the sadness in her eyes resembling that of a pitiful woman heartlessly abandoned in a TV drama. Jiang Chen knew the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot had come. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen suddenly reached out an arm and gently pulled Bai Chan into his embrace. Bai Chan was slightly stunned. By the time she reacted, she was already leaning against Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen gently patted her back, just like she usually comforted her daughter, his movements very gentle, very careful, as if afraid of hurting her. Whoosh! At that moment, Bai Chan's pretty face instantly turned bright red. She really wanted to struggle free from Jiang Chen's embrace. After all, their relationship wasn't that familiar, and the current position was too intimate. However, Jiang Chen's embrace was really warm. Deep down, Bai Chen actually felt a sense of reluctance to leave. What to do? Should she push Jiang Chen away? After all, they had known each other for less than 2 days. Being held like this so easily could lead to misunderstandings. Moreover, Jiang Chen already had a girlfriend, leaning in another woman's boyfriend's embrace. Wouldn't that be a bit shameless? Sister Chen, what happened next? What about your ex-husband now? Just then, Jiang Chen's gentle voice drifted into Bai Chen's ears. Hearing the address Sister Chen, Bai Chen's heart inexplicably trembled, and her cheeks became even hotter. It had to be said, by changing from Butler Bai to Sister Jing Chen instantly shortened the distance between them by a large margin. Bai Chen even deluded herself into thinking, since Jiang Chen called me sister, isn't it normal for a sister to lean in her younger brother's embrace for a while? So after hesitating for a moment, Bai Chen didn't break free from Jiang Chen's embrace. She let him continue holding her, while also greedily enjoying the warmth his embrace brought her. After I divorced him, the court ruled that I didn't have to bear any of his debts, but he had already lost all the family assets, so I didn't get a single cent. I thought that would be the end of it with him. But later, one day, he used the excuse of visiting our daughter, secretly took my bank card, and withdrew all the money from it. When I found out, I immediately called the police, but he had already disappeared with all my savings. latter, my daughter became seriously ill. I could only try to borrow money everywhere, but none of my relatives or friends were willing to lend me any. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a trace of pity for Bai Chen. A gambling husband, a sick child, cold-hearted relatives, a broken her. All right, a woman like this urgently needed a responsible, capable, dependable, and secure man to heal the wounds in her heart. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen happened to meet all these criteria. Enough said. Rescuing damsels in distress from deep water and scorching fire is a bounden duty for our generation, such an arduous task. Leave it to me to accomplish. Chapter 19, The Personal Housekeeper Phoenix Mountain Villa. Main gate of Villa number 1. Jiang Chen merely leaned his head out the car window, scanned his face against the access control system from a distance, and the iron gate before him automatically swung open. It was a 5-story standalone villa, Phase 3 above ground, 2 below. The total land area definitely exceeded 5,000 square meters, with a building area of at least 2,000 square meters. The villa's front yard featured a large garden with a small fountain plaza at its center. The backyard had a heated swimming pool alongside a lawn suitable for barbecues, complete with several tents set up. To the left of the villa was a tennis court. To the right, a separately built garage and a helicopter landing pad. Was this a villa? It was clearly a small estate. Moreover, the entire villa was fully furnished with furniture, appliances, daily necessities, and more. The overall decor was in a modern style that Jiang Chen particularly liked. 3F, master bedroom, secondary bedroom, study, collection room, living room, terrace, 2F, elderly room, children, S room, guest room, multi, function hall, public bathroom, balcony, 1F, living room, dining room, kitchen, public bathroom, nanny S room, tea room, gym, -1F, servants' quarters, laundry room, storage room, utility room, miscellaneous room, -2F, sauna room, massage room, small home theater, small karaoke room, billiards room, etc. The villa was simply too large, and with 2 elevators installed, it took Jiang Chen a full hour to tour all the rooms. After the tour, Jiang Chen arrived at the living room on the first floor and sank into a sofa. Jiang Chen, for such a large villa, how many staff should I hire to manage it properly? Looking at the vast empty villa, Jiang Chen shook his head with a wry smile, suddenly worried about his wallet. Mr. Jiang, if it is just you and your girlfriend living here, I think hiring 8 housemaids would be sufficient to manage the entire villa. Bai Chen analyzed professionally and offered a fairly objective answer. Jiang Chen, when there are no outsiders around, just call me by my name, okay? Always calling me Mr. Jiang seems too formal. Jiang Chen looked at Bai Chen with a strange expression. Earlier in the car, they had been intimate, holding each other. Yet after getting out, Bai Chen immediately distanced herself, adopting a strictly professional demeanor. Well, all right. Bai Chen's cheeks flushed slightly. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's approachability and lack of any spoiled heir's bad habits, she gathered courage and called out, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, how about you become my housekeeper? I'll pay you a monthly salary of 100,000. What do you think? Jiang Chen suddenly looked at Bai Chen seriously, a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes. Ah? Bai Chen was stunned, although she was a certified professional housekeeper working at the Imperial International Hotel as the dedicated butler for the presidential suite. Her monthly salary was only around 15,000. Jiang Chen was offering 100,000 a month right off the bat. So her first thought was that Jiang Chen wanted to keep her as a mistress. Just then, Jiang Chen's voice came again. Jiang Chen, if you think the salary is low, I can increase it. A monthly salary of 200,000 plus bonuses and red envelopes during holidays. How about that? Hearing this, Bai Chen was even more convinced Jiang Chen intended to make her his mistress. Her heartbeat quickened, and her cheeks grew hotter. She had been in this line of work for years and knew about its unspoken rules. An ordinary housekeeper couldn't possibly command such a high salary. Only those female housekeepers who provided special services to their employers earned that much. Previously, Bai Chen had always adhered to her principles, refusing to take shortcuts. But after her divorce, being a single mother supporting a young daughter and caring for elderly parents, she was struggling. The idea of taking a shortcut had gradually crossed her mind. However, Bai Chen's standards were high. While she met many wealthy clients, most were pot-bellied, greasy middle-aged men who repulsed her. As for young heirs, she encountered few, and even if she did, they wouldn't be interested in a 30-year. Old divorcee like her, not when they were surrounded by young beauties, so she had never acted on that thought. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Jiang Chen's offer excited her, but also made her apprehensive. She had always been a good girl, faithful in marriage and chaste even after divorce. The idea of such an arrangement was shameful to her. What to do? Should she accept? Bai Chen had to admit, Jiang Chen was young, handsome, rich, generous, gentle, kind, Every quality was immensely attractive to her. She also knew that if she missed this chance, she might never get another like it. After a brief hesitation, she glanced quickly at Jiang Chen, bit her lip, her face crimson, and nodded. All right, I can be your personal housekeeper. As she said personal housekeeper, her voice grew softer, her face redder, and her eyes seemed to shimmer. Excellent, Jiang Chen grinned, not noticing her strange expression, unfamiliar with the industry standards and influenced by dramatic television shows where butlers seemed highly paid. He had tentatively offered 100,000. When Bai Chan hesitated, he assumed the salary was too low and raised it to 200,000. To avoid complications, Jiang Chen eagerly took out his phone and transferred 2.4 million yuan to Bai Chan's bank account. Chan, I'm prepaying you a year's salary from now on. You're my person. Hearing this, Bai Chan was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly said, Young Master Jiang, you needn't prepay so much. And the 500,000 I borrowed earlier I must repay you. To her surprise, Jiang Chen waved dismissively. It is fine. I never intended for you to repay it. Since you are my personal housekeeper now, consider that 500,000 an early year-end bonus. Silence fell in the living room. Bai Chen felt a sting in her nose, her eyes welling up. So Jiang Chen never planned to have her repay the money. She was just a divorced woman with a child, older and incomparable to young girls, utterly unworthy of a catch like Jiang Chen. Why did he favor her so? At that moment, a shameless thought sprouted in her mind. Since Jiang Chen is so good to me, I must perform well and strive to satisfy him. Chapter 20. The Spicy Girl Next Door, Phoenix Mountain Villa. Villa number 1, Jiang Chen. Didn't he plan to move in immediately, as he had booked the presidential suite at the Imperial International Hotel for 7 days straight? Over 600,000 for the stay, it would be a waste not to use it. Plus, Bai Chen needed time to hire housemaids, gardeners, cooks, etc. for the villa. So Jiang Chen decided to formally move in 5 days later. Young Master Jiang, shall we return to the hotel now? After agreeing to be his personal housekeeper, Bai Chan's address for him changed from Emer Jiang to Young Master Jiang. Jiang Chen didn't mind. It was just a form of address. If possible, he'd prefer this mature, voluptuous elder sister to call him daddy. There is still time. Let's go to the hospital first. I want to see your daughter. Hearing this, Bai Chen felt somewhat embarrassed, but considering her new role, she hesitated briefly before nodding gently. Vroom, driver, Lao Jiang stepped on the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom sped towards the front gate. However, an incident occurred. Just as the car exited the gate, a bright red sports car sped rapidly from the left. Screech. Lao Jiang reacted quickly, slamming on the brakes and bringing the car to an abrupt halt screech. Fortunately, the sports car driver also braked promptly, stopping just a tenth of a meter from a collision. Click! Before the startled Lao Jiang could recover, the sports car door opened and a spicy-looking young woman jumped out. She appeared about 17 or 18 with a fresh, cute face but an extremely hot figure. She wore a black sleeveless crop top that revealed her delicate shoulders and a slender waist. Her ample bust, at least a 36D, strained against the tight fabric, and her toned abdominal muscles were visible below. She had on black leather hot pants and mid-calf black leather boots, showcasing a pair of long, pale legs that caught the eye. Instantly. A baby face with a killer body fay that was Jiang Chen's first impression. Clip, clop, clip, clop. The young woman stormed over, slapped the driver's window of the Rolls-Royce, and scolded. Hey, how do you drive? Do you know you almost hit me? Lao Jiang wiped sweat from his forehead, turned to Jiang Chen apologetically. Mr. Jiang, my apologies for the trouble. I'll handle this immediately. He quickly got out and began bowing and apologizing profusely to the young woman. He knew better than to offend anyone living in Phoenix Mountain Villa. They were all wealthy or influential. Even if it wasn't his fault, he had to swallow his pride and apologize. But the young woman seemed in a bad mood. Despite Lao Jiang's earnest apologies, she remained confrontational. Tap, tap, tap. She walked over and knocked directly on the rear window of the Rolls-Royce, seemingly aiming to confront Jiang Chen. Damn it! Jiang Chen's temper flared. He cursed under his breath and immediately got out of the car. The young woman was about to unleash a tirade, but upon seeing the incredibly handsome man step out, she froze on the spot. Little girl, my driver has already apologized to you. Besides, the fault wasn't his. What more do you want? Jiang Chen glared at her displeased, deciding that if she uttered one more word, he'd put her over his knee and spank her bottom. If her parents didn't teach her manners, society would. Are you my new neighbor? To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, she didn't continue yelling, but instead looked at him with great interest. Neighbor? Who is your neighbor? Jiang Chen was taken aback, a sense of foreboding arising. The young woman pointed to Villa number 2 nearby. I live there. You live here. Aren't we neighbors? Hey, little girl, since you know I am your neighbor, why did you just angrily scold my driver? Didn't your parents teach you to get along with and help your neighbors? Jiang Chen didn't know what he said wrong, but the young woman's expression, which had just cleared, clouded over again. How my parents teach me is none of your business. She glared angrily at Jiang Chen, crossed her arms, and asked haughtily. I am asking you, what does your family do? How can you afford to live in Villa number 1? Why have I never seen you in the upper-class circles of Zilan City? Jiang Chen was amused by her attitude. Was she interrogating a criminal? Where were her manners? This girl clearly lacked proper upbringing. He discreetly assessed her Porsche 918, and Villa number 2, his mind racing. Clearly all signs pointed to her being a spoiled, arrogant, rich young lady. If he handle this well and offended her, it could mean trouble. But after breaking up with Liu Ruyan, Jiang Chen had learned to stand tall, to be an unyielding man. Bowing to a little girl was out of the question. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? The young woman's voice came again. Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched, a flash of anger in his eyes. Little girl, listen carefully. He clenched his fists, making cracking sounds, and said with a sinister smile, I am the bully of Niyutawan in Silan City, known as the Rainy Night Butcher. The brothers on the streets respect me, call me Butcher Jiang. Little girl, which gang are you from? State your name quickly. Butcher Jiang never kills nameless souls. Perhaps intimidated by Jiang Chen's fierce expression and murderous gaze, the young woman subconsciously stepped back, her face full of shock and a flicker of panic in her eyes. You're a gangster, big boss? Jiang Chen almost laughed out loud. His fabricated identity actually made her believe him. Was she naive or just stupid? But internally amused, he maintained his fierce expression. That is right. I was wielding a cleaver on the streets at 12, unified Newtawan by 18. The blood on my hands is more than the rice you've eaten. Little girl, I advise you not to anger me, or I'll sell you to the Red Romance nightclub, and you'll spend your life. Before he could finish, the young woman screamed, turned, and ran to her Porsche 918. She opened the door, got in, closed it, started the engine, accelerated, and sped away. Under Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, she didn't dare say another word, fleeing the scene at high speed. Chapter 21. Roadside encounter with Robbers Phoenix Mountain Villa, a black Rolls. Royce Phantom slowly drove out of the villa's main gate. Jiang Chen, sitting in the car, was about to pull out his phone to play for a while when he heard Bai Chan Chen's timid questioning voice beside him. Young Master Jiang, are you really in the underworld? Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. He put down his phone and said with a wry smile, Sister Chan Chan, can't you tell I was just scaring that little girl earlier? Whoo! Bai Chan Chan visibly let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen turned to look and saw her patting her chest lightly with her small hand, her previously furrowed brow smoothing out. Young Master Jiang, you sounded so convincing just now. I almost believed it was real. Seeming to notice Jiang Chen's gaze, Bai Chan Chen awkwardly smoothed the hair by her temple, as if trying to hide her embarrassment. Ha! Jiang Chen chuckled lightly and explained, Newtuan is a famous wet market in the old city. I used to buy groceries there often, and haggled fiercely at almost every stall. So the stall owners all call me the big boss of Niyutawan. Upon hearing this, Bai Chan Chan couldn't help but laugh out loud. PFF'd. After laughing for a moment, she asked curiously, What about the Rainy Night Butcher? Is that your nickname too? No. Jiang Chen shook his head and said seriously, There is a butcher named Xiao at the Newtuan market. It always rains when he slaughters pigs, so everyone affectionately calls him the Rainy Night Butcher. I just borrowed his title, didn't expect it to work pretty well. BFFT after his explanation, Bai Chan Chan laughed even harder, louder than before. As she laughed, her ample 36D headlights heaved up and down, trembling slightly. Jiang Chen's gaze was instantly drawn to them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bai Chan Chan laughed and laughed, suddenly noticing something odd about Jiang Chen's expression. After a slight pause, she subconsciously looked down following his gaze, and her pretty face immediately turned bright red. Young Master Jiang Yu! Bai Chan Chan quickly straightened up, but before she could finish her sentence, a sharp screech of brakes sounded in her ears. At the same time, driver Lao Zhang seemed to swerve the steering wheel sharply, and the entire car turned left rapidly. Due to inertia, Bai Chan Chen, her whole body leaned towards Jiang Chen and ended up throwing herself into his arms. What a coincidence. Jiang Chen had subconsciously raised a hand, fingers spread, as if to grab the nearby armrest to steady himself. But Bai Chan Chen had thrown herself into his arms first. Naturally, Jiang Chen missed the armrest. So big Barbie, a Chinese internet slang, implying something is very bouncy and elastic, like a Barbie doll's assets. Not inferior to Su Yao at all. This thought had just flashed through Jiang Chen's mind when the Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a stop. "Mr. Jiang, there seems to have been an accident ahead." Driver Lao Jiang's voice came from the front. At that moment, Bai Chen, like a startled little rabbit, whooshed out of Jiang Chen's arms. She quickly sat back in her seat, lowered her head, and flusteredly straightened her clothes. But Jiang Chen clearly saw that Bai Chen's face was covered in a deep blush, red enough to seem about to drip blood. "So dramatic. I just accidentally gave you a pat. You're a mother. Why are you still blushing and shy like a young girl?" Whoosh. A slight smile tugged at Jiang Chen's lips. He didn't look further at the blushing Bai Chen, but turned to look out the back window. Not looking was one thing. Looking gave him a shock. On the road behind, a bright red Porsche 918 had collided with a silver-gray van. From Jiang Chen's angle, he could clearly see the van's door fly open and a group of masked men jump out. Then, these masked men swarmed forward, surrounding the Porsche 918. That wasn't all. A burly masked man roughly pulled open the Porsche's door, dragged out a very spicy-looking young woman, and started pulling her towards the van. That is right. It was the same spicy young woman who had the conflict with Jiang Chen earlier, and those masked men were clearly robbers. A kidnapping. A young heiress being kidnapped. As this thought crossed Jiang Chen's mind, he saw the masked man grab the young woman by the hair and drag her forcefully towards the van. Just then, the young woman, finding courage from somewhere, suddenly kicked the masked man squarely in the crotch. The man screamed in agony and fell to his knees. Seizing the opportunity, the young woman turned and ran for her life. Perhaps in panic, she stumbled down the slope at the roadside. But a strong will to live made her ignore the pain. She scrambled to her feet and sprinted towards a small wooded area beside the road. Seeing her escape attempt, the masked robbers jumped down from the road and chased after her. Holy crap, is this a movie? Witnessing this dramatic scene, Jiang Chen's first thought was that it must be a film shoot. However, after scanning the area and seeing no cameras, he realized the shocking truth. Damn, this isn't a movie. The spicy young woman was really being kidnapped. Young Master Jiang, should we call the police? Bai Chen had also seen everything. She quickly pulled out her phone, entered the emergency number, but instead of dialing immediately, she first sought Jiang Chen's opinion. "Sister Chan Chen, you call the police. I'm going to check it out." After saying this, Jiang Chen immediately got out of the car and rushed towards the woods where the young woman had fled. Young Master Jiang, don't go. It is dangerous." Bai Chen wanted to stop Jiang Chen, to prevent him from getting involved in this mess. After all, there were 5 masked robbers, all big, burly men, and it was unknown if they were armed. Jiang Chen was alone and unarmed, 1 against 5. How could he possibly win? Wasn't this suicide? But Jiang Chen moved too fast. In almost the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the woods. Seeing this, Bai Chen's heart leaped into her throat. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to driver Lao Jiang and said, "Lao Jiang, you call the police. I'm going after him." With that, ignoring Lao Jiang's attempts to dissuade her, Bai Chen gritted her teeth, jumped down the slope, and ran towards the woods. Driver Lao Jiang. Chapter 22, Pentakill. Don't come any closer. Get away from me. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the woods, he heard the young woman's shouts from ahead. Whoosh! Jiang Chen immediately lightened his footsteps, held his breath, and moved swiftly and silently towards the sound. He circled around a large tree, crouched behind a bush, parted the weeds blocking his view. Finally, Jiang Chen saw the backs of 5 masked men and the young woman they had surrounded. At this moment, the young woman looked utterly disheveled. She was backed against a tree, her clothes torn by branches, several bright red scratches visible on her pale, long legs, facing the encircling robbers. Her face was full of terror. She held a branch in her trembling hand, waving it wildly at the 5 masked men. "Ha ha ha ha! Little beauty, save your energy. Come with us quietly. If you cooperate, we promise not to harm a hair on your head. But if you keep resisting, don't blame us for being ruthless." Listening to the robbers' taunts, the young woman grew paler. Suddenly, as if remembering something, her eyes lit up, and she shouted loudly, "My big brother is the big boss of Niutuan, known as the Rainy Night Butcher. Everyone on the streets calls him Butcher Jiang. Aren't you afraid he'll be furious if you kidnap me? If my big brother gives the order, 100,000 of his men will be here instantly to grind you to dust." Silence. The woods fell utterly quiet. All 5 masked robbers froze on the spot. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, looking at the boastful young woman as if she were an idiot. If not for their masks, their expressions would probably be priceless. Hiding nearby, Jiang Chen was so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole with his toes and bury himself alive. Little spicy sister. Oh, little spicy sister. The title Big Boss of Niutuan might only scare a silly girl like you. In front of these desperados, titles like that are utterly useless. And damn, can you boast? 100,000 men coming instantly to grind them to dust. The entire Niutuan market. Doesn't he even have 100,000 people? Even if I wanted to call for backup, I couldn't find that many contacts in my phone. So embarrassing. I'm too ashamed to even step out and admit, I'm the big boss of Niutuan. You're on your own. Just pretend I was never here. I'll leave quietly, waving my sleeve, not taking a single cloud with me. Ah, a sudden scream interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. He looked towards the sound and saw the lead robber snatch the branch from the young woman's hand and grab her by the throat. At that moment, Jiang Chen's blood boiled. A fight. Jiang Chen loved fighting, but it had been years since his last real fight. He vaguely remembered the last time was in his freshman year of university. One night, walking happily back to campus, he saw a girl being harassed by two drunk men in an alley. Her clothes were torn, revealing sexy lace underwear underneath. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen charged in, fought them fiercely, and knocked both drunkards to the ground. The feeling was incredible. Unfortunately, it was too dark to see the girl's chest clearly. I mean her face, and the girl seemed in a hurry. She just thanked Jiang Chen and left quickly. But Jiang Chen didn't mind. Compared to rescuing a damsel in distress, the fight itself excited him more. As an orphan with no parents, Jiang Chen had fought stray dogs for food as a child. In the orphanage, to avoid being bullied, he was either fighting or on his way to a fight all day long. The gene for violence was carved deep into his bones. One could say Jiang Chen surviving until now was a miracle. Back to the story, having taken the gene potion and learned combat mastery, Jiang Chen was itching for a good fight. Faced with such a perfect opportunity, how could he miss it? Let that girl go! The skies roared as Jiang Chen made his grand entrance. Whoosh! Whoosh! To Jiang Chen's great surprise, the moment he jumped out, the five masked robbers immediately pulled out daggers and pointed them at his head. Awkward, extremely awkward. Jiang Chen wiped cold sweat from his brow and asked weakly, if I said I got the wrong place, would you believe me? Where did this brat come from, daring to ruin our business? Looking for death? The lead robber shouted angrily, raised his dagger, and signaled his companions to attack. The next second, except for the leader, the other four robbers charged at Jiang Chen, daggers thrusting towards him. Whoosh! Almost instinctively, Jiang Chen sidestepped, dodging the first robber's attack. Whoosh! Again instinctively, a chop from Jiang Chen's hand landed on the back of the robber's neck, knocking him out cold. Immediately, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Jiang Chen bent over, narrowly avoiding the second robber's attack. Thump. Without hesitation after bending over, Jiang Chen swept his leg out, taking the second robber's feet out from under him. Wham! Before the third and fourth robbers could get close, Jiang Chen decisively kicked out with a whip kick, squarely hitting the second robber's face. A woo. The second robber screamed, was sent flying by the kick, and landed heavily some distance away. Unconscious double kill. Jiang Chen had achieved a beautiful double kill. It must be said, Jiang Chen's movements were incredibly fast. Only now did the third and fourth robbers reach Jiang Chen, both thrusting their daggers, one at his head, the other at his stomach. Whoosh! Jiang Chen did a backflip, dodging the dagger aimed at his head, and simultaneously executed a reverse hook kick, knocking away the dagger aimed at his stomach. Landing Jiang Chen gave them no time to recover. He jumped straight up, spun 360 degrees in the air, and delivered a powerful sweeping kick that connected with each robber's face in turn. Thwack, thwack. Both robbers spat blood, spun 720 degrees on the spot, and collapsed heavily. Triple kill. Quadra kill. In mere seconds, Jiang Chen had achieved a magnificent quadra kill, but the pentakill was within reach. How could Jiang Chen miss such a golden opportunity? Whoosh! While the lead robber was still stunned, Jiang Chen moved with lightning speed, appearing right in front of him in an instant. Right hook. Bam. Jiang Chen's fist slammed into the robber leader's left cheek, distorting his face. In slow motion, one could see the leader's mouth fly open, two teeth flying out and his jaw dislocating. Then, the leader was sent flying sideways. Thud. After a heavy thud, the leader hit the ground hard, completely unconscious. Pentakill. Jiang Chen had finally achieved his wish. A stunning pentakill. He raised his head proudly, his eyes cold and aloof, looking down on everything as if he had the entire King's Canyon under his feet. One word, absolutely exhilarating, Chapter 23. Butcher Brother Don T. Run Away, The Small Grove. A breeze rustled the leaves. Jiang Chen glanced at the 5 robbers lying on the ground, confirming they were all unconscious, then turned to the spicy young woman. At that moment, the young woman stood frozen in place, her eyes wide, mouth agape, staring dumbfounded at Jiang Chen, her face a picture of utter astonishment. Little girl, if you encounter bad guys in the future, don't use my name. Brother has many enemies out there. If you meet one of them, using my name will only get you in trouble. Understand? Jiang Chen put on a stern act, scolding the young woman, then prepared to leave. However, as soon as he turned, he saw a mature, voluptuous woman standing under a tree not far ahead. Her eyes were wide, mouth open, staring dumbly at Jiang Chen, her expression identical to the young woman's.
Sister Qian, why are you here too? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, then walked up to Bai Qian, waving a hand in front of her eyes. Only then did Bai Qian snap out of her shock.
Young Master Jiang, your skills are incredible. Bai Qian first looked at the 5 robbers on the ground, then at the relaxed Jiang Chen. A blush spread across her cheeks, and a look of admiration flashed in her beautiful eyes. Just a few petty thieves, this young master could crush them with one finger. Jiang Chen couldn't resist showing off a bit. He had to. The way Bai Qian was looking at him was practically dripping with admiration. If he didn't show off now, when would he? A man who doesn't show off, can he even be called a man? Butcher brother. Wait for me. Seeing Jiang Chen and Bai Qian about to leave the grove, the young woman finally snapped out of her daze. Tap, tap, tap. She ran up, grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, and gasped for breath. Butcher brother, thank you for saving me earlier at Phoenix Mountain Villa. I'm sorry, though. Her words were broken. Jiang Chen understood. She was thanking him and apologizing. All right, apology accepted. If you're fine, hurry home. If another group of kidnappers shows up, I won't save you again. Jiang Chen didn't want to get too involved with this rich young lady, getting kidnapped just by going out. Who knew how many enemies her family had? Though he had the lottery system, Jiang Chen just wanted to lie low, live idly, and enjoy life. Getting involved with her would surely bring trouble. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he disliked hassle. So after saying this, he turned and left without giving her a second glance. The young woman, a few minutes later. Back in the car, Jiang Chen didn't tell the driver to leave immediately. He sat quietly, watching the road behind through the rearview mirror. The young woman had returned to the road. She took a phone from the passenger seat of her Porsche 918 and made a quick call soon. The roar of approaching cars grew louder. Jiang Chen saw over a dozen black cars speeding down the road towards Phoenix Mountain Villa. Screech! 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 The cars stopped by the roadside. Doors opened, and a group of suited bodyguards jumped out. Young mistress, are you all right? Ah, young mistress, you're hurt. Damn it. Where are the kidnappers? How dare they touch our young mistress? I'll kill them. Seeing this, Jiang Chen knew she was safe. Lao Zhang, let's go. Head to City First People's Hospital. Right away. The driver started the car and sped off. The young woman watched the retreating taillights of the Rolls. Royce, her eyes moistening. Was Butcher Brother worried about my safety? He didn't leave until my bodyguards arrived. Though he seemed fierce on the outside, he had a gentle heart. And Butcher Brother is so handsome, pity. I don't even know his name. But it is fine. I memorized his license plate. I'll have someone check it and find out. Hehe, Butcher Brother, you think you can get away? Remember, we're neighbors. We're bound to meet again. An hour later, City First People's Hospital. Jiang Chen saw Bai Chen's daughter in a standard ward. On the way, he learned her name was Bai Rui, nicknamed Xin. Xin was adorable, especially her large, watery eyes like the purest spring in the world. But lying in bed, she was pale, weak, and haggard, clearly suffering. An elderly couple stood by the bed, Bai Qian's parents. Mom. When Xin saw Bai Qian, her eyes lit up, and she reached out. Bai Qian hurried over, carefully picked up her daughter, her eyes reddening. Mom, who is this uncle? Xin noticed Jiang Chen holding 2 fruit baskets. Bai Qian wiped her tears and introduced Jiang Chen as her boss, who had advanced her a year's salary and bonus for Xin's treatment. Hearing this, her parents nearly knelt in gratitude. Xin blinked her cute eyes and sweetly said, "Thank you, uncle." Jiang Chen smiled, patted her head, and peeled an apple for her. He was about to stay and play when his phone rang. Incoming call, Baby Yao. Yao Jiang Chen was stunned. Since when did he have a baby Yao Yao in his contacts? Did Su Yao change it secretly, hello? He stepped out, answering with a frown. Husband, Su Yao's affected voice came through. You little minx? Did you take my phone and change your name last night? Oh, husband, it is just a name. Don't be so stingy. You fine, but no next time. I knew you'd spoil me. Hehe. Jiang Chen shook his head, amused. What is it? Why are you calling? Su Yao lowered her voice mysteriously. Husband, when are you coming back? I have a surprise for you. What surprise? If I tell you, it won't be a surprise. Just come back. I promise you'll love it. All right, I am on my way. Husband, I'll be waiting. Mwah. Chapter 24. The surprise prepared by Su Yao. After hanging up, Jiang Chen didn't leave. He went to the nurse. S station and the billing office moved Xing Xin to a better room and prepaid the fees. Without telling Bai Qian, he went to the parking lot and got into the rolls. Royce, he intended to leave quietly, giving Bai Qian time with Xing Xin. But as the car started, Bai Qian appeared and stopped it. Click! She opened the door expressionlessly and got in beside Jiang Chen. Lao Jiang, please put up the partition. I need to talk to young Master Jiang privately. The driver complied, isolating the front and rear seats. Room. The car pulled away. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Qian. Sister Chen, what is this about? Whoosh! To his surprise, she hugged him tightly, sobbing. Sniff, Jiang Chen, thank you. I didn't know what I'd do without you. Seeing her tears, smelling her fragrance, feeling her tremble, Jiang Chen held her, patting her back gently. Don't cry. Everything will be fine. With modern medicine, they'll cure Xing Xin. Don't worry, she'll be okay. His soothing words calmed her, but the atmosphere grew ambiguous. Jiang Chen kept holding her. Bai Qian stayed in his arms, her face flushed, eyes shy. Looking at the bashful woman, Jiang Chen lifted a hand. Swish! Bai Qian froze, her neck turning red. But she didn't push him away. Instead, she leaned her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes nervously. Silence. Neither spoke, as if by mutual agreement. About 40 minutes later, they arrived at the hotel. As the car entered the underground parking, Bai Qian whispered, Young Master Jiang, we re-here? Okay. Jiang Chen nodded, removing his hand. Whoosh! Bai Qian sat up, blushing, and straightened her clothes. Jiang Chen chuckled. Sister Qian, you have a great figure. Swish! Her face and ears turned bright red. Taske, a mother, yet shy as a girl. How charming. At the presidential suite door, Bai Qian, seeming guilty, hurried off after a quick goodbye. Click Jiang Chen entered to find the living room strewn with rose petals, a large heart made of candles in the center, surrounded by gift bags. Surprise! Su Yao appeared, tossing petals in the air, then hugging him. What? She kissed his cheek, stepped back, and twirled. Husband, don't I look pretty? Jiang Chen's eyes swept over her. What a vixen, utterly seductive. She wore a burgundy slip dress that hugged her curves, backless and sexy. Her wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her makeup was exquisite and alluring, highlighting her innate charm. A set of pigeon. Blood ruby jewelry made her look radiant. Red high heels added to the temptation. Little minx. Is this the surprise? Jiang Chen pulled her close and kissed her passionately. They embraced for 10 minutes before parting breathless. Husband, come see the gifts I bought you. Su Yao led him to the heart-shaped arrangement, pointing at the bags eagerly. Heh? Jiang Chen humored her, opening the gifts. There were suits, shirts, shoes, ties, casual wear, sportswear, all expensive brands. Everything fit perfectly. She must have measured him secretly. Husband, I also bought you a phone. Look. She presented an unopened Huawei Mate 40 Pro limited edition, priced at $42,800. A model with only 16 units nationwide. She must have gone through great lengths to get it. Yao, I love the gifts. Jiang Chen used her pet name sincerely. Not little minx. Su Yao froze, her eyelashes fluttering, then smiled beautifully. Husband, I have an even bigger surprise. She hugged his waist mysteriously. Really? Another one? Jiang Chen feigned anticipation. Clap, clap, Su Yao called towards the bedroom. Man, come out. Click, the door opened. A stunning beauty emerged, biting her lip shyly. Jiang Chen. Chapter 25. The mother Tyrannosaurus of the Seven Fairies, Jiang Chen. Long time no see. The beauty who emerged from the bedroom made Jiang Chen's eyes light up. Her hair, black as satin, was casually tied into a bun. 2 strands framed her face, gently brushing against her cheeks in the breeze, adding a touch of alluring charm. She had an oval face, willow, leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes that sparkled like peach blossoms, captivating with every glance. Her red lips were coated with a nude lip gloss, appearing mature and moist, exuding a tempting aura. She wore a black spaghetti strap mini dress, revealing her elegant, crystalline neck, sexy and enchanting collarbones, and rounded, fair shoulders. Her full, ample bust created a deep cleavage, seemingly no less impressive than Su Yao's. Her fair skin seemed carved from mutton. Fat jade, below her slender willow. Like waist were a pair of enchanting legs sheathed in black stockings, and she wore a pair of shiny black high heels. In short, her entire outfit exuded the charm and grace of an older sister. However, Jiang Chen took a frightened step back, staring at the beauty with an incredulous look and exclaiming, "Holy crap, you're the mother Tyrannosaurus, Zhao Shimen?" Silence. The living room fell utterly quiet. A clear flash of embarrassment crossed Zhao Shimen's face, and her gaze towards Jiang Chen filled with resentment. She pursed her lips about to say something, but Jiang Chen cut in first. "Zhao Shimen. I have some private matters to discuss with Su Yao. Could you please wait a moment?" After saying this, he immediately pulled Su Yao into the adjacent bedroom and slammed the door shut. Zhao Shimen. Inside the room, Jiang Chen turned to Su Yao with a serious face. But before he could speak, Su Yao asked with a giggle, "Husband, I brought Man back for you," surprised, shocked. Drip, a drop of cold sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's temple. He pressed his lips together, managing a wry smile. "I thought the person you brought back might be the seductive dance queen Yu Lily, the naive Tang Ru, the little green tea Liu Li, or even the ice block Lin Qing Shu. But I never ever expected you to bring back the mother Tyrannosaurus Zhao Shimen." Hearing this, Su Yao suddenly couldn't hold back a PFFT. Of laughter, she pinched Jiang Chen and rolled her eyes. "Husband, why did you give my friends such awful nicknames?" "Am I wrong?" Jiang Chen frowned, explaining. Yu Lily was the department flower of the dance department. After graduation, she became a live streamer, dancing the train shake every day in her streams. If she is not a seductive dance queen, what is she? That fool Tang Ru, copying others by having an online relationship, thinking her online boyfriend was a rich second generation. She ended up being scammed out of tens of thousands without even meeting him. Isn't she a pig? That gold. Digger Liu Li always pooling money with a bunch of fake socialites for everything. Even sharing a pair of Balenciaga stockings, trying to build herself into a socialite to seduce rich second generations. If she is not a green tea, what is she? And that Lin Qing always with a cold face, an unapproachable expression. Sometimes I wonder if she has androphobia, or is she actually a lesbian? Lesbian Lily, slang for lesbian. Now, about this Zhao Shimen, the president of our Silan University Martial Arts Club. She hits people at the drop of a hat. The number of male students she has beaten up must be at least 1,000, if not 800. If she is not a mother Tyrannosaurus, what is she? As he spoke, a strange expression crossed Jiang Chen's face, as if recalling some painful memory, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. "Husband, I remember. You were beaten up by Zhao Shimen, too. You're not still holding a grudge, are you?" The moment Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen's face changed dramatically. He glared. "What do you mean I was beaten by Zhao Shimen? I was going easy on her. A real man doesn't fight a woman. If I really fought, I could take her down with one hand." "Really?" Su Yao looked at Jiang Chen doubtfully, then hugged him actively, patting his back gently. "Husband, you suffered back then." PFFT, Jiang Chen nearly spat blood. The scene from back then involuntarily surfaced in his mind. It was a clear morning. But this world is not at peace. Even in times of peace, there are turbulent winds. In his freshman year, Jiang Chen fell for Liu Rian at first sight. To win the goddess over, he bought her breakfast every morning. That day, just as Jiang Chen arrived at the girls' dormitory with breakfast, a sexy lace bra suddenly fell from above. Coincidentally, it landed right on Jiang Chen's head. You know, getting hit on the head by underwear means long-lasting bad luck. Furious, Jiang Chen grabbed the bra and started yelling curses at the dormitory. Then, the mother Tyrannosaurus, Zhao Shimen, stormed down. Seeing Jiang Chen holding her bra, looking aggressive, Zhao Shimen mistook him for a bra thief. Then, Jiang Chen versus Zhao Shimen. First round, Jiang Chen was thrown to the ground with a single shoulder throw by Zhao Shimen. Immediately after, Zhao Shimen went all out, pummeling Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen swore, having fought since childhood. That was the first time he lost to a girl, a crushing defeat, utterly defenseless. Fortunately, some female witnesses ran over and explained, proving Jiang Chen wasn't a thief. It was all a misunderstanding. Realizing her mistake, Zhao Shimen sincerely apologized and offered to pay for medical expenses. Damn it. Was it about the medical fees? Her mentioning the fees made Jiang Chen feel like a violated young girl. Wronged, angry, resentful, unwilling. He even felt like dying humiliation. Utter humiliation. It was a pain Jiang Chen buried deep in his heart, forever indelible. Now, seeing Zhao Shimen again, That buried memory instantly resurfaced, hence his intense reaction. The nickname, Mother Tyrannosaurus, was well deserved. Zhao Shimin was a violent woman with big breasts, but no brains. By the way, husband, since they all have nicknames, what nickname did you give me? Su Yao's question interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. Without thinking, he blurted out, Saucy Vixen. Ah? Su Yao was momentarily stunned, let go of Jiang Chen, stared straight into his eyes, and soon anger flashed across her face. Why call me a saucy vixen? Where am I saucy? Did I seduce your uncle or climb into your dad's bed? Or you look like a fox spirit. You share a surname with Sudaji, King Zhou's concubine, and you're always flaunting yourself, so, Jiang Chen, why don't you go die? Heh? I was just joking. Can't you take a joke? I'm angry. Stay angry, you think you can rebel? Chapter 26. Let us fight first in the room. Su Yao, fuming, hugged Jiang Chen and bit his shoulder. Perhaps worried about hurting him, she didn't bite hard, just a symbolic gesture to express her displeasure. Seemingly remembering something, Su Yao let go and asked, Husband, what nickname did you give Lu Ruyan then? Jiang Chen pinched Su Yao's cheek, smiling insincerely. At first, I didn't give her one. Later, I gave her one little dragon girl. I knew it back then. You only had eyes for Liu Ruyan. Even the nickname is so nice. Su Yao glared jealously, clearly unhappy with Jiang Chen's double standard. Ha! Jiang Chen chuckled, ignoring her jealous look. I gave Yang Fan a nickname too. Their nicknames pair well together. Really? Su Yao was intrigued. Husband, what nickname did you give Yang Fan? Yin Jiping. The moment Jiang Chen said it, Su Yao froze. Then she burst out laughing, hugging Jiang Chen. Husband, you're hilarious. Little dragon girl and Yin Jiping. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Su Yao had a broad mind. When she laughed, her chest heaved up and down, trembling impressively. It was summer. Their clothes were thin, hugging tightly. Sparks flew quickly. However, Jiang Chen still had questions. Before Su Yao played with fire, he asked, Yao Yao? From what I recall, Zhao Shimin isn't a gold digger. How did you manage to trick her into coming? Hearing this, Su Yao stopped laughing. She pouted, full of disdain. Husband, today I went shopping with my friends and sounded them out. Do you know how they reacted? How? Jiang Chen blinked, curious. Hemph, Su Yao snorted. I asked them directly, who wants to be your little wife? I'll give her 5 million. Wait, Jiang Chen interrupted, stunned. I give you 10 million. You give them 5 million, just like that. You pocket 5 million. You are quite the smooth middleman. Ah, husband, Don T mind the details. Su Yao resorted to acting cute, hugging and shaking him. We look at the result. Didn't I bring back a beauty for you? Smack. Jiang Chen slapped her rear lightly, managing a laugh. There are 7 fairies of Zilin University, and you only brought back 1, and you have the nerve to claim credit. That is what makes me angry. Su Yao bit her lip, fuming. Those little minxes, their eyes lit up at the mention of 5 million. But Lily, Ruru, Lily, and Qingshu all pretended to be high and mighty. Only Man agreed on the spot, so I brought her back. The others, I plan to let them stew. After all these years as friends, don't I know what they're like? Sooner or later, they'll come begging to me, crying and pleading. Hemp drip. Another cold sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's temple. He thought for a moment and asked, Is Zhao Shimin short on money lately? She sold herself for 5 million just like that. Su Yao was slightly taken aback. Husband, didn't you know something happened to Man's family? What happened? Her parents owned a supermarket, right? Last year, it caught fire. Almost all the goods were destroyed. Her family ended up deep in debt. Later, to pay off the debt, Man worked as a coach at a gym, but she encountered a lecherous client who harassed her and wanted her to be his mistress. Enraged, Man beat him up and sent him to the hospital. That landed her with another hefty debt. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's puzzlement was resolved. Putting aside the violence factor, he had to admit Zhao Shimin was a rare beauty. Take her, or not. Was that even a question? Teachers taught us to be helpful and kind. Since Zhao Shimin was in trouble, and Jiang Chen had the means to help, why stand by, as the saying goes? Rescuing damsels in distress from deep water and scorching fire is our bounden duty. According to Dragon Country law, any woman over 18 is referred to as a woman. Click. Jiang Chen opened the bedroom door and walked out. Holding Su Yao's hand, Zhao Shimin stood quietly in the living room. She held the hem of her dress, her face slightly flushed, eyes darting nervously, clearly tense. Zhao Shimin, I want to fight you. Jiang Chen's words stunned not only Zhao Shimin but also Su Yao. What? Zhao Shimin looked up, bewildered, as if doubting her ears. If you win, I'll give you 5 million. I won. To force you to be my lover. You can leave any time, no questions asked. Jiang Chen had wanted to beat up Zhao Shimin for ages. Now, this little minx delivered herself to his doorstep. If not now, when, and if I lose, though confident in her skills, Zhao Shimin asks cautiously, if you lose, I'll still give you 5 million. But from then on, you must obediently be my little lover and call me daddy. Jiang Chen wore shamelessness on his face like a badge. A tree without bark dies inevitably. A man without shame is invincible. You Zhao Shimin's willow. Like eyebrows shot up. She was about to erupt, but then remembered her situation and deflated like a balloon. So want to fight? Jiang Chen looked at her with a mocking smile, confident. Fine, I accept. After a brief hesitation, Zhao Shimin gave Jiang Chen a strange look and agreed win. 5 million lose, also 5 million fight. And get money. Don T fight. Get nothing. She had no choice. Besides, she came to latch onto Jiang Chen. Now she had a chance to get money without sacrificing her body. How could she refuse? But Zhao Shimin had her doubts. She knew Jiang Chen's fighting ability all too well. Back then, she used only 30% of her power and wiped the floor with him. Even if he had trained secretly over the years, she had been training too, improving rapidly. So, she didn't think Jiang Chen could beat her. Should she go easy on him later? If she hurt him badly, Yao Yao would definitely cause a scene. For Yao Yao's sake, I'll hold back a bit. Try not to hit his face. Chapter 27. Jiang Chen vs. Zhao Shimin Imperial International Hotel. Fitness Center. Boxing Room. Since few hotel guests used the boxing room, the equipment was almost brand new. Jiang Chen, now in a tracksuit, warmed up briefly and then climbed into the boxing ring. Whoosh! To his slight surprise, Zhao Shimin placed a hand on the edge of the ring, executed a neat front flip over the ropes, and landed lightly on the canvas. Holy crap! This woman, still showing off even now. Just wait till Daddy gets serious. I'll make you cry. Jiang Chen stood casually on the ring, squinting as he looked Zhao Shimin up and down. He had to admit, her figure was really something. She wore a black sports bra, revealing rounded shoulders, delicate collarbones, prominent headlights, a slender willow-like waist, and well-defined abs. Below were gray yoga pants, an extremely full rear, a flat stomach without a trace of fat, plump and athletic thighs and slender calves. Whoosh! While Jiang Chen was still admiring her figure, Zhao Shimin, without any warning, launched an attack. She used a small grappling move aimed at Jiang Chen's shoulder, but before her hand reached him, her right leg suddenly shot out in a whip kick aimed at his lower body. A faint misdirection, a fake move, trying to play daddy? Heh, such a player. Whoosh! Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, sank into a solid horse stance, ignored the incoming kick, and threw a heavy punch straight at Zhao Shimin's chest. Facing Jiang Chen's shameless tactic, Zhao Shimin was pleased rather than alarmed. Ha! With a sharp cry, she crossed her arms in front of her, also ignoring Jiang Chen's punch, and put more force into her whip kick, seemingly trying to knock him down in one move. Their styles were strikingly similar. Both abandoned defense, focusing purely on offense, each aiming to KO the other with one move. Moreover, both were quite arrogant. Before the outcome was decided, smug smiles appeared on both their faces. Thump, thump. Two dull thuds sounded almost simultaneously. Jiang Chen's fist landed heavily on Zhao Shimin's forearm, while her whip kick connected hard with his shin. However, a look of astonishment flashed across Zhao Shimin's face. It felt like she had kicked an iron plate. Not only did it not budge Jiang Chen, but a powerful recoil shot up her leg. Furthermore, the punch on her forearm carried immense force, sending her flying backward, and that wasn't all. As Zhao Shimin was still in midair, Jiang Chen, as if predicting this, instantly dashed forward and used a large grappling technique to grab at her shoulder. Ha! Startled and panicked, Zhao Shimin quickly performed a backflip, barely avoiding Jiang Chen's grasp. But how could Jiang Chen let her off so easily? After taking the gene potion, Jiang Chen was reborn, his physical fitness far beyond human limits. How could a mere Zhao Shimin escape his clutches? Whoosh! Jiang Chen bent his knees slightly, pushed off hard, and shot towards Zhao Shimin like a bullet. At that moment, Zhao Shimin's face finally changed dramatically. Jiang Chen's strength, speed, reactions, defense, and attack power all far exceeded her expectations. She never dreamed the boy she once dominated could become a martial arts expert. She now feared. How did this happen? Why did Jiang Chen improve so fast? It is not scientific. In that split second, Zhao Shimin gritted her teeth, twisted her body in midair, and launched another whip kick. this time aiming upward fiercely at Jiang Chen's crotch. She had no choice. If Jiang Chen got close, with his terrifying strength once he grappled her, she would definitely lose. Holy crap, Zhao Shimin. You dare use the no sons, no grandsons kick on daddy? Jiang Chen seemed startled, cursing. He abruptly halted his advance, then sucked in his stomach and stuck out his butt. From the side, his body formed a large C shape, narrowly avoiding Zhao Shimin's toes. Hearing Jiang Chen's curses, Zhao Shimin's face flushed. However, this was a fight. Any move that led to victory was a good move. Ha! Zhao Shimin was ruthless. Seeing Jiang Chen dodge, she increased the force of her kick, swinging it towards his chin instead. If I can't hit below, I'll hit above. Surely you can't defend both at once. Hempi! Let's see you dodge this yet. The next moment, Zhao Shimin was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen exhaled sharply, thrust his waist forward, and jerked his head back. From the side, his body shifted from a C to a shape in an instant. The move looked familiar. After all, Jiang Chen had practiced it countless times in bed. Whoosh! Zhao Shimin's toes whisked past Jiang Chen's nose. The gust of wind from the kick tousled his hair and ignited his anger. Damn it! If the tiger doesn't roar, you think I'm a sick cat. Whoosh! After dodging, Jiang Chen seized the moment her move was spent, took a large step forward, closing the distance to 0. Simultaneously, his left hand shot out, grabbing Zhao Shimin's raised right leg firmly by the ankle. Silence. The ring fell quiet. Zhao Shimin stood on her left foot, right leg held high in a vertical split, leaning entirely against Jiang Chen. Su Yao and Bai Chan, watching from below, were stunned. They never expected the fight to result in such a creative pose. What are you doing? Can't you be a bit more careful? This pose is indecent. You, let me go. Suddenly, Zhao Shimin cried out, blushing fiercely. Why should I? Jiang Chen not only didn't he let go, but lifted her ankle higher, maintaining the perfect 180-degree split. You pervert. Hey, who is the pervert? Who used the no sons, no grandsons kick just now? You are the pervert. I had no choice. Huh? Well, now I have no choice too. Chapter 28. Wholehearted submission on the ring. The furious Zhao Shimin launched another attack. Though her right leg was held high, she lifted her left leg and swung it hard at Jiang Chen's head. Whoosh! Jiang Chen seemed to have predicted this. He quickly raised his right arm, blocking the attack solidly. Ha! Zhao Shimin cried out again, wrapping her left leg around Jiang Chen's neck. At the same time, she swiftly reached out with both hands, clasped his head, and hoisted herself onto his shoulders. That is right! Zhao Shimin was now sitting on Jiang Chen's shoulders, facing him. Instinctively, Jiang Chen released her right foot and grabbed her waist with both hands, trying to pull her down. But once her left foot was free, it immediately wrapped around, locking both feet firmly around Jiang Chen's neck. Silence. The scene was utterly quiet. Su Yao and Bai Chan, watching from below, stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, their faces a mix of shock and bewilderment. What is going on? Weren't you supposed to be careful? Why are you getting even more outrageous? Jiang Chen, locked in place, instinctively took a deep breath but was nearly overwhelmed by a strong feminine scent ocean. So much water, steed 4 legs, beauty. So beautiful, and below the nose a mouth. Ha! Carrying Zhao Shimin. Jiang Chen strode to the edge of the ring, bent his knees, and jumped onto the ropes. Then, under the astonished gazes of Su Yao and Bai Chen, Jiang Chen used the ropes as spring, leaped high into the air, and, headfirst, feet up, slammed down towards the canvas with Zhao Shimin. Ah! Ah! Su Yao and Bai Chan screamed in alarm. Jiang Chen had jumped so high, if they hit the canvas, Zhao Shimin could be seriously injured, or even killed. Of course, Zhao Shimin also realized the danger. As they were about to hit, she quickly released her legs and kicked off Jiang Chen's shoulders. Whoosh! Using the recoil, she broke free and leaped to the other side of the ring. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have predicted this too. Landing, he pushed off the canvas with his hands, executed a front flip, and pounced towards Zhao Shimin. Thud! Just as Zhao Shimin's feet touched the canvas, a powerful figure appeared behind her. Jiang Chen. He was here. He raised his right foot and planted his size 45 sole firmly on Zhao Shimin's rear. Ah! Zhao Shimin cried out, lost her balance, and fell face, first onto the canvas in a dog, eating dirt pose. And that wasn't all. After kicking her flying, Jiang Chen immediately pounced, sitting squarely on her back. Zhao Shimin, you lost. Call me daddy. A smirk played on Jiang Chen's lips as he raised his hand and delivered a sharp smack to her rear. Smack. The crisp sound echoed. Zhao Shimin froze. Then, her face turned bright red. Night fell. Imperial International Hotel. Top floor rotating restaurant. Jiang Chen ordered another table of expensive seafood and opened a bottle of wine worth 300,000. Click, click, click. To his slight surprise, not only Su Yao but also Zhao Shimin took out their phones. Both women took frantic photos, edited them, and posted them on their social media moments. Soon, their phones chimed simultaneously with WeChat notifications. The Seven Fairies group chat exploded again. You, Lily, Fei Su, Yao, Yao, Yao. Did you really trick Man into being Jiang Chen? His little wife, Luli, Fei Xiao Shimin? Man, did Yao Yao really give you 5 million? Tang Ru, Fei Su, Yao, Yao, Yao. Please support me. Lin Qingshu, Fei Su Yao, Fei Zhao Shimin. Are young people these days this wild? My worldview is shattered. Looking at the messages, Su Yao remained calm. But Zhao Shimin felt her cheeks burn. She never dreamed she'd become someone's little wife, and worse, that she'd be the one who offered herself. But just moments ago, Jiang Chen and Su Yao had each transferred 5 million to her. Seeing the 10 million balance in her bank account, Zhao Shimin, as conflicted heart, suddenly felt at ease. So what if I am a little wife since ancient times? The wife is never as favored as the concubine. Husbands dote more on their little wives. Besides, with this 10 million, her parents could pay off their debts and even open a bigger supermarket. They could enjoy their retirement without financial worries. As for love, Zhao Shimin was pragmatic. Whether a man loves you or not isn't important. As long as he is willing to spend money on you, that is enough. Moreover, Jiang Chen was handsome, incredibly skilled, rich, and generous to women. Such an excellent man was the perfect lover in her eyes. Tap, tap, tap. Stealing a glance at Jiang Chen across the table, her face flushed. Zhao Shimin quickly typed a message in the group chat. Zhao Shimin, it wasn't until today that I realized Jiang Chen is full of shining qualities. I am content to be his lover. Su Yao Xiao Shimin, call me sister. Zhao Shimin, Fei Su Yao sister. Su Yao. Ah, good little sister. Big sister will take care of you from now on. Zhao Shimin, thank you, sister. After this exchange, the group chat was flooded with holy crap messages. Seemingly to show off her boyfriend, Su Yao posted the video of Jiang Chen and Zhao Shimin's fight in the group. Minutes later, the group chat exploded again. You Lily, wow. Is this the same Jiang Chen I knew? Lu Li, when did Jiang Chen become so strong? Tang Ru. No wonder Man submitted wholeheartedly. She was beaten into submission. Lin Qingshu, Jiang Chen has changed so much. I almost didn't recognize him. You Lily. Honestly, Jiang Chen looked really handsome fighting in the ring. Liu Li Fei Yu Lily. Lily, are you getting interested? You Lily Fei Li Yu Li. Don't talk nonsense. I just appreciate him. That is all. Liu Li pretending. Tang Ru keep pretending. Lin Qingshu continue pretending. You Lily, you Liu Li, haha. Tang Ru, haha. +1. Lin Qingshu. Haha. +2. Chapter 29. The irritated Liu Ruyan, the city night, with its dim lights. In a rented room, less than 20 square meters, Liu Ruyan, having just showered, walked out of the bathroom while drying her semi-damp hair. At this moment, she wore only a sexy lace nightgown. Her delicate shoulders, exquisite collarbones, long legs, and a large expanse of snow-white skin on her chest were all exposed to the air. Whoosh! Liu Ruyan sat on the edge of the bed, her extremely full hip lines immediately accentuated by the lace nightgown. Whoosh! Yang Fan, who had been lying on the bed, immediately turned over, sat up, quickly moved closer, and hugged Liu Ruyan tightly from behind. Ruyan, you smell so good. Yang Fan buried his face in the crook of Liu Ruyan's neck, sniffing hard, his face showing greed and intoxication. Don't touch me, you're all sweaty. Go take a shower quickly. Liu Ruyan frowned, immediately pushed Yang Fan away, a trace of disgust flashing in her eyes. Okay, I'll go shower right now. Yang Fan smiled awkwardly, jumped off the bed, and hurriedly rushed into the bathroom. As the bathroom door closed and the sound of the shower soon followed, the look of disgust on Liu Ruyan's face seemed to intensify. This cramped, narrow rented room was dark, damp, with old furniture, mold stains on the walls, and even Yang Fan's smelly socks and dirty shorts thrown around on the bed and sofa. This was completely different from what Liu Ruyan had imagined. She thought that since Yang Fan was an executive at a large company and a returnee, he should live in a relatively upscale neighborhood. But the place Yang Fan lived in now wasn't even as good as the shabby courtyard Jiang Chen used to rent. According to Yang Fan, he had just returned to the country and hadn't found a suitable place to live yet, so he rented this apartment temporarily. However, Yang Fan had promised, pounding his chest, that he would terminate the lease for this small place tomorrow, and rent a larger apartment in an upscale neighborhood. That is why Liu Ruyan was temporarily tolerating it. Whoosh! Liu Ruyan lay down on the bed, picked up her phone, and opened WeChat. She hadn't looked for a while, and was shocked to see how lively the Guimi Trin Gu Fei and Fei Q Fen close female friends group chat was. There were over 200 unread messages in the chat box. Swish! Swish! Liu Ruyan quickly scrolled up. It took several minutes to reach the first message Yu Lily sent earlier that evening. Then, Liu Ruyan read the unread messages one by one carefully. However, it didn't take long for Liu Ruyan's face to darken. She never expected that Zhao Shimin would stoop so low, actively throw herself at Jiang Chen, and become his mistress. Even more! Photos of Zhao Shimin with Su Yao, photos of Zhao Shimin with Jiang Chen, and a group photo of Jiang Chen with his arms around both were boldly posted in the group chat. The three of them looked quite harmonious. Swish, swish, swish. Liu Ruyan quickly exited, checked Su Yao's moments, then Zhao Shimin's moments, and the result, she was disgusted again. Both Su Yao and Zhao Shimin were showing off on their moments. The seafood feast they ate tonight, the expensive red wine they drank, the presidential suite they stayed in. What made Liu Ruyan most envious and jealous was Su Yao posting the screenshot of Jiang Chen's transfer to her, a full 10 million. Zhao Shimin posted the screenshots of transfers from both Yu Yao and Jiang Chen, 2 transfers of 5 million each, another 10 million total. It was at this moment that Liu Ruyan suddenly realized she had vastly underestimated Jiang Chen's wealth. Casually transferring 5 million or 10 million, even Su Yao, who had just gotten together with Jiang Chen, could casually transfer 5 million. Just how much inheritance did Jiang Chen receive? How much money does he have now? How can he be so generous to Su Yao and Zhao Shimin? Why isn't there a share of this immense wealth for me? Smack fuming. Liu Ruyan turned off her phone, tossed it aside, lay on the bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling. Click! Just then, the bathroom door opened. Yang Fan, wearing not a single piece of clothing, rushed out eagerly. Whoosh! Yang Fan quickly climbed onto the bed, hugged Liu Ruyan, and without a word, tried to kiss her red lips. What are you doing? Liu Ruyan pushed Yang Fan away sharply, her face very cold. I'm tired today. I don't want to. After saying this, Liu Ruyan turned on her side, not looking at Yang Fan, leaving him with a cold back. Ruyan! The unwilling Yang Fan gritted his teeth and tried to touch Liu Ruyan's shoulder, but he was met with a scolding from Liu Ruyan. Yang Fan, I told you, I'm very tired today. Can't you be considerate? Do you have to force me to do something I don't want to do? You weren't like this before. You never forced me before. Why have you become like this now? Hearing Liu Ruyan's extremely impatient voice, Yang Fan's face turned red, then white, utterly embarrassed and at a loss. He thought for a moment, then apologized proactively. Ruyan, I'm sorry. Since you're tired today, rest early. Liu Ruyan responded indifferently, maintained her position with her back to Yang Fan, and that was the end of it. Whoosh! Suppressing his inner urges, Yang Fan looked longingly at Liu Ruyan's back, then lay down gently beside her. That night, Liu Ruyan couldn't sleep. Yang Fan couldn't sleep either. Jiang Chen, Zhao Shimin, and Su Yao couldn't sleep either. Imperial International Hotel, Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen leaned against the headboard, lit a cigarette for himself, frowning deeply, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Sniffle, sniffle. Zhao Shimin lay beside Jiang Chen, her eyes red. She held a corner of the duvet, constantly wiping her tears, emitting soft sobs. Man, you were also a virgin? Jiang Chen sighed lightly. Looking at the bright red plum blossom stain on the sheets, he wondered if he was dreaming. Hearing this, Zhao Shimin stopped crying immediately. She turned her head, staring straight at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, what do you mean? Do you think I'm a very casual woman? I didn't mean that. I meant... Forget it. Pretend I was farting just now. I didn't say anything. Jiang Chen rubbed his face irritably, then took a cigarette from the nightstand and put it in his mouth. Click. Just as Jiang Chen lit the cigarette, there was a slight movement beside him. Zhao Shimin reached over to the other nightstand and brought an ashtray. Then, Zhao Shimin held the ashtray carefully, presenting it to Jiang Chen, seemingly to make it convenient for him to ash his cigarette. Phew! Jiang Chen blew a smoke ring. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Man, what are your plans next? What else can I plan? Zhao Shimin rolled her eyes, her face full of resentment. Marry a chicken. Follow the chicken. Marry a dog. Follow the dog. Wherever you go from now on, I'll follow. Don't even think about ditching me. Jiang Chen. Chapter 30. Time for the lottery again the next morning. Jiang Chen woke up slowly from sleep, suddenly feeling something soft and smooth in his arms. Opening his eyes, he immediately saw a stunningly beautiful face. A cool cheek and coldly enchanting temperament paired with captivating eyes highlighted her unique, mature sister aura. What a coldly enchanting rose at this moment. Zhao Shimin was propping her head up with one hand, a slight smile curling her lips, her eyes looking at Jiang Chen with deep affection. At the same time, Jiang Chen clearly felt a tender little hand under the covers, stroking his 8-pack abs. Husband, good morning. Perhaps seeing Jiang Chen open his eyes, Zhao Shimin quickly withdrew her hand from under the covers and sweetly wished him good morning. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Zhao Shimin reached out, hugged him, and rested her head on his chest. Good morning. Jiang Chen smiled, put his arm around Zhao Shimin's shoulder, and held her close, feeling her body warmth and a fragrant scent from under the covers. Jiang Chen couldn't help but kiss Zhao Shimin's forehead. Husband, I'm hungry. To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, Zhao Shimin, known for her violence, actually snuggled in his arms and acted cute. Her slightly flushed, delicate face, clinging to him like a little bird, was exactly like a newlywed young wife. Click just then. The door was pushed open from the outside. Su Yao, wearing only a lace nightgown, walked in boldly. You little vixen, if you're hungry, get up quickly. Sis will take you to breakfast. Early in the morning, waking up and clinging to my husband, acting all seductive. Didn't you have enough fun last night? Silence. The bedroom fell utterly quiet. But after a brief silence, Zhao Shimin suddenly screamed, shrank into the covers like a startled rabbit. Hey, man, why are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? Get up quickly. Later, as the younger sister, you have to serve tea to me, your elder sister. I'll count to 3. If you don't get up, don't blame your big sister for being rude. As she spoke, Su Yao climbed onto the bed. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, Su Yao threw back the covers, slipped in with a whoosh, and then the covers began to rustle. Zhao Shimin's surprised cries and giggles could be heard. You little vixen, see how I teach you a lesson. Yao. Stop. Hehehe. That tickles. Call me sister. Sister. Hehehe. I was wrong. Please stop tickling me. Getting up or not. Jetting up. And so, Zhao Shimin was dragged out of bed by Su Yao. While Zhao Shimin went to get dressed, Su Yao climbed over to Jiang Chen, leaned down, kissed his cheek, and said in a very gentle voice, Husband, I'm taking the little vixen away. I promise she won't disturb your sleep. Today we're not going anywhere. We'll rest in the hotel. Whenever you wake up, I'll order food for you. Shu Yao remembered Jiang Chen's habit of sleeping in, and specifically chose this time to extract Zhao Shimin from his bed. Alright? Putting aside the gold-digging attribute, Su Yao was actually quite good in many aspects. At the very least, she provided Jiang Chen with high emotional value, not making him feel the slightest bit of disgust towards her. Of course, Jiang Chen also understood that if he weren't rich, generous, and willing to spend money on women, Su Yao might not have shown him this understanding and accommodating side. In conclusion, a man must have money. With money, women will completely show their gentlest, best side to you. Click. Watching Su Yao and Zhao Shimin tiptoe out of the bedroom, gently closing the door behind them, careful not to disturb Jiang Chen's sleep. A slight smile curled Jiang Chen's lips. The money was well spent after all. At the very least, Jiang Chen felt his emotional value was maxed out. One word, comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen, lying in bed, suddenly lost the urge to sleep. He simply got up, leaned against the headboard, and lit a cigarette for himself. Right? It is a new day. Time for the lottery. Poosh! Jiang Chen focused his mind and opened the system's main page. Lucky lottery wheel. Lottery draws available. 3. Item bar. Empty enough said? Good mood brings good luck. Let us begin. Whoosh! Jiang Chen focused and clicked the lottery button. The pointer on the wheel began to spin. The red pointer spun clockwise rapidly. After about 3 seconds, its speed gradually slowed. Finally, with a soft click, the pointer stopped firmly in the gold coin area. A black bank card popped up from the wheel and was automatically stored in the system S item bar. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 million in reward money. Hearing the prompt, Jiang Chen skillfully opened the item bar and soon saw the black card in his backpack. Black card reward money. This is a virtual electronic bank card containing 100 million Dragon Country Yuan, but it can only be used for gifting on live streaming platforms. Note: when the host uses the reward money, they can receive double the amount in real currency as a rebate. After reading the details, perhaps because he had just woken up and was still a bit foggy, Jiang Chen didn't immediately grasp the card's full function. But after finishing his cigarette, his mind cleared, and he understood what the black card did. Simply put, when Jiang Chen uses the money on this black card to gift various streamers on live streaming platforms, he himself receives double the amount as a cash rebate. If he spends the entire 100 million reward money, Jiang Chen gets 200 million in cash back. The system. Seeing Jiang Chen had acquired another beauty proactively sent money. So thoughtful. Brother system. Thanks. Jiang Chen smiled, closed the system item bar, and returned to the lottery main page. This time, he rubbed his hands vigorously until they felt warm, then focused and clicked the lottery button. Whir, the red pointer spun clockwise rapidly. After about 3 seconds, its speed gradually slowed. Finally, with a click, the pointer stopped firmly in the gold coin area again. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained one high-end residential building. Hearing the prompt before Jiang Chen could react, he felt a weight in his arms. A plastic bag filled with bright red property deeds materialized out of thin air. Holy crap, so many property deeds. What did the system say just now? One high-end residential building. One building, not one apartment, Russell. Jiang Chen quickly flipped through the property deeds. To his surprise, all of them had his name on them. Xingcheng Yihao Gongguan, Building Number 1. Shilin City, Happiness Road. 30 stories, 4 units. Per F floor, 120 units total. Each unit is a 200 square meter large flat, implying a spacious apartment without stairs. How much money would it take to buy an entire building? Whoosh! Jiang Chen quickly used his phone to look it up online. Xingcheng Yihao Gongguan is located near the busiest commercial street in Shilin City. The property price there has been driven up to 100,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, each of the 120 units Jiang Chen now holds is worth over 20 million. So the total value of the 120 units exceeds 2.4 billion. Holy crap. Instant billionaire. Chapter 31. The online love card in the room. Jiang Chen held 120 bright red property deeds, but a look of confusion appeared on his face. His first thought was to rent out all these properties. The monthly rent alone would allow him to live a life of extravagant spending, but thinking again, he wasn't too short of money at all. Now he still had 570 million in his bank account, and he didn't even know how to spend it. Just moments ago, he had also won 100 million in reward money. If he used it all, he could get 200 million in cash back. Moreover, the system offered 3 lottery draws every day. Jiang Chen might just win even more wealth, so he needed to think bigger. What was the big deal about such a small amount of rent? It was just a drop in the bucket. One had to know, Jiang Chen was actually a very lazy person. The kind who, lying in bed, wouldn't even move himself, preferring the woman to be on top while he engaged the power-saving mode. A true lazybones. How could he possibly have the time and energy to list these 120 properties for rent, haggle with tenants, then go around collecting rent every month, and deal with all sorts of tenant requests in between? Damn it. Just thinking about it was a hassle. For such a paltry amount of rent, running around, working himself to death, it simply wasn't worth it. What was Jiang Chen's motto? Eat, drink, be idle, lie flat completely. Enjoy life, never work. Collecting rent was also a form of work. This Jiang Chen could not tolerate. Whoosh! Jiang Chen casually tossed the bag of property deeds aside and focused his gaze on the lucky lottery wheel. He had already drawn the gold coin area twice in a row. There was still one lottery chance left today. Couldn't he get a big prize? Did he need to chant a spell to get a better reward? Whoosh! Jiang Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then focused his mind and clicked the lottery button. As the pointer began to spin rapidly, Jiang Chen immediately started chanting, Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Great Emperor Ruyan, reveal your divinity. You must bless me to win the big prize. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jiang Chen's expectant gaze, the pointer's speed finally slowed. This time, the pointer actually passed the gold coin area and slowly moved towards the remaining 4 areas. Yes, at least a reward above the card level. Liu Ruyan's spirit in heaven was watching over him. As Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, she should be like the dead, always blessing Jiang Chen. That is what a qualified ex-girlfriend should do. Click. Before Jiang Chen could rejoice, the pointer, after crawling a short distance, stopped firmly in the card area. Immediately, a pink card with a heart drawn on it popped out from the wheel and was automatically stored in the system's item bar. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained an online love card. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen opened the item bar with strong curiosity and soon saw the card in his backpack. Online love card. After using this card, you will gain a wealthy girlfriend from a 3-year online relationship. Note, this card can only be used once. PFFT Jiang Chen nearly spat out blood. Brother system, what do you mean by this? I admit I'm handsome, in great shape, and have a good appetite. But I'm not short on money now. Why would I need a wealthy girlfriend? If it were the day before yesterday, right after getting the system, and I drew this card in the first round, I might have hesitated, or maybe even used it after all. There is no shame in relying on your looks to eat. Who would turn down money? But I'm now the super rich brother in the eyes of Su Yao and Zhao Shimin. I can't use a wealthy sister's money to support these two little minxes, can I? That is just immoral, system. I want to use this online love card. Jiang Chen said the toughest words, but used the card on the spot. He wanted to see just how wealthy this sister was. If she was wealthier than him, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind eating soft rice. If she wasn't as wealthy, then, sorry, get lost immediately. Whoosh! The online love card in the item bar vanished in a stream of light. The next second, an electronic prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a wealthy girlfriend from a 3-year relationship. Please check your QQ. Buzz. As soon as the voice fell, a stream of unfamiliar memories flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. These memories informed Jiang Chen that on the day of his university graduation, he met a female netizen on QQ. They hit it off, quickly developed feelings for each other, and even boldly attempted an online relationship. And then, it spiraled out of control. The relationship lasted a full 3 years. They called each other husband and wife on QQ very affectionately. In their daily chats, they shared amusing stories from life and confided their troubles to each other. Meeting, falling in love, getting to know each other, cherishing each other. This absurd online relationship, in Jiang Chen's view, not only contained elements of romance, but also the mutual consideration of close friends. As the saying goes, a tune that touches the heartstrings. Where under heaven can one find a soulmate? Damn it. I have to admit, Brother System's methods are truly awe-inspiring. After digesting these memories, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that his 3 years with Liu Ruyan seemed to have faded. No, to be precise. This new 3-year online relationship directly overwrote Jiang Chen's 3-year real-life relationship with Liu Ruyan. For a moment, Jiang Chen couldn't tell whether he had been dating Liu Ruyan or having an online affair with his wealthy sister over the past 3 years. But overall, the online relationship left a deeper impression on Jiang Chen. For some reason, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that Liu Ruyan's shadow had faded considerably. A certain obsession buried deep in his mind seemed to have vanished at this moment. Brother System, are you finding ways to heal my wounded heart? I'm not a fragile person. A real man must experience storms to grow into a towering tree. But thank you very much. Although you're usually not talkative, I can feel that you're a considerate system. You deserve a 5-star review. Beep, beep. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated and emitted a crisp QQ message notification tone. Jiang Chen quickly picked up his phone, opened the QQ mobile app he hadn't logged into for ages, and saw a short message from a girl in the pinned messages section. No, not a girl. Should be called an auntie. Her profile picture was a pot of blooming orchids, and her QQ name was Blossoming Wealth PFFT. Jiang Chen nearly spat blood again. Why Blossoming Wealth? He had held onto a sliver of hope, thinking that not every wealthy sister was an older auntie with an out-of-shape figure and wrinkled face. But seeing this username, his last bit of fantasy was shattered. As everyone knew, Blossoming Wealth was a username particularly favored by middle-aged aunties. Jiang Chen was only 25 this year. He was still a child. He was still young. He had plenty of youth and infinite future possibilities. How could he, at such a young age, fall into the hands of an old auntie? Break up. They must break up. Even Jesus couldn't stop this. I said so. Chapter 32. A super bombshell. The mature, beautiful auntie. Blossoming Wealth. Husband, what are you busy with? Blossoming Wealth, I want to talk about what we agreed on before. Do you have time now? Looking at the 2 messages from his wealthy girlfriend, Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, then hurriedly checked the chat history. However, the chat history was completely blank. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that Su Yao had bought him a new phone yesterday, so the QQ on the new phone naturally had no chat history. As for his old phone, he threw it away. Who would keep a piece of junk phone that came with a prepaid plan when you have a new phone worth over 40,000? Oh no, oh no, no. Chat history. How do I know what we talked about before? A drop of cold sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's forehead. The memory he received only gave a general account of his online relationship with this wealthy sister. The specific details weren't clarified by Brother System, so Jiang Chen naturally didn't know. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then replied to Blossoming Wealth. Starry Sky, no problem. I'm free now. Jiang Chen's username was originally The Starry Sky is not as good as you, perhaps feeling the name was too simp. Like he deleted the last 3 characters, leaving only Starry Sky. A few seconds later, the wealthy sister replied. Blossoming Wealth, husband, you told me before that you've practiced martial arts since childhood, are proficient in various fighting techniques. Fighting 10 people alone is basic for you, and your skills are even better than a special forces king. Is that true? PFFT, Zhang Chen nearly spat blood again. Again, he had only learned combat mastery yesterday. But judging from Blossoming Wealth's tone, Zhang Chen had boasted to her long ago about being a great fighter. All right, men love to boast. A man who doesn't boast, can he even be called a man? Starry Sky. Well, my skills are indeed very impressive. After Zhang Chen sent this message, his wealthy girlfriend actually sent several messages in a row. Blossoming Wealth, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Blossoming Wealth, all these years. I've always wanted to find a strong man to rely on. Such a man can protect me and give me a sense of security. Now I've finally found one. Shy emoji, Blossoming Wealth. Husband, let's meet in person. PFFT, Zhang Chen, nearly spat blood yet again. What is going on? Weren't they supposed to break up? How did the conversation turn into meeting in person? Tap, 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 Zhang Chen quickly typed a long paragraph about breaking up. But perhaps feeling it was too cold-hearted, after all. They had been in an online relationship for 3 years, if nothing else. There was some effort involved, right? So he deleted the paragraph, racked his brains, and composed a long Wei Wen, Wu Fei W Fei N, tactful message. The meaning was the same, breakup. However, before Zhang Chen could send this message to Blossoming Wealth, she sent him several more messages. Blossoming Wealth, husband? We've been together for 3 whole years, and you still don't know what I look like, right? Blossoming Wealth, since we've decided to meet, I'll send you a few recent photos of me. Shy emoji, Blossoming Wealth, images. At that moment, Zhang Chen's curiosity was piqued. He tapped on one of the photos of Blossoming Wealth. The next second, he was so shocked he was speechless. This woman was very nice indeed. An oval face, willow, leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, a mature and aloofly beautiful temperament, with a touch of gentleness in the aloofness, and a hint of intellect in the gentleness. Her black hair was braided into a long, thick plait casually draped over her shoulder, looking very graspable. Her skin was very fair, with no wrinkles visible. She must take great care of herself, as she looked under 30, like a 27 or 28-year-old young woman. But according to the memories implanted by Brother System, this wealthy sister was a widow, actually 37 years old, and she had an 18-year-old daughter, absolutely no mistake. But in the photo, Blossoming Wealth didn't look like a 37-year-old auntie at all. Instead, she looked like a young lady only 3 years older than Zhang Chen. One could only say wealthy women really know how to maintain themselves. Back to the point. In the photo, Blossoming Wealth wore a blue form, fitting dress, standing sideways by the sea. The dress perfectly outlined her mature, voluptuous figure. What does a pound more would be fat, a pound less would be thin mean calling her the ceiling of the slightly plump category was not an exaggeration at all. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, Zhang Chen estimated Blossoming Wealth's headlights to be at least 38F. A super bombshell beauty. Zhang Chen could swear on his conscience that apart seeing such exaggerated headlights in certain island nation adult films, this was the first time he had seen a dragon country beauty with such broad horizons in reality. Suddenly, Zhang Chen felt envious of Blossoming Wealth's daughter. The little girl must never have gone hungry because her mother's food reserves were too ample. Such a beautiful, top-tier figured, temperamental, white, rich, beautiful auntie, and her daughter was already 18. Zhang Chen found it a bit hard to believe. But the evidence was right there. The Blossoming Wealth in the photo clearly looked under 30, 27, or 28 at most. Wait, could this woman be using internet photos? Or were these photos heavily photoshopped with strong filters and beauty enhancements? Thinking this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but shudder. He hated photo fraud the most in his life, especially those girls who heavily edited their faces and bodies until they were unrecognizable even to their own mothers. This was outright fraud. Could Blossoming Wealth be that kind of person? Whoosh! Without hesitation, Zhang Chen immediately made a video call to Blossoming Wealth. He wanted to expose the fraud. He wanted to reveal the true face of Blossoming Wealth. He wanted the monster to show its true form. Rawr. He expected Blossoming Wealth to reject the video call, but to his surprise, she answered instantly. The next second, Zhang Chen's phone screen showed a mature, voluptuous, fair-skinned, beautiful, aloofly charming, gentle, intellectual super bombshell auntie. That is right. Blossoming Wealth looked exactly like her photos. However, at this moment, Blossoming Wealth was only wearing a burgundy silk slip nightdress, revealing her fair neck, rounded, fragrant shoulders, delicate collarbones, slender jade arms, Although she was barefaced, her skin was still flawlessly fair, with no wrinkles visible. As Blossoming Wealth lay lazily on her side on a sofa, her at least 38F headlights squeezed into a deep, unfathomable cleavage. It was simply too dangerous. Huh? Husband? How did you become so handsome? I've only seen your photo from 3 years ago. I never expected you to turn into such a super handsome guy. What a pleasant surprise. By the way, why the sudden video call? Are you ready to meet me? Blossoming Wealth's voice was very pleasant. It was a low, captivating, mature, sisterly voice. Watching Blossoming Wealth's sexy red lips part as she spoke, Jiang Chen shamefully found himself standing at attention. They say young girls are alluring, but young married women capture souls. Today, Jiang Chen finally understood the true meaning of this saying. I still don't know your real name? Jiang Chen was really a bit embarrassed. After all, he had been thinking about breaking up just moments ago, determined not to fall into an auntie's hands. But now, looking at her, was this an auntie? This was clearly my baby. No breaking up. Anyone who breaks up is a big fool, Chapter 33, getting to know each other deeply in the room. Jiang Chen, lying in bed, was about to change positions to continue his video chat with Blossoming Wealth. After all, he wasn't wearing any clothes, just covered from the waist down with a blanket, his upper body bare. However, while turning over, Jiang Chen accidentally fumbled, and his phone fell onto the bed. By the time he picked it up, the video call had ended, and Blossoming Wealth had sent a message. Blossoming Wealth. Husband, why did you hang up the video call suddenly? Starry Sky, sorry, my hand slipped, and the phone fell on the bed. Blossoming Wealth? Hihi. You must have thought the photos I sent you earlier were fake or heavily photoshopped. So you wanted to video call to see what I really look like, right? Sneaky emoji, Starry Sky? Well, yes. Mainly because you said you are 37 and have an 18-year-old daughter. That is so different from how you look in the photos. I had to be suspicious. Blossoming Wealth, I understand. People who meet me in person don't believe I have an 18-year-old daughter. Happy emojis, Jiang Chen. Awkward emoji after Jiang Chen sent the last message. Blossoming Wealth didn't reply for a long time. He didn't know what she was doing. Maybe something came up suddenly, and she didn't have time to reply. Just as Jiang Chen was about to get up, his phone vibrated twice. A message from Blossoming Wealth came through. Blossoming Wealth. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Qin Xiaoyu, 37 years old, widowed. I have a daughter who just turned 18. I am currently the general manager at a listed company. I have a house, a car, and savings. Since my husband passed away, you've been my only boyfriend so far. PFFT, Jiang Chen nearly spat blood, looking at Qin Xiaoyu's lengthy self-introduction, especially the last part about him being her only boyfriend since her husband's death. That line made Jiang Chen feel like Qin Xiaoyu seemed a bit resentful. What? Just because I'm your only boyfriend, you expect me to take responsibility? Or was Qin Xiaoyu hinting that since her husband's death, she has remained chaste, kept herself pure, and never fooled around? Jiang Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Anyway, he was a playboy. Playing one was playing. Playing two was still playing. Playing a few more was just more playing. Don't let down the good girls. Don't waste the bad ones. I'm not a playboy. I just want to give every girl a warm home. Starry Sky, my name is Jiang Chen, 25 years old, currently retired. I have a house, a car, and savings. Basically set for life. No need for you to support me. Blossoming Wealth. What? Retired at 25, husband. Are you joking? Starry Sky. It is called early retirement. Completely lying flat, idling away, enjoying life. Blossoming Wealth. Then your family background must be very good, right? Starry Sky. I'm an orphan. Blossoming Wealth? I'm sorry, I didn't know about your family situation. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu chatted on QQ for a while, then added each other on WeChat. Since they planned to meet in person, continuing on QQ seemed inappropriate. Beep, beep. Right after adding her on WeChat, Qin Xiaoyu sent a message. Qin Xiaoyu husband, actually. There is one more thing I haven't told you. I haven't talked to my daughter about us yet. I'm worried she won't accept it and might strongly oppose our relationship. Jiang Chen. Awkward emoji Qin Xiaoyu. How about this? I'll have a good talk with my daughter tonight. If she doesn't object, we can be together openly. Jiang Chen. And if she doesn't agree, Qin Xiaoyu, then we'll be together secretly. Just don't let her know. Covering mouth and laughing emoji Jiang Chen, I see. So whether your daughter agrees or not, you're determined to be with me? Qin Xiaoyu. Husband, don't you want to meet me in person? Looking at the last WeChat message, Jiang Chen, S mind flashed with Qin Xiaoyu, S mature. Beautiful face, her extremely voluptuous figure, and those imposing 38F headlights. Slurp. Jiang Chen quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and typed a quick reply to Qin Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen, I do. Qin Xiaoyu. Hehe. Then call me wife first. Jiang Chen, wife. Kissing emojis. Qin Xiaoyu, my little husband, so good. Kissing emojis. Jiang Chen. Why add little in front of husband? Qin Xiaoyu. You are only 25, a full 12 years younger than me. Isn't he that little? Jiang Chen, I'm actually quite big. Want to try? Qin Xiaoyu. Hey, I've been talking to you for 3 years, and only today do I realize you're a little pervert. Seeing this message, a look of disdain flashed across Jiang Chen's face when he was on the video call with Qin Xiaoyu earlier. The moment she saw his bare upper body, her eyes widened like copper bells, shooting out shrewd lightning. Who is the little pervert? Why don't you look in the mirror? You were practically drooling, and now you turn around and call me a little pervert. TSK women, Jiang Chen. I was wrong. I've decided to turn over a new leaf. Immediately quit lust, go to the Shaolin Temple to become a monk, and from now on devote myself to Buddha, never having improper thoughts about love between men and women again. Qin Xiaoyu, you dare. Jiang Chen. Hehe, just joking. Qin Chen, you're my man now. Without my permission, you are absolutely not allowed to become a monk, understood? Jiang Chen. Oh, the domineering female CEO falls for me? Qin Xiaoyu. Wrong. It should be called the CEO's sister is beautiful and dashing. The little wolf dog brother can't escape. Sneaky emoji for some reason. Jiang Chen felt particularly happy and relaxed chatting with Qin Xiaoyu. He had no reservations, saying whatever he wanted. And Qin Xiaoyu always followed his lead, chatting happily with him. Was this the legendary soulmate? A tune that touches the heartstrings. Where under heaven can one find a soulmate? Qin Xiaoyu, husband, let's meet. I want to get to know you deeply, and let you get to know me deeply too. Grinning widely emoji Jiang Chen. How deep? Wicked smile. Emoji Qin Xiaoyu. Sharing a song with you. The moon represents my heart. Seeing the song shared by Qin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen instinctively clicked play. Soon a soothing melody came from his phone. Jiang Chen held the phone, leaned against the headboard, closed his eyes, and listened attentively. You ask me how deep my love for you is, how much I love you. My feelings are true. My love is true. The moon represents my heart. You ask me how deep my love for you is, how much I love you. My feelings won't change. My love remains the same. The moon represents my heart. Chapter 34. The Ice Goddess Lin Qingxu. Is this love? After ending the chat with Qin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen could help but sigh to the ceiling. I love your mother. As hemp flowers love. Note: this is a nonsensical, humorous expression in Chinese internet slang, implying disbelief or dismissal of the concept of love in this context. After sighing to himself for a while, just as Jiang Chen was about to get up, his phone rang. Caller ID Lin Qingxu. Seeing this name, Jiang Chen's first thought was, did she dial the wrong number? Although Jiang Chen had Lin Qingxu's contact info and was her WeChat friend, they had almost no contact over the years. Lin Qingxu, one of the 7 fairies of Xilan University, known as the Ice Goddess, suddenly calling him. What is going on? Could she be like Zhao Shimen, coming to actively throw herself at him? But why Lin Qingxu, of all people? If it were the seductive dance queen Yu Lily, the little green tea Liu Li, or the naive Tang Ru calling, Jiang Chen wouldn't be surprised. But the ice block Lin Qingxu calling. That shocked Jiang Chen. Doesn't she have androphobia? Fear of men? Isn't she a lesbian? Isn't she supposed to be aloof? Has she compromised with reality too? Whoosh! After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Chen answered the call. Hello, is this Jiang Chen? A cold female voice came from the other end, the tone a bit strange, seeming to carry a hint of awkwardness and a sense of relief. But Lin Qingxu's voice was definitely the cold, mature, sisterly type, making one feel she was lofty, pure, sacred, and not to be defiled. Perhaps because this woman was too aloof, it easily made men want to conquer her. The Ice Goddess, oh no. The ice block truly lives up to her name. Yo, it is Bing Bing. What made you think of calling me suddenly? Jiang Chen smirked, exuding an aura of the Dragon King's return. Note: Dragon King's return is a trope in Chinese web novels where the protagonist returns, powerfully after a period of absence or humiliation. Bing Binging. Who is Bing Bing, Jiang Chen? It is Lin Che. The voice on the other end clearly paused, seeming to carry a hint of displeasure, but she was suppressing her anger, apparently not daring to offend Jiang Chen easily. I know you're Lin Qingxu. Bing Bing is the nickname I gave you. Isn't it nice? You? It is nice. Hearing the gritted teeth sound from the other end, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Bing bing. What can I do for you? Jiang Chen. Well, you probably know, I'm now a client manager at China Merchants Bank's private bank. I'm calling today to introduce you to our private banking services. CMB's private bank has the largest number of clients among domestic banks and is recognized as having the best service. Lin Xingxi rambled a lot on the phone. In summary, it boiled down to one sentence. I want to poach you to become my client. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, listening to Lin Qi's spiel, an image of her cold, elegant figure surfacing in his mind. He vaguely remembered Liu Ruyan mentioning that Lin Xingxu worked in the banking system after graduation. He didn't expect her to be a private bank client manager at CMB now. Private banking isn't a bank opened by an individual. It is a service model banks created to attract high net worth individuals. Simply put, it is VIP client service for the wealthy. Compared to ordinary branches, private banks have higher authority, more resources, and a wider range of services. For example, for deposits, ordinary clients get fixed interest rates, around 0.35% for demand deposits at the Big Four state-owned banks, about 1.5% for one-year fixed deposits. Private bank clients can negotiate interest rates, usually starting at least at 2.5%. The more you deposit, the higher the rate. Additionally, private banks offer many benefits and more services to clients. Jiang Chen vaguely recalled that to become a private bank client at the Big Four state-owned banks in China, you need at least 5 million in personal deposits maintained for a certain period. CMB has the highest threshold. Personal assets must exceed 10 million to become their private bank client. But Jiang Chen's money is in Bank of China. Any bank implements strict confidentiality measures for their clients. So the question is, as a CMB private bank client manager, how did Lin Xingxu find out that Jiang Chen's deposits at Bank of China exceed 10 million? Smack. Jiang Chen suddenly slapped his own forehead, cursing himself for being an idiot. Su Yao was showing off on her moments the day before yesterday. Ferrari la Ferrari. Lavish meals costing hundreds of thousands, presidential suites. Just yesterday, those two little minxes, Su Yao and Zhao Ximen, even posted screenshots of Jiang Chen's transfers on their moments. Lin Xingxu isn't blind. With such a prime client right there, why wouldn't she try to poach him? Would she let such a big client go to someone else? Jiang Chen, are you listening to me? Just then, Lin Xingxu's slightly dissatisfied voice came from the phone. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, a roguishly handsome smile appearing on his face. Bing bing. I'd really like to be your client, but I'm very busy right now. I really don't have the time. Since sealing his heart and locking away love, Jiang Chen had evolved from a simp to a playboy. How could he grovel without bottom line for Lin Xingxu just because she is the ice goddess? Come on, the one needing a favor is Lin Xingxu. How dare she still use a condescending tone to talk to him? How dare she be dissatisfied with him? Silence. It was quiet on the other end for a moment. Then Lin Xingxu's voice came again. Jiang Chen, if you don't have time to come to CMB, I can come to you to provide the service. Would now be convenient for you? This time, Lin Xingxue lowered her stance. Her tone was no longer aloof. Her voice softened, even carrying a hint of ingratiation. That is more like it. That is the attitude for asking a favor. What ice goddess? Go ahead. Be icy now. See if I still pay attention to you. Imperial International Hotel, Presidential Suite number 1. I should be free before noon. Not sure about afternoon. Jiang Chen checked the time, gave Lin Xingxu the address, and specified he was only free in the morning. It was 10:30 a.m., so time was running out for Lin Xingxu. If she wanted to poach Jiang Chen as a client, she had to act immediately, rush over, and come to Jiang Chen in person to discuss. There was no other choice. Okay, I'll come find you right away. Not daring to complain, Lin Xingxu hung up immediately after saying this. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, then got out of bed, put on a hotel bathrobe, swaggered out of the bedroom, and entered the spacious living room. However, the living room was quiet. There was no sign of Su Yao or Zhao Ximen. Instead, from a corridor connected to the living room, faint sounds of women's laughter could be heard. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Chen walked down the corridor and arrived at a large empty hall. Unexpectedly, it was an indoor swimming pool. At that moment, two sexy beauties in bikinis were playing in the pool, occasionally letting out peals of silvery laughter. Holy crap, 2 mermaids! Such a fun activity like swimming! And you didn't invite Daddy! Jiang Chen thought about changing into swim trunks, but then thought, there are no outsiders here anyway. Why wear swim trunks? Too unnecessary, so Jiang Chen took off his bathrobe, his underwear dropping to the side, dove into the swimming pool, and swiftly swam towards the 2 mermaids. Chapter 35, the Private Financial Secretary Imperial International Hotel, Presidential Suite. Indoor swimming pool, Jiang Chen, like a big lazy worm, lay floating on the water, enjoying the gentle massage from two beauties. Su Yao and Zhao Shimin, one on each side, supported him in the water, their delicate hands skillfully kneading his shoulders and back. The feeling was incredibly comfortable. One word, awesome. Whoosh! Suddenly, the door to the swimming pool was pushed open. Bai Qian, dressed in a professional suit, walked in quickly, came to the poolside, and said to Jiang Chen, "Young Master Jiang, Ms. Lin is here to see you. She says she has an appointment with you." Hearing this, Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, then remembered Lin Qingxu was coming. He had almost forgotten. "All right, take her to the living room to wait. I'll be right there." Understood. After Bai Qian left, Jiang Chen swam to the poolside, climbed out, put on his bathrobe, and headed for the bedroom. Xu Yao and Zhao Shimin also got out of the water, wrapped themselves in bathrobes, and followed Jiang Chen. 20 minutes later, in the living room, Jiang Chen, now dressed, sat lazily on the sofa, casually lighting a cigarette. Across from him sat Lin Qingxu. She wore a navy blue professional suit, her hair tied up, revealing a cold, elegant face. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses added a touch of intellect and elegance. Her curvaceous figure was perfectly outlined by the professional attire. With a pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels, she exuded a mature, seductive aura. Not bad. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. The ice goddess had transformed into an intellectual beauty. This temperament was even more stunning than in university. Though she still seemed cold, she now carried an air of intellectual elegance. In short, she had matured. Bing bing. Long time no see. Jiang Chen stood up and extended a hand to Lin Qingxu. Lin Qingxu, upon seeing Jiang Chen, maintained a calm face, but a flicker of hidden surprise passed through her eyes. The current Jiang Chen, after taking the gene potion, was completely reborn. His handsomeness had surpassed human limits. Though known as the ice goddess, Lin Qi was still mortal, not a divine maiden. How could she resist Jiang Chen's charm? "Jiang Chen, long time no see. You've changed a lot." Lin Qing shook his hand, offering a faint smile. "Heh, people always change. Besides, you've changed quite a bit too." On a whim, as Lin Qingxu let go, Jiang Chen lightly scratched her palm with his index and middle fingers. Simultaneously, he winked at her, a roguishly handsome smile curling his lips. Lin Qingxu paused slightly, gave Jiang Chen a cool glance, and calmly withdrew her fair hand. Though her face remained calm, Jiang Chen keenly observed a flash of shyness deep in her eyes. This discovery piqued his interest greatly. Who said Lin Qingxu had androphobia? Who said she was a lesbian? Lesbian Lily, slang for lesbian. Look at her reaction now. She is clearly a normal woman. She is just a bit cold, hides it well, and puts on a high and mighty act. In short, she is good at pretending. Next, Jiang Chen and Lin Qingxu sat on the sofa. Bai Qian promptly brought 2 cups of tea. After Bai Qian withdrew, Lin Qingxu first took a sip of tea and then eagerly got to the point. "Jiang Chen, you know why I'm here today, so I'll get straight to the point. I've just been promoted to private bank client manager and need performance now, so I'm seeking your help. If you choose me as your financial specialist, I will do my utmost to manage your assets well." After hearing Lin Qingxu's pitch, Jiang Chen didn't respond immediately. Instead, he picked up his tea, took a slow sip, and calculated inwardly. Wife Su Yao, concubine Zhao Shimin, housekeeper Bai Qian, and an online love of 3 years. The wealthy sister Qin Chaoyu, who just today insisted on meeting if he added this intellectual beauty, could he handle it? After all, he only had 2 kidneys. As the saying goes, the land never gets worn out. Only the ox dies from exhaustion. Damn it, never mind. If he can't handle it, he'll have to endure it. He had already boasted that he would capture all 6 of the 7 fairies of Silan University except Lu Ruyan. A real man must keep his word. He made the boast. He must see it through, even if it kills him. Bing Bing, what benefits do I get by becoming your client? Jiang Chen set down his cup and looked at Lin Qingxu with a teasing smile. Lin Qingxu slightly tightened her legs, crossed her hands on her lap, and instead of answering, asked Jiang Chen, "How much capital do you plan to deposit with our bank?" Our clients are divided into 3 levels. Private banking clients with deposits, over 10 million, advanced private banking clients over 50 million, and special private banking clients over 100 million. The benefits available vary for each level. After hearing this, Jiang Chen took out his Bank of China savings card and tossed it casually onto the coffee table. "I have about 570 million in this card. If you can satisfy me, I can let you manage this money." Silence. The living room fell utterly quiet. After Jiang Chen mentioned 570 million, the perpetual ice block that was Lin Qingshu's face showed a stunned expression. She knew Jiang Chen was rich, but she never imagined an ordinary savings card of his would hold over 570 million just in cash. How terrifying must his total assets be? Moreover, this was just one card, who knew if he had others. At this moment, Lin Qingshu finally understood why Su Yao and Zhao Shimin had thrown themselves at Jiang Chen, a rich, handsome young man like him. Any normal woman would want to climb into his bed. Jiang Chen, if you deposit this amount with us, I can guarantee you at least a 4% deposit interest rate. Secondly, I will personally serve as your private financial secretary and form a team of at least 4 people to provide 24/7 service. Whatever your needs, I will do my best to meet them, offering you comprehensive, personalized, private custom service. Chapter 36. So she is a scheming bitch. Lin Qingshu was very sincere. Without any nonsense, she laid out all the benefits. However, her last statement, whatever your needs, I will do my best to meet them, seemed to carry another layer of meaning. Was Jiang Chen reading too much into it, or was Lin Qingshu hinting on purpose? Should he ask her directly? Private financial secretary? Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly, a hidden gleam in his eyes. Yes, I will personally serve as your private financial secretary. Lin Qingshu nodded, her face still calm. Perhaps from talking too much, she felt a bit thirsty. She reached for her teacup and elegantly brought it to her lips. Jiang Chen blinked, then rubbed his chin and asked, "You mean the kind of secretary who handles business when there is work, and when there is no work?" "Well, that kind of secretary." PFF'd. Lin Qingshu, who had just taken a sip, spat out the tea upon hearing Jiang Chen's question. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was sitting right across from her. The tea sprayed all over him, drenching him. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing Jiang Chen's plight, Lin Qingshu hurriedly put down the cup, grabbed some tissues from the box, and rushed over to wipe him dry. The busier one is, the more mistakes they make. Yikes! Perhaps too flustered, Lin Qingshu tripped, lost her balance, and fell straight towards Jiang Chen. Thump! Just like that. She landed squarely in Jiang Chen's lap, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck.
Silence. The living room was dead quiet. Chen froze. Time seemed to stand still. Are you throwing yourself at me? Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched, his gaze turning peculiar.
I didn't. Lin Qingshu's face flushed bright red. She struggled to get up. However, Jiang Chen's next words made her freeze again. Confirmed. Bing Bing, you're quite the sly one. PFFT. Lin Qingshu nearly spat blood. Just as she was about to explain, something even more frustrating happened. Holy crap! Qingshu, what are you doing? How dare you seduce my husband right in front of me? Su Yao and Zhao Shimin, having showered and changed, walked out hand in hand. But the moment they opened the door, they saw Lin Qingshu sitting on Jiang Chen's lap, arms around his neck from their angle. Lin Qingshu's struggle to stand looked like she was trying to kiss Jiang Chen, who was Su Yao, Jiang Chen's official girlfriend, self-proclaimed main wife, who had declared the domineering phrase, "As long as I live, you will always be concubines." Seeing a vixen seducing her man now was unbearable. Click, 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 Su Yao let go of Zhao Shimin, strode over in her high heels towards Jiang Chen and Lin Qingshu. Whoosh! Perhaps guilt. Ridden, Lin Qingshu sprang from Jiang Chen's lap, stepped aside, and put distance between them. She stood there, flustered and embarrassed, looking at Su Yao. Whoosh! Su Yao sat down next to Jiang Chen, crossed her arms, and glared coldly at Lin Qingshu. Yao, it is not what you think. Lin Qingshu tried to explain, but Su Yao cut her off. Qingshu, whatever happened between you and Jiang Chen, I just want to say one thing to you. What do you want to say? Lin Qingshu's face turned red and white, her toes curled in her shoes from embarrassment. Taking without asking is theft. Granting upon request is a gift. Su Yao's words made Lin Qingshu's eyes widen. Her perpetually icy face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, seemingly about to drip blood. What did taking without asking is theft mean? Using someone else's things without permission is equivalent to stealing. What did granting upon request is a gift mean? If you ask for something and the other person generously grants it, that is a gift, a bestowal. Su Yao's meaning was clear. She could bestow Jiang Chen upon Lin Qingshu, but Lin Qingshu must remember her kindness. However, Lin Qingshu, without Su Yao's permission, came to seduce Jiang Chen. That was theft, absolutely intolerable to Su Yao. In other words, Su Yao was convinced Lin Qi was after Jiang Chen. Lin Qingshu couldn't wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Yao, I'm sorry. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Lin Qingshu didn't explain or argue. Instead, she apologized to Su Yao. Holy crap, was Lin Qingshu admitting she had designs on him? Did she fall into his lap on purpose? What a scheming bitch. Looking at the lingering blush on Lin Qingshu's face, Jiang Chen suddenly believed some of what Su Yao had said. Those little minxes, their eyes lit up at the mention of 5 million. But Lily, Ruru, Lily, and Qingshu all pretended to be above it. Only Man agreed on the spot, so I brought her back. The others, I plan to let them stew. After all these years as friends, don't I know what they're like? Sooner or later, they'll come begging to me, crying and pleading. Hemph. All right, Jiang Chen had to admit he had idealized the 7 fairies of Xilon University before. What goddesses, what little fairies, what school beauties. They were just mortals in pretty packages. Mortals have desires. A mortal without desires isn't human. They descend to immortality. Also, birds of a feather flock together. If they weren't alike, how could the 7 fairies become close friends? Su Yao's label? Gold, digger, vain. Zhao Shimen's label? Gold, digger, violent. Liu Ruyan's label? Gold, digger, slag. Clearly, the others couldn't be much better. Moreover, they must share a common trait that brought them together. That common trait is gold. Digging. The 7 fairies of Xilon University should be renamed Weekly Gold Diggers. 7 gold. Diggers without shame. Ha 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 ha. What a fitting nickname. Chapter 37. Green with envy Qingshu, considering our years of friendship. I can forgive you this once. But remember this? I absolutely will not tolerate the same thing happening again. Su Yao, looking furious, was scolding Lin Qingshu sternly. Lin Qingshu stood there like a child who had done wrong, flustered and silently enduring Su Yao's anger. Seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head with a wry smile. He pulled Su Yao into his arms and said playfully, Yao Yao, that is enough. I need to discuss things with Bingbing. Stop making a scene. Husband, you're actually taking her side. Get this straight. I'm your official girlfriend. Su Yao rolled her eyes, actually giving Jiang Chen an attitude. Jiang Chen didn't indulge her. He pushed her out of his embrace and said with a smirk, I can change my official girlfriend anytime. I think Bingbing is quite good. She knows finance, can manage my assets. Now, Su Yao panicked a bit. Ah, husband. Su Yao quickly hugged Jiang Chen's arm, pressing close, and put on a fawning smile. I was just joking earlier. How could you take it seriously? Silence this time. It was Jiang Chen's turn to give Su Yao the cold shoulder. Su Yao carefully observed Jiang Chen's expression, bit her lip, and gently shook his arm. Daddy, I was wrong. Please don't be mad at Yao Yao. Okay? Jiang Chen, Zhao Shimen, Lin Qingshu. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression soften slightly, Su Yao quickly winked at Zhao Shimen. Zhao Shimen, amused, came over and sat on Jiang Chen's other side. Next, Su Yao and Zhao Shimen started massaging his shoulders and legs, using all their charms to finally cheer Jiang Chen up. Bingbing, I can give you a chance. Jiang Chen didn't mind Lin Qingshu's presence, holding Su Yao with his left arm and Zhao Shimen with his right. A handsome smile curling his lips. His words were ambiguous. Was he giving Lin Qingshu a chance to manage his money? Or a chance to be with him? Or was it a double entendre? But a flash of joy appeared in Lin Qingshu's eyes. She bowed slightly to Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang, thank you for your recognition. I won't let you down. Hearing her address him as Young Master Jiang with more respect, Jiang Chen nodded, satisfied. He pointed to the bank card on the table. Contact Bank of China for me. Transfer all the money to your bank. Deposits are always welcome, but withdrawals might not be smooth, especially large withdrawals or transfers. Banks often drag their feet to earn more interest. Understood, young Master Jiang. Lin Qingshu sat back on the sofa opposite, took a document from her bag, and respectfully handed it to Jiang Chen. Please sign this authorization letter. I can have everything settled before 6 p.m. today. Jiang Chen took the document, reviewed it carefully, and signed it confidently after confirming it was fine. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, the living room phone rang. Zhao Shimen, being closest, picked it up, listened for a moment, then turned to Jiang Chen. Husband, Butler Bai is asking if you want lunch prepared. Jiang Chen didn't answer directly, but turned to Lin Xing. Bingbing, it is noon. Why not stay for lunch with us? All right. Lin Qingshe nodded generously, her eyes flickering strangely between Su Yao and Zhao Shimen. Su Yao calls him husband. Zhao Shimen calls him husband. These two little vixens seem to get along quite well. Should I join in? No. If I join too abruptly, I won't gain Jiang Chen's regard. He might even think I'm just a pretty face. Better to first be his competent private financial secretary, manage his assets, well, prove my value. Then I'll gain his regard. Having decided, Lin Qingshu adjusted her attitude, carefully put the signed document in her briefcase. Jiang Chen's deposits were nearly 570 million. He drives a 22.5 million Ferrari, drinks 300,000 bottles of wine, eats 100,000 plus meals, stays in 88,888 Fay-Night presidential suites. He was once the school heartthrob of Ceylon University. Now, he is even more handsome, more captivating. How could Lin Qingshu miss out on such a man? While Bai Qianqian arranged lunch, Jiang Chen went to the bedroom and brought out the bag of property deeds. Whoosh! He dumped the bag of deeds on the coffee table. Husband, what is this? Su Yao curiously picked one up, opened it, and her face showed surprise. Russell. Jiang Chen didn't speak, but Su Yao put down the first deed, picked up a second, then a third, fourth, fifth. Husband, are these all yours? After a long while, Su Yao hugged a pile of deeds, staring dumbfounded at Jiang Chen, her charming peach, blossom eyes shining like strobe lights. Jiang Chen nodded casually. I'm giving you and Man a task. Rent out all these properties. The monthly rent will be your pocket money. Silence. The living room fell silent. But after a brief silence, two different cheers erupted. Aha! Husband! I love you. Husband! You're the best. Su Yao and Zhao Shimen pounced simultaneously, hugging his left and right arms, planting big kisses on his cheeks. Seeing this, Lin Qingshu was shocked and envious to the point of green-eyed. These were properties in Xinxiang Yihao Gongguan. Prices there were speculated at 100,000 per square meter. Each unit over 200 square meters. Jiang Chen bought an entire building, 120 units. Even at 20 million per unit, the whole building cost at least 2.4 billion, but that wasn't tea. The main point was the rent there wasn't tea cheap. Conservatively, each unit would tea rent for less than 15,000 per month. If all 120 units were rented, even lying around doing nothing, it'd be 1.8 million income monthly. Jiang Chen just said the rent would be Yao Yao and Man's pocket money, meaning Yao Yao and Man would each get at least 900,000 per month. 900,000 every month. And it is just pocket money. How could Lin Qingshu not be envious? She was going crazy with envy. Daddy, I want to be a landlady too. Give me a chance. ILL. Be very good. Chapter 38. I want to be your father. Imperial International Hotel. Presidential suite. Lin Qingshu finally witnessed Jiang Chen's extravagance firsthand. Lunch had 9 courses, mostly classic Ceylon dishes, the rest expensive seafood. Moreover, Jiang Chen opened a bottle of Roman Fay Conti. Lin Qingshu secretly looked it up. The 2005 Roman Fay Conti cost 279,800 per bottle. But that wasn't tea. The main point Lin Qingshu had been following Su Yao's moments lately. Every meal with Jiang Chen was this luxurious, with 300,000 bottles of wine just on food and drink. They spent millions. That is enough to buy an apartment outright in Ceylon's 4th Ring Road. So extravagant. Click, 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 to Jiang Chen's slight surprise. Lin Qingshu expressionlessly took out her phone and took multiple photos of the feast. Especially the Roman Fay Conti. She photographed it from every angle. Soon, Jiang Chen saw Lin Qingshu's new post on WeChat Moments. Lin Qingshu, thank you, young Master Jiang, for your warm hospitality. Thumbs up emoji, image, PNG, after lunch. Lin Qingshu hurried off with her briefcase. She had to handle Jiang Chen's matter before 6 p.m. to prove her capability. Su Yao and Zhao Shimen took the bag of property deeds and Jiang Chen's Ferrari keys, happily off to find a real estate agency. As for Jiang Chen, he was lazy. He didn't want to go out under the midday sun, lying in the hotel with AC, playing mobile games, or watching videos. Wasn't that better? When life is good, enjoy it to the fullest. Eat, drink, have fun. No work. Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Chen lounged on the sofa, about to watch videos when he heard high heels approaching. Looking up, it was Bai Qianqian with a fruit plate. Chen, when is Xinxin's surgery scheduled? Jiang Chen remembered Bai Qianqian's daughter was still in the hospital. The surgery was supposed to be soon, but the exact date wasn't set. Young Master Jiang, I was about to tell you. Bai Qianqian placed the fruit plate on the table, turned, and smoothed her hair awkwardly. The hospital called this morning, my daughter. Surgery is scheduled for 3 p.m. today. Jiang Chen quickly checked the time. 2 p.m. 1 hour left. Whoosh! Jiang Chen gave Bai Qianqian a displeased look and stood up. Jiang Chen, get the car ready? Young Master Jiang, are you going out? Bai Qianqian asked, picking up her walkie-talkie. To City First People's Hospital. I need to see Xingxin is okay with my own eyes to rest easy. Minutes later, a black rolls. Royce left the hotel for the hospital. Driver Lao Zhang was at the wheel. As soon as Jiang Chen and Bai Chanchan got in, he put up the partition, creating a private space. During the ride, Bai Chanchan sat with her legs together, hands clasped on her lap, fingers fidgeting nervously, worry on her face. Whoosh! Jiang Chen suddenly put an arm around her gently. Chanchan, don't worry. I asked Xinxin's doctor yesterday. The doctor said the surgery isn't high risk. Success rate is high. Shouldn't be any issues. I believe Xinxin will be fine after the surgery. Hearing his comfort, Bai Chanchan's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Feeling his warm embrace, she leaned her head on his shoulder and whispered, Young Master Jiang, thank you. So close, Jiang Chen smelled her mature, feminine fragrance. Suddenly, Jiang Chen asked in a consultative tone, Chanchan, I really like Xinxin. I want to be her godfather. Is that okay? Ah? Bai Chanchan was stunned, blurting out, Young Master Jiang, how can that be? Someone of your status. Xinxin isn't worthy to be your goddaughter, Chanchan. Jiang Chen cut her off. He said seriously, people aren't inherently high or low status. I just have a bit more money. How does that make me noble? Xinxin is so lovely. Well, behaved, obedient, sensible. I genuinely like her and truly want to be her godfather. He wasn't lying. The first time he saw Xinxin yesterday, he inexplicably liked her, pale-faced in bed, suffering. Yet she gave everyone a sweet smile, as if telling her mom and grandparents she was fine, not to worry. At that moment, something touched Jiang Chen's heart. Xinxin, only 5, was too sensible, too heartbreaking. Silence. The car grew quiet. Bai Chen, perhaps thinking of her daughter or something else, eyes reddened, face full of sorrow. Jiang Chen glanced at her. Chanchan, how about this? After Xinxin's surgery, I'll ask her myself, if she is willing to be my goddaughter. Then, whether you agree or not, I'm going to be her godfather. Hearing this, Bai Chanchan's nose tingled, tears flowing uncontrollably. Young Master Jiang, why? Are you so good to me? She seemed deeply moved, crying uncontrollably. Jiang Chen didn't know what she'd been through. To him, he just helped a bit. But she was so touched. Enough said. Again, rescuing damsels in distress is our bounden duty. Let's do it. Ahem? Jiang Chen cleared his throat seriously. Because I'm a responsible man. Since I've held the child's mother, I should be the child's father. PFF'd. Bai Chen, crying moments before, burst out laughing at his twisted logic. After laughing, her face turned red. She lightly punched his chest, half scolding, half coy. You didn't just hold, you touched. Ha! Then I should definitely be the father. Jiang Chen slid one arm under her knees, the other around her back, and lifted her onto his lap. Yee! Bai Chanchan gasped, burying her face in his chest, her neck turning crimson. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He loved it when the mature, gentle Bai Chanchan blushed like a young girl. So under Bai Chanchan's shimmering gaze, Jiang Chen undid the third button of her blouse. The first was unbuttoned, the second had popped, the third fell victim. Bai Chanchan, red-faced and silent, leaned quietly in his arms, like a gentle, virtuous wife, letting her husband have his way, utterly willing. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. The child's mother is so well behaved. Chapter 39, definitely her biological mother elsewhere. Su Yao and Zhao Shimin arrived at the Hotel S underground parking lot. From a distance, they spotted the Ferrari LaFerrari parked in the corner. No choice. The sports car was just too eye-catching. Its cool design, sexy lines, and innate luxurious aura made it stand out like a crane among chickens in the entire parking lot. It was impossible not to attract attention. Man, take a few photos of me first. The dress I'm wearing today will definitely go well with this supercar. Su Yao handed her phone to Zhao Shimin, then walked over and leaned against the car's hood, striking a sexy, alluring pose. Click, click, click. Zhao Shimin was also in high spirits. She raised the phone and snapped several photos of Su Yao, occasionally guiding her on how to pose. After Su Yao finished, it was Zhao Shimin's turn. The two little minxes giggled and laughed, striking poses, practically wishing they could be mounted as specimens on the Ferrari LaFerrari's hood. Is this it? The school bell of Ceylon University? Is that all the ambition they have? Vroom, vroom, vroom. Just then, a white BMW drove up nearby, perhaps seeing Su Yao and Zhao Shimin taking photos around the Ferrari. The BMW suddenly halted. The driver's window rolled down slowly, and a man with a large head and ears stuck his head out. Hello, two beauties. Can I be friends with you? The man's gaze held a hint of wickedness as it swept over Suyao and Zhao Shimin several times. Drool almost dripped from the corner of his mouth. Suyao was the school belle of Ceylon University. Zhao Shimin's looks weren't bad either. She was one of the 7 fairies of Ceylon University. Both girls had top-tier looks and figures. The BMW guy had some money. Suddenly encountering such stunning beauties, he couldn't resist trying to hit on them. Besides, in the BMW guy's eyes, Su Yao and Zhao Shimin's behavior of taking photos around a luxury car to show off clearly marked them as gold diggers. Women like these could be easily won over if the sugar daddy had enough money. Beauties, no matter how good the Ferrari is, it is useless if it is not yours. How about you two come with me? If you make me happy, I'll give you this BMW. How about that? The BMW guy put on an I'm rich and generous act. In his view, his 300,000 yuan BMW was enough to win over the 2 gold diggers before him. However, Su Yao and Zhao Shimin exchanged a glance, then simultaneously gave the BMW guy a look of disdain. Whoosh! Su Yao pressed the car key in her hand. The next second, the Ferrari's headlights flashed twice, accompanied by a beep-beep unlocking sound. Holy crap! The BMW guy's eyes widened, his mouth agape, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. It took him a long while to recover. This was a Ferrari, limited to 499 units globally. The base price alone was 22.5 million. It was discontinued now, and even a used one went for over 30 million on the black market. How was this possible? How could these 2 gold diggers be the owners of this car? Did I misjudge? Are they actually noble young ladies from wealthy families? Whoosh! Su Yao and Zhao Shimin got into the Ferrari. After closing the doors, Su Yao rolled down the window. Fatso, no money, and still trying to pick up girls. Just one of my hubcaps is worth more than your entire net worth. Losers will always be losers, only fit to drive a crappy BMW in this lifetime. Su Yao gave the BMW guy a fierce middle finger, started the car, stepped on the gas, and sped away, BMW guy. On the road, Zhao Shimin's phone suddenly rang. She took it out, looked, and her brow furrowed slightly. Man, whose call is it? Su Yao, holding the steering wheel with both hands, glanced at Zhao Shimin. It is my mom. Zhao Shimin sighed helplessly and answered the call. As expected. The moment the call connected, her mother's questioning voice came through. Man, you transferred 5 million to my bank card this morning. I am asking you, where did this money come from? Did you do something bad outside? Man, even though our family had a disaster and owes a lot of money, and you're trying to help pay it off, but we must never do anything illegal. Her mother's nagging on the phone annoyed Zhao Shimin. She quickly interrupted. Mom, this money was given to me by my boyfriend. Ah, man, when did you get a boyfriend? No. Even if you have a boyfriend, how could he give you so much money at once? Your boyfriend's money didn't fall from the sky. No, man. Did you hook up with a rich man? Otherwise, why would he give you so much money? Man, you're so foolish. How could you sell yourself for money? A mother knows her daughter best. With just one sentence from Zhao Shimin, her mother immediately guessed the truth. Hearing her mother crying on the phone, Zhao Shimin gritted her teeth and said quickly, Mom, wait, I'll send you a photo of my boyfriend. After saying this, she hung up immediately. She quickly opened WeChat, found a few photos of her and Zhang Chen from her album, and sent them to her mother. A moment later, Zhao Shimin's mother actually replied with several WeChat messages in a row. Serene time, man, is this really your boyfriend? The young man is so handsome. Serene time, by the way. What is my future son-in-law's name? When will you bring him home for us to meet? Serene time, where does my good son-in-law work? What is his income? Is his family very rich? Is he good to you? Serene time, man. How long have you been together? When do you plan to get married? How many children do you plan to have after marriage? Serene time, man. Just have the babies confidently. Mom can help you take care of them. PFFT. Zhao Shimin nearly spat blood. She just sent her mom a few photos, and her mom was already fantasizing about grandchildren. No doubt about it. This is definitely her biological mother. Tap, Zhao Shimin quickly held her phone and typed a long WeChat message to her mother. The gist was that she was still young. She and Zhang Chen had just gotten together. Their relationship was just starting, and neither had plans to marry yet. In short, after much persuasion and effort, Zhao Shimin managed to brush off the matter. Finally, Zhao Shimin's mother specifically added a few words. Serene time, man. When you're with Zhang Chen, you must control your temper. Don't bully Zhang Chen. Serene time. I don't know what your dad was thinking. Why didn't he send you to learn dance or an instrument when you were little, but sent you to learn martial arts instead? What era is this? What use is martial arts for a girl? Serene time. I am warning you. If you dare use force on Jiang Chen and scare away my good son, in-law, see if I don't break your legs. Zhao Shimen. Chapter 40. The Little Green Tea, Luli, half an hour later. The LaFerrari stopped in front of a cafe. Yao Yao, man over here. As soon as Su Yao and Zhao Shimen entered the cafe, a clear call came from a window seat not far to their left. Little Lizzie, you're so fast. You got here before us? Xu Yao was slightly surprised, took Zhao Shimen's hand, and walked over. At the window seat sat a woman with quite impressive looks and figure. She had an internet. Famous oval face, features like a painting, long, waterfall, like hair, fair skin, and captivating eyes. She wore a black mid-sleeve blazer with no shirt underneath, just a small black tube top, revealing a patch of fair skin on her chest and two delicate collarbones. Below were black cropped suit pants and a pair of stiletto heels. Her slender waist, prominent peaks, and full hip curves were perfectly outlined by the professional attire. That is right, she was Liu Li, one of the 7 fairies of Ceylon University, who often pooled money with fake socialites, dreaming of catching a rich second-generation fool, labeled by Jiang Chen as the Little Green Tea. Currently, Liu Li worked at a real estate agency, because half an hour ago she received a call from Su Yao. She hurried to this cafe, Yao Yao. You said you have 120 new property listings, all large flats in Xincheng Yihao Gongguan. Is it true? You are not joking, are you? Before Su Yao and Zhao Shimen could order coffee, Liu Li couldn't wait to ask, 120 new listings. What did that mean? If Liu Li held onto these listings without sharing them, she could pocket the agency fees for all 120 properties alone? Moreover, these were properties in Xincheng Yihao Gongguan. As far as Liu Li knew, no real estate agency in Zilong City had listings for Xincheng Yihao Gongguan. If Liu Li could get these listings, it would prove her strong connections and channels, boosting her reputation in the industry and attracting more high-quality clients. In short, if this succeeded, it would only bring benefits to Liu Li. Whoosh! Without wasting words, Su Yao tossed the bag of property deeds in front of Liu Li, then casually waved to the waiter to order coffee for herself and Zhao Shimen. Liu Li quickly flipped through the property deeds when she saw Jiang Chen's name on every deed, and that each property was a large flat over 200 square meters at that moment. Liu Li's eyes turned green with envy. Oh my god, is Jiang Chen really a hidden super-rich second generation? Liu Li couldn't help but rub her eyes, her mind immediately racing. She had been skeptical about Jiang Chen and Su Yao before. After all, Jiang Chen's story was too dramatic. A young master lost, found years later by his family, inheriting a huge fortune, becoming an enviable rich heir. This plot appeared in almost every romantic novel. So when Liu Li heard about Jiang Chen's sudden wealth, her first thought was, it must be fake. Think about it. Jiang Chen gets dumped by Liu Ruyan in the morning, becomes a rich heir by the afternoon. It seemed like a scheme by Jiang Chen to anger Liu Ruyan, to mock her for being blind. As for the luxury car, wine presidential suite, transfer records, Su Yao, posted on Moments. Videos can be deepfaked, so photos can be photoshopped too. Later, when Su Yao went shopping with her girlfriends, Liu Li would rather believe Su Yao had hooked up with some rich man than believe the money was Jiang Chen's. However, today, seeing 120 property deeds all bearing Jiang Chen's name, Liu Li suddenly realized, after searching high and low in vain, then turning back by chance, I find her there where the lantern lights are dim. A line from a poem by Xin Qiji, the rich heir she had been desperately searching for, was right beside her all along. Aha, how could this be? If she had known Jiang Chen's true identity earlier, she would have snatched him from Liu Ruyan no matter what. And that little vixen Su Yao really got a great deal. Jiang Chen breaks up with Liu Ruyan in the morning. Su Yao is in his Ferrari by the afternoon, and by nightfall, she is in his bed, so fast, leaving no chance for anyone else. Woohoo! My god, dear rich brother, you're so confused. In terms of looks and figure, I'm not worse than Su Yao at all. Plus, I can cook, do laundry, give massages, do yoga. I'm presentable in the living room, handy in the kitchen, a lady in public, and in bed. Why did you get seduced by that fox Su Yao? If you had chosen me as your girlfriend, I would have treated you like a king, never letting you have an unpleasant experience. Sigh. Am I destined not to handle this immense wealth? How about, if I can't be the main wife, maybe I can be the side one? After all, Yao Yao doesn't seem to mind, and Man has already taken action and successfully become Jiang Chen's little wife. I can't hesitate any longer. Yao Yao is the first wife, Man is the second. If I keep hesitating, the third wife position might be taken by another woman. Tap, tap, tap. Having made up her mind, Liu Li, right in front of Su Yao and Zhao Shimin, took out her phone and quickly sent a WeChat message to Jiang Chen. Liu Li, brother Jiang Chen, I've liked you for a long time. I've had a crush on you since university. Now that you've broken up with Liu Ruyan, can I be your girlfriend? That is right, Liu Li hadn't given up. She still wanted to try, to see if she could become Jiang Chen's official girlfriend. Little Lizzie, who are you messaging? Su Yao, sipping her coffee, glanced at Liu Li's phone, a cold glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. Seeming a bit guilty, Liu Li. As hand trembled, almost dropping the phone, she rolled her eyes, then put on a flattering smile. Yao Yao, you said yesterday that whoever is willing to be Jiang Chen's little wife, give them 5 million. Does that promise still stand? Su Yao looked at Liu Li with a half smile, put down her coffee cup, crossed her arms, and said unhurriedly, Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Yesterday's promise was only valid yesterday. It is expired now. Ah, Liu Li was dumbfounded. Just then, Jiang Chen replied to Liu Li's WeChat. Jiang Chen, my current girlfriend is Su Yao. She is your good friend. Are you sure you want to steal her man? Seeing this, Liu Li's face showed an expression uglier than crying. She quickly lowered her head and typed 2 messages to Jiang Chen. Liu Li, Su Yao is my good friend. I wouldn't steal her man, but I want to be your lover. Shy emoji. Liu Li, brother Jiang Chen, can you give me a chance? I promise I'll be obedient. Pleading emoji Jiang Chen, I'm very busy right now. Ask Su Yao directly. Whether she gives you a chance is up to her. Chapter 41. Ex-girlfriend versus current girlfriend ring. Ring ring, while Liu Li was still dazed. Her phone rang, caller ID, Liu Ruyan, snapping back to reality. Liu Li instinctively looked up at Su Yao sitting across from her. At that moment, Su Yao was chatting and laughing with Zhao Shimin. Occasionally, she'd tuck her hair behind her ear, revealing her Bulgari earrings and the Tiffany bracelet on her wrist. What made Liu Li most envious was the latest LV bag Su Yao was carrying, priced at a whopping 500,000. That wasn't a bag. It was like carrying a BMW around. That little vixen Su Yao, lucky to have hooked up with Jiang Chen, had transformed from a sparrow on a branch into a phoenix. Whoosh! In front of Su Yao and Zhao Shimin. Liu Li answered Liu Ruyan's call. Hello? Ruyan, what is up? Ah? You want to rent a place now? I'm at the time Mark Calf. Fei, Yao Yao, and Man Man are here too. What, you and Yang Fan are nearby, coming over now? After hanging up, Liu Li became visibly restless, her eyes frequently darting towards Su Yao and Zhao Shimin. Lizzie, who called, why that look? Su Yao pretended not to know, asking deliberately. Liu Li's face showed a hint of embarrassment. She pursed her lips and said cautiously, Yao Yao, Ruyan just called. She said she and Yang Fan are nearby and are coming over. Heh, are Ruyan and Yang Fan looking to buy a house from you? Xu Yao chuckled lightly, showing no awkwardness, though a strange look flashed in Zhao Shimin's eyes beside her. Not buying, renting. Liu Li shook her head, her expression also odd. Ruyan said she has been looking all morning but can't find a place she likes, so she wants me to help her find suitable listings. Isn't Yang Fan a returnee? Doesn't he work as an executive at the Qin Group? I remember his family is quite well off. Shouldn't he have his own place in Sealand? Why are they looking to rent? Su Yao, though perhaps not the sharpest tool, wasn't stupid and immediately spotted the key issue. Hearing this, both Zhao Shimin and Liu Li frowned, looking puzzled. In university, Yang Fan was a somewhat famous rich second generation. Rumor was his parents owned a company with assets over 100 million. That is why Liu Ruyan rejected the school heartthrob Jiang Chen and went for Yang Fan. But that wasn't the main point. If Yang Fan's family was so rich, why were they looking to rent? Did his family disapprove of them? So they were secretly renting a place to live together, ding. Dong just then, the Chie Fei door was pushed open from outside, the wind chime making a clear sound. A man and a woman walked in. The woman had a stunningly beautiful face, eyes like autumn water, a cold, elegant temperament, wearing a pure white dress, somewhat reminiscent of the little dragon girl from The Return of the Condor Heroes. The man seemed rather ordinary, though wearing a well-tailored suit and styled hair. His looks, height, and aura were average, somewhat like Yin Zhaiping from the same series, PFF'd. Su Yao, thinking of little dragon girl and Yin Zhaiping, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Chen was so bad coming up with nicknames like that. What a talent! Seeing the strange looks from Zhao Shimin and Liu Li, Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly picked up her coffee, using the action to hide her embarrassment. Yao Yao, man, Lizzie, you're all here. Liu Ruyan walked over, smiling as she greeted Su Yao, Zhao Shimin, and Liu Li. At the same time, her gaze lingered on Su Yao. Seeing Su Yao's luxurious attire and the latest LV bag on the table, as if deliberately showing off, Liu Ruyan's long eyelashes trembled, her eyes inscrutable. Su Yao, Zhao Shimin, Liu Li, long time no see. Yang Fan also walked over, greeting everyone with a smile. However, when Yang Fan's eyes fell on Su Yao, his face showed surprise and his eyes lit up. Whoosh! Liu Ruyan didn't notice Yang Fan's expression. She sat down next to Liu Li, directly opposite Su Yao. The table had only 4 chairs. Seeing no empty seat, Yang Fan brought a chair from nearby and sat on the side, in the aisle. The scene was set. Su Yao and Zhao Shimin on the left, Liu Li and Liu Ruyan on the right. Zhao Shimin and Liu Li sat by the window. Su Yao and Liu Ruyan sat next to the aisle. Yang Fan sat alone in the aisle. Su Yao to his left, Liu Ruyan to his right. Silence. The place fell silent. Liu Ruyan sat upright, staring straight at Su Yao opposite her, her face calm. Su Yao also sat upright, staring straight at Liu Ruyan, her face equally calm. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Though neither spoke, Zhao Shimin and Liu Li felt sparks flying in the air. Ex-girlfriend versus current girlfriend. Was a battle imminent? Was this about to become a battlefield? A bit scary. Su Yao, I didn't realize you were so rich. That outfit must cost at least $1 million? Are you the daughter of some wealthy family in Ceylon? Yang Fan didn't know what had happened recently. He didn't have Zhang Chen or Su Yao's WeChat. And Liu Ruyan hadn't told him about Zhang Chen's sudden wealth. So Yang Fan didn't know Su Yao was now Zhang Chen's girlfriend, nor did he know Su Yao had climbed the social ladder thanks to Zhang Chen's silence. When Yang Fan asked Su Yao if she was from a wealthy family, all 4 women at the table showed strange expressions. I'm no rich young lady. Su Yao was the first to react. She smiled lightly, glancing intentionally or not at Liu Ruyan. I'm just lucky to have found a boyfriend who pampers, loves, and spends generously on me. Boom! At that moment, Zhao Shimin and Liu Li felt like a thunderclap had sounded. The war had begun. Su Yao, the current girlfriend, had thrown the first bomb. How would Liu Ruyan, the ex-girlfriend, respond? Wait, should they move their chairs back to avoid collateral damage? This was a fierce catfight. The destructive power of 2 women going crazy wouldn't be less than a minor earthquake. Hello, emergency services? Can I book an ambulance in advance? Someone's about to get seriously injured here. Critical condition. Needs immediate rescue. Chapter 42. The first clash cafe. The table was silent. A look of astonishment flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. He seemed surprised that Su Yao really had a rich boyfriend, though Liu Ruyan had mentioned it before. Yang Fan remained skeptical. After all, in university, many rich guys pursued Su Yao, but she rejected them all. Yang Fan thought Su Yao didn't care about money, that she was above such things. But the school belle had finally been won over by a rich man. It just showed that Su Yao hadn't been impressed by those rich guys because the price wasn't high enough. With a high enough price, any school belle, goddess, or ethereal fairy would eventually kneel and submit. Whoosh! Yang Fan was about to say something when Liu Ruyan spoke first. Yao Yao, we've been friends for years. I haven't offended you, have I? Liu Ruyan's face was calm, her emotions stable. Facing Su Yao's veiled barbs, she showed no anger. Ruyan, what do you mean by that? Su Yao narrowed her eyes. As longtime friends, she knew Liu Ruyan's nature better than anyone. Despite Liu Ruyan's calm exterior, inside she was probably seething with rage. The calmer she seemed, the angrier she likely was. Yao Yao, you know what I mean? Ruyan, if you don't say it, how would I know? Yao Yao, stop playing dumb. You know exactly what I mean. Ruyan, I'm not playing dumb. I really don't understand. Yao Yao, that is not very nice of you. Ruyan, how am I not being nice? You know what I mean, but pretend not to. Is that fun? I really don't know. I'm not pretending. You say I'm not nice, but I think you're the one being difficult. Charge attack. Rat-a-tat. Bang, bang, bang. Fire at will. Boom. This direct exchange between Liu Ruyan and Su Yao left Zhao Shimin, Liu Li, and Yang Fan stunned. What did she mean? What did they both mean? Were they using code? Did they need a code breaker to translate? The atmosphere grew tense. An intimidating chill emanated from both Su Yao and Liu Ruyan. Zhao Shimin and Liu Li were too scared to speak, bowing their heads and stirring their coffee nervously. Just then, Yang Fan scratched his head, looking puzzledly at Liu Ruyan and Su Yao. Ruyan, Yao Yao, What are you two talking about? I don't understand at all. Crack. The tension seemed to snap. Su Yao and Liu Ruyan simultaneously retracted their sharpness, breaking eye contact. Liu Ruyan picked up her coffee, took a sip, and brushed off Yang Fan. This is how we friends chat. Don't interrupt. Yang Fan felt something was off but nodded, trying to be gentlemanly. However, Su Yao wasn't as accommodating. She tapped her spoon heavily on her cup and said coldly to Yang Fan, Yang Fan, we're not close. Don't call me Yao Yao in the future. Only those closest to me can call me that. You can call me by my full name. Or, here. Su Yao glanced at Liu Ruyan and said with a half smile, or you can call me Mrs. Zhang. Snap. The sound of a toothpick breaking. Don't ask why there was a toothpick in the cafe. Plot convenience. Whoosh! Liu Ruyan's eyelid twitched violently as she tossed the broken toothpick into a nearby trash can. Yang Fan didn't notice Liu Ruyan's reaction. His eyes were fixed on Su Yao, as if he wanted to pin them on her. School bell, Su. You're still as aloof as ever. Truly our Sillin University's belle. I thought since you and Ruyan are close friends and I'm Ruyan's boyfriend, calling you Yao Yao wouldn't be too much. Never mind, I apologize. That was presumptuous of me. To make it up, let me treat everyone to a big dinner tonight, as an apology to School Belle Su. Yang Fan laughed it off, wearing a simp-like expression, as if Su Yao's cold rebuke was just a joke among friends, nothing serious. At that moment, Liu Ruyan turned sharply to Yang Fan, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. She hadn't expected Yang Fan to feign lick up to Su Yao. Of course, Su Yao, Zhao Shimen, and Liu Li all showed strange expressions. The three women looked at Liu Ruyan's grim face, making the proud Liu Ruyan feel even more humiliated and angry. What did he mean? Your girlfriend is right here, and you're fawning over another woman. Yang Fan, have you no shame? What do you take me for? Just as Liu Ruyan was about to explode, the previously silent Liu Li spoke up. Ruyan, didn't you want to look at houses? How did the topic drift so far? Liu Li meant well, worried the situation might spiral out of control. She stepped in to change the subject. However, good intentions can backfire. Liu Li took a stack of documents from her briefcase and handed them to Liu Ruyan. Ruyan, these are my premium listings. Take a look. If you like any, I can take you to see them. Liu Ruyan suppressed her anger, shot Yang Fan a discreet glare, took the documents, and started flipping through them. But the moment she opened the first page, her face showed surprise. Xingcheng Yihao Gongguan, 120 new units, all 200 SQM large flats. Lizzie, you are doing well. You got such rare listings. This is it. Get me one. Liu Ruyan looked up delightedly at Liu Li, who was drinking coffee, PFFT. Liu Li nearly spat out her coffee. Only then did she realize she grabbed the wrong documents. She given Liu Ruyan the 120 properties Su Yao entrusted her to rent. Awkward. Extremely awkward. If Liu Ruyan found out these were her ex-boyfriend Zhang Chen's properties, what would her reaction be? What to do? Tell her the truth. But given the situation, could she? Wouldn't that be slapping Liu Ruyan in the face? But not telling her would also hurt her. Wah. What to do? Help needed, urgent. Chapter 43. The second clash, Ruyan. How about I take you to see the properties first? If you like them, I'll contact the landlord and get you the best price. How does that sound? In the end, Liu Li held back from revealing the landlord's identity. She also wanted to use the viewing as an excuse to get Liu Ruyan and Yang Fan away from the CFA to avoid a full-blown conflict. However, the plan was good, but reality had other ideas. Whoosh! Liu Ruyan put down the documents and waved a hand. No need to view. Just contact the landlord and negotiate the rent. Ah? Liu Li was dumbfounded. The conversation wasn't going as she'd hoped. It had veered off course. Seeing Liu Li's surprise, Liu Ruyan took a sip of coffee and explained calmly. I've seen Xingcheng Yihao Gongguan online before. I like the environment. Too bad they only sell. Never rent. I'm impressed you managed to get so many listings there, Lizzie. Being a gold digger, Liu Ruyan had studied Shilan's high-end residential areas. Dreaming of marrying rich Xingcheng Yihao Gongguan was one she admired. However, before Liu Li could respond, an annoying voice came from across the table. Don't waste your time, I won't rent to you. Whoosh! Liu Ruyan looked up baffled at Su Yao opposite her. Ting, 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 Su Yao stirred her coffee with a spoon, seemingly casual, but the smirk at her lips betrayed her amusement. Yao Yao, what do you mean? Exactly what I said. Yao Yao, are you saying you can decide for the landlord to reject a tenant? Pretty much. Silence fell again. Liu Ruyan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Su Yao, then sneered. Yao Yao, are you telling me these 120 units in Xingcheng Yahao Gongguan are yours? Ruyan, you know I can afford that. Su Yao smiled lightly, seeing Liu Ruyan. I knew it expression, she added, but my husband can.
Silence. The table fell silent once more. Liu Ruyan stared blankly for a few seconds before her eyes widened in shock. You mean these 120 units belong to Zhang Chen? Correct. Su Yao nodded.
She bent down, lifted the bag from under the table, and dumped the pile of property deeds in front of Liu Ruyan. At that moment, Zhao Shimin covered her face. Lu Li pretended to look out the window, turning away. So embarrassing that little vixen Yao Yao was showing off again. She was deliberately provoking Liu Ruyan, rubbing it in her face, adding insult to injury. How much resentment did she hold against Liu Ruyan? Weren't they good friends? Why ruin their friendship over a man, leaving no room for reconciliation? Rustle, rustle, rustle. Ignoring Su Yao's mocking look, Liu Ruyan quickly picked up a property deed and examined it closely. 1, 2, 3. The more she looked, the darker her face became. The more she saw, the tighter she clenched her teeth. Whoosh! Curious Yang Fan also picked up a deed, seeing Zhang Chen's name. His face also turned pale. What did this mean? Why was Zhang Chen's name on the deed? Wasn't Zhang Chen an orphan? He worked his way through university. How could a poor guy afford Xingcheng Yihao Gongguan? And 120 units, each worth over 20 million. That is over 2.4 billion impossible. If Zhang Chen were that rich, why would Liu Ruyan break up with him? Something was wrong. School bell. Su, these deeds are fake, right? Zhang Chen's an orphan. How could he afford a whole building in Xingcheng Yihao Gongguan? Even if they were his, why do you have the deeds? Facing Yang Fan's doubts, Su Yao burst out laughing. As she laughed, her ample chest shook, making Yang Fan's eyes bulge. Who doesn't like a bombshell? However, Su Yao's next words stunned Yang Fan. Yang Fan, didn't Ruyan tell you? Zhang Chen is now a wealthy heir. A residential building is just a drop in the bucket for him. And I'm now Zhang Chen's fiancé. I have the right to manage his excess properties? Su Yao said this with her nose in the air, her proud expression more venomous than the evil queen's. She also upgraded herself from girlfriend to fiancé, quite a leap. But upon hearing fiancé, Liu Ruyan finally snapped. Bang! She slammed the table, stood up, and glared furiously at Su Yao. The chill she emitted could be felt blocks away. Silence. The table fell silent yet again. Everyone except Su Yao stared at Liu Ruyan in shock. Zhao Shimin and Lu Li prepared to intervene, fearing a physical fight. Yao Yao, I need to use the restroom. Come with me. Surprisingly, Liu Ruyan controlled her temper and suggested going to the restroom with Su Yao. Sure. Su Yao stood up calmly. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the two walked hand in hand to the restroom as if nothing had happened. I need the restroom too. Zhao Shimin, worried, stood up and followed them. Man, wait, me too. Liu Li quickly followed. Leaving Yang Fan alone at the table, he sat there, face dark, clutching a deed with Zhang Chen's name, his knuckles white. After a long while, Yang Fan loosened his grip and laughed mockingly. So, I am the clown. Chapter 44. Ivy loved him for 7 whole years. Time mark cafe restroom. Su Yao stood in front of the vanity, holding a Chanel lipstick, carefully applying it to her lips while checking her makeup in the mirror. At the next sink, Liu Ruyan turned on the faucet, washed her hands, then turned it off. Yao Yao, have you had your eye on Zhang Chen for a long time? Liu Ruyan's sudden question made Su Yao pause her lipstick application. Silence, utter silence. Su Yao didn't answer immediately. She first pressed her lips together in the mirror, then capped the lipstick and put it back into her 500,000 yuan LV bag. That is right. I fell in love with Zhang Chen a long time ago. Su Yao's frank admission immediately sparked anger on Liu Ruyan's stunning face. Su Yao, you're shameless. Liu Ruyan, how am I shameless? Zhang Chen was clearly my boyfriend. You had designs on him long ago and even have the nerve to say you love him. How is that different from being a mistress? Liu Ruyan, get this straight. I got together with him after you broke up. I haven't done anything to wrong you. Silence. Liu Ruyan's lips trembled as if to retort. But Su Yao didn't give her the chance. She cut in first. Liu Ruyan, let me be clear. I fell in love with him before he first confessed to you. What? Liu Ruyan froze. She narrowed her eyes, thinking back, then asked in astonishment. You mean you liked Zhang Chen right from the start of freshman year? Correct. Su Yao nodded frankly again. Seeming to think Liu Ruyan had misspoken, she corrected. Not liked Zhang Chen, but loved Zhang Chen. Love. Liu Ruyan was stunned again. a mocking expression appearing on her face. Su Yao, what kind of person are you? Don T, I know. You are a 24K gold. Digger, you only love money. How can you say you love Jiang Chen? Besides, before university, you hadn't even met Jiang Chen. It can be love at first sight, can it? Hearing Liu Ruyan's blatant mockery, Su Yao wasn't angered. Instead, she narrowed her eyes, seeming to fall into some memory. After a moment of silence, a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of Su Yao's mouth. I do love money, I admit that. But compared to money, I love Jiang Chen more. Really? Liu Ruyan's face showed clear disbelief. Su Yao didn't argue further. Instead, she reminisced slowly. I remember the night of university orientation. I went out alone to buy something. On my way back to campus, I passed a deserted alley. Suddenly, two drunkards appeared from nowhere. Seeing I was alone, they cornered me in the alley and started getting handsy. I was terrified. I screamed for help, but no one passed by. Hearing this, the mockery on Liu Ruyan's face stiffened. Though Su Yao had just begun her story, Liu Ruyan could guess what came next. Sure enough, after a pause, Su Yao continued. As the drunks tore my clothes, I felt utterly hopeless, even thinking of ending my life. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared. He was like a brave knight descending from the heavens at my most desperate, helpless moment, driving away the villains, saving my life. At that very moment, I was certain my heart beat for this sunny, handsome boy. As Su Yao recounted this memory, a happy, sweet smile stayed on her face, her charming peach, blossom eyes sparkling brightly. Light. Liu Ruyan saw light in Su Yao's eyes. This made Liu Ruyan's expression grow even uglier. She never dreamed that Jiang Chen and Su Yao had such a click-fade hero saves. Beauty story, though click-fade, such stories are undeniably deadly to a woman's heart. So Liu Ruyan had to believe Su Yao wasn't lying. She had fallen for Jiang Chen right at the start of freshman year. Su Yao, if you had feelings for Jiang Chen back then, why didn't you confess? Why didn't you get together with him? You watched Jiang Chen fawn over me for 4 years, indifferent, never even hinting your feelings to him. What kind of love is that? Liu Ruyan grew more agitated, increasingly displeased with Su Yao, almost hysterical, shouting without regard for image. Su Yao didn't argue. She just glanced lightly at Liu Ruyan, a faint smile curling her lips. I was planning to confess to Jiang Chen the next day, but just as I found him ready to confess, he turned with a bouquet and loudly proclaimed his love to you. I was thunderstruck, completely stunned. Ha 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 ha. Before Su Yao finished, Liu Ruyan burst into laughter. Pointing at Su Yao, she laughed until she was breathless, tears almost streaming. So you felt inferior, scared, you retreated, didn't dare confess, became a love deserter? Su Yao, you watched Jiang Chen get rejected by me, watched him heartbroken, but didn't dare comfort him or reveal your feelings. Is this your so-called love? Silence. Su Yao's expression finally changed. She pressed her lips together, suddenly slapped herself, her face filled with regret and guilt. My brain was addled back then, actually believing in a love that lets go, a love that sacrifices. I saw how much Jiang Chen liked you, how his eyes and heart held only you, no room for others. So I buried this love deep in my heart, hoping time would fade it. But facts proved I'm a fool. I couldn't forget it, just couldn't. Almost every night, my mind replayed Jiang Chen descending from the heavens, driving away the drunks, saving me in my distress. The more I tried to forget, the clearer the memory became. The clearer, the more indelible. Silence. The restroom fell silent again. Liu Ruyan's expression changed dramatically. Jealousy was written plainly on her face. Are you jealous of the story between Su Yao and Jiang Chen? Jealous that Su Yao could spend Jiang Chen's money extravagantly. She was especially jealous that Su Yao had a crush on Jiang Chen for 7 years and ended up openly with him, lovers finally united. Because these were things Liu Ruyan never had. Liu Ruyan let out a bitter laugh, then asked through gritted teeth, "So after graduation, you insisted on moving near me, not for our friendship, but for Jiang Chen." "Correct. I've loved Jiang Chen for 7 whole years. How could I bear to leave him?" Su Yao stared straight at Liu Ruyan. She smiled radiantly, then delivered the crushing blow. "I should thank you. If you hadn't let go, how could I have ended up with Jiang Chen?" PFFT, Liu Ruyan nearly spat blood. She glared furiously at Su Yao, saying in a low voice, "Su Yao, for a man, you turn against me today, humiliating me with such vicious words. Do you care nothing for our years of friendship?" "Liu Ruyan, you don't know how much I love Jiang Chen." Su Yao said this cryptically, then explained slowly, "I don't care who it is. Anyone who dares hurt Jiang Chen is my enemy. Similarly, any woman who can make Jiang Chen happy, make him smile, please him, is my sister." I don't mind how many women are around Zhang Chen. I only care if he is happy, joyful, if he is well. That is my sunny day. Liu Ruyan. Chapter 45. The Four Golden Flowers, Zealand City. First people, S Hospital, VIP ward. Shinshin surgery was very successful, but the anesthesia hadn't worn off yet, so the little girl remained asleep in bed. Zhang Chen stayed with Bai Qianqian in the ward all afternoon, intending to wait until she woke to officially become her godfather. But by after 5 p.m., the girl still hadn't woken. A doctor came to check and concluded the little girl seemed a bit tired and was just sleeping. This amused Zhang Chen, Bai Qianqian, and her parents. After laughing, their worries eased, and they looked at the girl with Singtone, X-Fein, Tan, heartache. Zhang Chen planned to stay until she woke, but Bai Qianqian insisted he return to the hotel to rest. After all, her parents were there. Zhang Chen, an outsider. Staying was inconvenient. Besides, Zhang Chen felt somewhat guilty around Bai Qianqian's parents. Forget it. Visit tomorrow. Sneak away for today. Next, Zhang Chen returned alone to the hotel. Just as he got out of the car, a woman in a hotel butler uniform approached. She looked younger than Bai Qianqian, around 27 to 28, with a pretty face and slim figure, quite a beauty. But her headlights were only B-cup, 2 grades below Bai Qianqian, reducing her appeal to Zhang Chen. Mr. Zhang, hello? I'm your new butler, Li Chen. I'll be taking over from Butler Bai to serve you. Li Chen wore a professional smile upon seeing Zhang Chen's face. A light seemed to flash in her eyes. Zhang Chen nodded casually and entered the elevator. Li Chen quickly followed, pressed the floor button, and reported once the doors closed. Mr. Zhang, half an hour ago, your girlfriend Nesu returned to your room with MS Zhao and MS Liu. 20 minutes ago, AMS Lin, claiming to be your private financial secretary, came to see you. She is waiting in your room. 10 minutes ago, AMS Jin reserved the hotel's top-floor rotating restaurant, inviting you to dinner. Hearing this, Zhang Chen frowned. M's Chin, which MS Chin? Li Chen was slightly stunned. Jin Sai, the only daughter of the Chin Group chairman, the young lady of the Chin family in Shillong. After speaking, she carefully observed Zhang Chen's expression. Seeing his confused look, she asked surprisedly, Mr. Zhang, you don't know MS Chin? No? Zhang Chen shook his head, then asked, Butler Li, do you know why this MS Chin wants to have dinner with me? Li Chen shook her head. I don't know why. I just received a call from the manager asking me to inform you. Okay, I see. Zhang Chen nodded expressionlessly. As the elevator reached the 29th floor, he stepped out, then turned back. What time is the dinner? 7 p.m. All right, please remind me then. Butler Li. Sure, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Chen had already guessed who Miss Chin was. Recently, the only woman he interacted with who could afford to book the entire rotating restaurant was the spicy girl he rescued. But he expected her to be the Chin family heiress. He knew little about the Chin group or family, only that they were a wealthy Shillong family with a group worth over 100 billion. Speaking of which, the Chin heiress was something else. To find his identity and where he stayed so quickly, but she was too young, probably just 18. Not his type. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind a romantic encounter. Click thinking these random thoughts. Zhang Chen swiped into the presidential suite. Upon entering the living room, he heard laughter and chatter. Looking over, he saw 4 stunning beauties on the sofa. Shu Yao, Zhao Shimen, Liu Li, Lin Qingshu, the 4 gold, digging flowers, each unique, vying for attention. Husband, you're back. Seeing Zhang Chen, the 4 beauties stopped their antics. Su Yao stood up, hurried over, and hugged him coquettishly. Zhang Chen smiled, ignoring the others. He gave Su Yao a French kiss and a pat on her firm rear. After a long kiss, Su Yao's face was flushed, her peach, blossom eyes shimmering. Next, Zhang Chen sat with Su Yao on the sofa, his eyes turning to Liu Li, who seemed nervous. Zhang Chen, long time no see. Liu Li greeted with a smile. Zhang Chen nodded casually, then looked at Lin Qingshu. Noticing his gaze, Lin Qing took an exquisite box from her bag and handed it to him respectfully. Young Master Zhang, this is your bank card. IV transferred all your Bank of China deposits to it. Total 575,366,849 yuan. Hearing this figure, Su Yao and Zhao Shimen remained calm. Lin Qingshu showed little surprise, but Liu Li's eyes widened. Looking at Zhang Chen as if he were daddy, stars sparkling in her eyes, Zhang Chen opened the box. Inside was a metal black bank card. It felt cool, clearly different from ordinary cards, with gold lettering showing the number and his name in pinyin. The last 4 digits, 8,888, Zhang Chen was very satisfied. Young Master Zhang, This is the opening gift from our bank, a token of our appreciation. Lin Qingshu presented a wooden box inside, were neatly stacked small gold bars, each stamped with the bank S logo and 100G, about 30 bars in total. Jiang Chen was surprised. Opening a private bank account came with 30 gold bars worth over 2 million, but then he thought with his 570 plus million deposit, the bank would profit much more than that. Indeed, with money, even banks will curry favor. Chapter 46, an arranged marriage, 7 p.m., Imperial International Hotel, top floor rotating restaurant. Since Chinsai had booked the entire restaurant when Jiang Chen arrived, no other guests were in sight. Led by a waitress, he was seated at a table set with fine tableware and a decanted bottle of red wine. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. Ms. Qin will arrive shortly. The waitress gave him a suggestive look, smiled, and left. Sitting in the empty restaurant, Jiang Chen felt uneasy, too quiet. Not a soul around, felt strangely nervous. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, beautiful piano music filled the restaurant. Jiang Chen recognized it, Wedding in a Dream, a famous piece. Sitting in this upscale restaurant, overlooking the city lights, listening to world-class music, Jiang Chen lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. A mix of elegance and vulgarity satisfying. Tap, tap, tap. High heels approached. Jiang Chen looked towards the sound. Sure enough, it was the spicy girl tonight. Qin Si wore mature makeup, making her look in her 20s, not a teenager. She wore a sexy form, fitting black spaghetti strap dress that outlined her curved figure perfectly. Her slightly curled hair cascaded over her shoulders, a black lace butterfly clip adding a sexy touch. Her long legs and sheer black stockings and diamond-studded high heels exuded Jiju Jfei, ultimate sensuality. But the main point, Qin Si had headlights rivaling Su Yao's. When she walked, they bounced enticingly. Brother Jiang Chen, we meet again. Hihi. Qin Si seemed pleased with her look, especially seeing Jiang Chen's appreciative gaze. Found out who I am so quickly. The Qin heiress is impressive. Jiang Chen stood, appraising her from head to toe. He had to admit, cuteness is worthless against sex appeal. Brother Jiang Chen, let me introduce myself. I am Qin Si 18, your neighbor. Qin Si extended her hand boldly, staring directly at Jiang Chen with a mischievous smile. Hello, Qin Si. Jiang Chen shook her hand briefly, then withdrew. Though Qin Si was sexy tonight, he still wasn't very interested. She was a young heiress, the Qin family's princess. Messing with her would bring trouble. More importantly, he preferred mature women over lolitas. A dying man sits up shocked. The prime minister is me. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite's dining room, Su Yao, Zhao Shimin, Liu Li, and Lin Qingshu sat around the table. Though the table was laden with delicacies and wine, the four seemed distracted. Curious, Liu Li bravely asked Su Yao, Yao Yao, what is the relationship between Jiang Chen and this MS Qin? Don't know. Su Yao shook her head, expressionlessly, sipping her wine. Spurred by Liu Li, Zhao Shimin, and Lin Qingshu joined the discussion. Why would Ms. Qin spend a fortune to book the entire restaurant just for dinner with Jiang Chen? Yao Yao. Is she pursuing Jiang Chen? I heard wealthy families often arrange marriages for their children. Jiang Chen is a rich heir now. Could MS Qin be seeking an alliance? Now that you mention it, it is possible. Hearing their chatter, Su Yao felt a pang of panic. Arranged marriage struck her like a thunderbolt. But she quickly adjusted her expression. Putting down her glass, she said firmly, No, Jiang Chen won't agree to any arranged marriage. Silence fell. Though they stopped discussing it, the atmosphere grew heavy, expressions solemn. As gold diggers, poisoned by years of romance novels and dramas, they knew arranged marriages among the wealthy were common. Many couples seemed loving in public, but led separate lives privately. Business people pursued profit, often sacrificing personal happiness. Marriage was just a transaction. Some alliances were forced for self-preservation, so their moods soured. Su Yao, hoping to marry Jiang Chen, naturally opposed any arranged marriage. As for the others, though ready to be mistresses, they also feared Jiang Chen marrying a wealthy heiress. If his wife were Su Yao, their friend, they might be tolerated. But a stranger, their fate would be grim. Just like in dramas, beaten, humiliated, exposed online. Gasp, the thought was terrifying. Dinner passed in an oppressive atmosphere afterward. Butler Li Chen and staff cleared the table. Once alone, Su Yao asked Li Chen, Butler Li, are Mr. Jiang and Miss Qin still dining upstairs? Li Chen looked uneasy. Miss Su, 5 minutes ago, they left the restaurant. Su Yao frowned. Where are they now? Well, Li Chen hesitated, watching Su Yao's face. Speak. Su Yao lost patience, her tone sharp. The others stared at Li Chen. Under their collective gaze, Li Chen felt immense pressure. Ms. Qin, She booked a room in our hotel. After dinner, she took Mr. Jiang to her room. Gasps filled the room. But there was more. Li Qian, deciding to fully disclose, said, "I'm Su." There is more. The housekeeping staff, said Ms. Qin, prepared lots of roses, candles, balloons in her room, plus a delicate gift box. Seems she plans to surprise Mr. Jiang. Boom. Thunder struck the four women's hearts. Roses? Candles? Balloons? A gift box. What is inside? An engagement ring. Gasp. Ms. Qin booked the restaurant. Prepared a surprise in her room. Is she proposing to Zhang Chen? No, absolutely not. Zhang Chen cannot marry Mess. Qin daring to steal my man. I don't care if you are an heiress. Get lost. Chapter 47. Quick Wit in a Crisis Imperial International Hotel. Presidential Suite Number 2. When Zhang Chen followed Qin Si into the room, he was indeed startled. The living room floor was covered in rose petals, scattered with pink and red balloons, and the ceiling was draped with colorful ribbons. Additionally, candles arranged in a heart shape were placed in the center of the floor. Fortunately, a large banner hung in the living room reading, "Thank you, Brother Zhang Chen, for saving my life." Signed, Qin Si. Seeing this banner, Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief internally. Good thing it wasn't a grand confession scene. That would have been awkward. "CC, is this the surprise you prepared for me?" Zhang Chen stopped walking and turned to look at Qin Si, who wore a mischievous smile. "Brother Zhang Chen, come with me." Qin Si immediately grabbed Zhang Chen's hand, trying to pull him into the living room. Zhang Chen hesitated slightly, but allowed himself to be led by Qin Si into the living room. Standing right in the center of the heart-shaped candles. So awkward. Really awkward. Why did it have to be a heart shape? A square, circle, triangle, irregular polygon. Anything would have been fine. A heart shape. Anyone unaware might think you're confessing to me on the spot. Brother Zhang Chen, close your eyes first. Qin Si looked at Zhang Chen expectantly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sisi, let me ask first, are you sure what you're giving me is a surprise, not a shock?" Zhang Chen wore a wry smile. Facing Qin Si's intense gaze, he felt somewhat uneasy. "Brother Zhang Chen, don't worry. The gift I specially prepared for you will definitely be a surprise, not a shock. Close your eyes, I'll count to 3. Then you can open them." Under Qin Si's insistence, Zhang Chen obediently closed his eyes. He wanted to see what surprise Qin Si had prepared. 1, 2, 3, Brother Zhang Chen. You can open your eyes now. As soon as Qin Si finished speaking, Zhang Chen opened his eyes. Qin Si stood before him, smiling, holding a delicate small box in her fair hands. Whoosh! Before Zhang Chen could speak, Qin Si eagerly opened the box and presented it to him. "Brother Zhang Chen, this is the gift I prepared for you, a Bugatti Chiron. I hope you like it." Zhang Chen's gaze fell on the box inside. Lay an exquisite car key. Bugatti Chiron. Zhang Chen was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected Qin Si to give him a luxury supercar. This was a Bugatti Chiron. Prices in China were speculated to be over 30 million. The Qin family's young lady was indeed extravagant. A 30 million yuan car as a gift. One word, ostentatious. Brother Jiang Chen, I went through great effort to have this Bugatti Chiron airlifted overnight from abroad. If it weren't for preparing this gift, I could have come to see you last night. Brother Zhang Chen, do you like this gift? Seeing Qin Si's expectant expression, Zhang Chen took the key, smiled, and nodded. I like it. Nonsense. Zhang Chen was an honest kid. If he liked it, he liked it. No need to be shy. Besides, Zhang Chen had saved Qin Si's life. It was natural for her to give him a car as thanks. One willing to give, one willing to receive, mutual consent, no issue. However, life is full of surprises. Just then, something unexpected happened. Boom! A loud sound echoed as the room door was burst open from outside. Tap, tap, tap! Immediately, 4 stunning beauties rushed in like a swarm. Whoosh! Zhang Chen and Qin Si turned their heads almost instinctively. The next second, both showed stunned expressions. Silence. The room fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. Zhang Chen never expected Su Yao, Zhao Shimen, Liu Li, and Lin Qingshu to barge in at this moment. What were they doing? Why did they all look so aggressive? A live infidelity bust. Who are you? Who let you in? After a brief shock, Qin Si's face turned cold. She had put so much effort into preparing a surprise for Zhang Chen, only to have it ruined by intruders. So Qin Si was angry. The consequences were serious. Seeing Qin Si about to explode, Zhang Chen quickly asked Su Yao, "What are you all doing?" Faced with Zhang Chen's question, Su Yao looked embarrassed. The situation was clear. Jiang Chen held an open box containing a car key, not the engagement ring she had imagined. Plus, the banner in the room thanked Jiang Chen for saving Qin Si. Su Yao wasn't blind. She realized she had misunderstood. At the same time, she regretted her impulsiveness. But they had already barged in and angered Qin Si. It was too late to retreat now. What to do? Qin Si was the Qin family heiress. Offending her might cause big trouble for Jiang Chen. What if this incident harmed Jiang Chen? Would he get angry and discard her? They say big-chested women are brainless. Su Yao indeed had a large chest and was somewhat brainless. But in this critical moment, Su Yao had a flash of inspiration. Whoosh! Su Yao suddenly put on a bright smile, crossed her hands in front of her, and bowed slightly to Jiang Chen and Qin Si. Good evening, sir, madam. I am masseuse number 36 from the hotel. Foot Massage Parlor, Yao Yao, delighted to serve you. Silence. The room was dead quiet after Su Yao's speech. Jiang Chen's jaw nearly hit the floor. But that wasn't all. After Su Yao, Zhao Shimin caught on, imitating Su Yao. She bowed slightly with an awkward smile. I am masseuse number 37, Man, delighted to serve you. I am masseuse number 38, Xiao Shui, delighted to serve you. I am masseuse number 39, Xiao Li, delighted to serve you. Following Su Yao and Zhao Shimin, Lin Xing and Yu Li also played along, bowing in turn. In the living room, the four gold, digging flowers stood in a row, posing professionally with standard smiles. Drip, a cold sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's forehead. Though the four appeared calm, their trembling eyelashes, slightly rapid breathing, and flickers of panic in their eyes betrayed their nervousness. Masseuses, what an idea! Since you want to play this game, fine. I'll just stand here and watch quietly. Let's see what else you can come up with. Chapter 48. Only children make choices. We didn't order any masseuses. Are you mistaken? Qin Si was slightly stunned, looked at Jiang Chen, then showed a puzzled expression. Si, actually. They? Jiang Chen twitched his lips, about to explain. But Su Yao cut in first. Isn't this presidential suite? No. 3. Hearing this, Qin Si looked exasperated. Please, this is presidential suite number 2. Number 3 is downstairs. Do you check the room number before entering? So reckless, I'll complain about you. Qin Si instinctively felt hostile towards the four. These four masseuses were all beautiful, with hot figures and impressive assets. They stared at Jiang Chen with shining eyes as if smitten at first sight, making Qin Si extremely uncomfortable. A bunch of foot masseuses daring to eye my brother Jiang Chen. Know your place. Who gave you the right to stare at him with such lecherous eyes? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Sorry, we got the wrong room. Our apologies for disturbing you. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yao apologized repeatedly, while backing away quickly. Zhao Shimin, Lin Xing and Liu Li reacted swiftly, imitating Su Yao as they retreated. The last one out, Liu Li thoughtfully closed the door. Jiang Chen. The room quieted down. Qin Si put away her cold expression and smiled sweetly at Jiang Chen. She was about to say something when her phone rang. Ring, ring, ring! Qin Si took out her phone, saw the caller ID, and frowned slightly. But she didn't avoid Jiang Chen, answering directly. Mom? What is it? I just finished dinner with a friend. It is still early. Why are you rushing me home? All right, I'm coming back now. After hanging up, Qin Si looked helpless. She looked up at Jiang Chen reluctantly. Brother Jiang Chen, sorry, my mom is insisting I go home. It is fine. It is getting late. A girl staying out alone does worry the family. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, inwardly delighted. Go home, little girl. Don't bother me. I have a poker game with my girlfriend tonight. No time for you. Brother Jiang Chen, let's exchange WeChat. I'll invite you out another time. Sure. Brother Jiang Chen, goodbye. Goodbye. 10 p.m. Jiang Chen returned to presidential suite number 1. Upon opening the door, he heard the sound of mahjong tiles. Looking up, he saw a mahjong table in the living room. Su Yao, Zhao Shimin, Liu Li, and Lin Xingxi, the 4 gold diggers, were playing mahjong, each wearing only a sexy lace kameez, laughing and chatting. Husband, you're back! Su Yao's voice was extra gentle, but Jiang Chen just nodded without a word and headed straight for the master bedroom. Damn it. These little minxes are getting bolder, barging into rooms for a live bust. Bear the rod, spoil the child. Back in the room, Jiang Chen went to the bathroom and filled the tub with hot water. Then he soaked comfortably, played music on his phone, closed his eyes, and relaxed. Click. The bathroom door opened suddenly and a graceful figure slipped in. Jiang Chen looked up and showed a teasing smile. Well, if it isn't. Tea masseuse number 36. Yao Yao. Can. Do you see the guest is bathing? Couldn't wait to offer your service? Hearing Jiang Chen's teasing, Su Yao's cheeks flushed, a flicker of embarrassment in her eyes. But the little minx was thick, skinned. After a brief awkwardness, she walked confidently to the tub and said softly, "Husband, let me help you get clean." As she spoke, she squatted down. She picked up the shower gel nearby, squeezed some into her hands, rubbed them together, and once lather formed, placed her hands on Jiang Chen's chest, gently massaging silence. The atmosphere in the bathroom was ambiguous. Su Yao wore only a lace chemise, squatting in a way that gave Jiang Chen a clear view of her prominent headlights whenever he glanced up. "Husband, is this comfortable?" "Husband, are you still mad at me? What do you think, husband? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Tell me, what were you wrong about?" Su Yao squatted by the tub, her small chemise barely containing her hourglass figure. Especially those headlights. As she applied the soap, the silk fabric of her chemise rippled, sparking infinite imagination. "Husband, I shouldn't have barged in and interrupted your flirting, PFFT." Jiang Chen nearly spat blood. He glared. "What flirting? That little girl CC just turned 18. I am not interested in her. What is going on in your head?" Hearing Jiang Chen wasn't interested in Qin Si Su Yao's eyes lit up. "Husband, I really know I was wrong. How can I make it up to you?" After saying this, Su Yao deliberately lifted the hem of her chemise with one hand. Instantly, a pair of xuebag shufei bifei snow, white long legs were revealed. Jiang Chen glimpsed a flash of black lace pattern, seemingly adorned with a string of pearls, quite stunning splash. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen pulled Su Yao into the tub. Soon, sounds of playful splashing and laughter came from the bathroom. "Husband, who do you want to book tonight?" "Book what?" "Masseuses. Number 36 and 37 are injured, recuperating. But number 38 and 39 are available." "Which one do you want?" "You roped Lin Qingshu and Luli onto this pirate ship." Only children make choices. I am an adult. I want them all. Chapter 49, Mom. I support you. Phoenix Mountain Villa. Villa number 2. Qin Si had just returned home when she saw her mother sitting on the sofa, holding a magazine, a cup of hot tea on the table seemingly waiting for her. "Mom," Qin Si called out sweetly, hurried over, and threw herself into her mother's arms, acting cute. "Cece, you are 18 already! Why are you still clinging to me like a child?" Qin Si's mother showed a motherly smile, put down the magazine, and lovingly rubbed Qin Si's head. Qin Si's mother looked very young. Sitting together, they looked more like sisters than mother and daughter. Her skin was fair, unmarked by time, though her demeanor was more mature and graceful than Qin Si's. She wore loose home clothes, her long hair in a large braid over her shoulder. A few strands framed her face, complementing her mature, elegant, slightly aloofly beautiful features, giving a gentle, intellectual, noble, soft, and charming vibe. If Jiang Chen were here, he'd be shocked, because Qin Si's mother was his online girlfriend. Yes, the wealthy sister from the 3-year online relationship he gained using the online love card, Qin Chaoyu. No. I want to hug you, cling to you. Qin Si hugged Qin Chaoyu, acted cute for a while, then suddenly looked up. "Mom, why did you call me home in such a hurry?" Qin Chaoyu, who had been smiling, showed a hint of embarrassment at the question. "CC." She hesitated, then bit her lip. "There is something I've thought about for a long time, struggled with internally. Sorry for telling you only now. I hope you won't blame me." "Mom, what are you hiding from me?" Qin Si's eyes widened. This was the first time her mother had spoken so seriously in years, making her nervous. Sai, we've relied on each other all these years." "You're grown up now. Your life on track, basically don't need me to worry anymore." As Qin Chaoyu spoke, Qin Si's sense of foreboding grew, but she listened anxiously without interrupting. "Cece, you'll marry someday. Leave my side." "I do not want to be a burden. If you're worried about me or hold you back, finding you a stepfather. Mainly after you marry, I can live with your stepfather, support each other in old age. So you won't need to care for me or worry about me. Cece, I hope you understand my good intentions." Hearing this, Qin Si first showed surprise, then relief. So Mom wants to fall in love. Scared me, I thought. She wanted to kick me out. Phew, false alarm. Qin Si was from a single-parent family, fatherless since childhood, so she understood her mother's hardships. Qin Chaoyu got pregnant at 18, gave birth to Qin Si at 19. Qin Si's biological father disappeared during the pregnancy and never appeared after her birth. Early love harms deeply. Qin-si knew her mother hated that man. There were no records of him at home. Whenever Qin-si asked about her father, Qin Xiaoyu would coldly refuse to answer, sometimes scolding her, afraid of upsetting her mother. Qin-si stopped asking. All these years, Qin Xiaoyu raised Qin-si under great pressure, enduring much hardship. At the same time, perhaps feeling guilty, she doted on Qin-si immensely, afraid she'd suffer. So even without a father, Qin-si never complained. Having a loving, doting mother was enough. Silence. Seeing Qin-si silent, Qin Xiaoyu thought her daughter had objections. See, if you disagree, then forget it. Your opinion comes first. If it is hard for you, I won't consider finding a partner. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes dimmed slightly, but she still smiled motherly, looking lovingly at Qin-si. At that moment, Qin-si trembled. A wave of heartache filled her. Since childhood, Qin Xiaoyu always consulted her on everything. If Qin-si disliked something, Qin Xiaoyu never forced her. Now, Qin Xiaoyu just wanted to pursue happiness, yet spoke in such a consultative tone, making Qin-si feel even more ashamed and guilty. All these years, Qin Xiaoyu remained single, never close to any man. Didn't she want to? No. Given her looks and conditions, men lined up for her, many high-quality ones. But for Qin-si's sake, she stayed single until now. Now, Qin-si was an adult. Qin Xiaoyu had fulfilled her maternal duty. She just wanted to pursue happiness. Qin-si was genuinely happy for her. As a child, her mother always considered her feelings. Now, it was her turn to consider her mother's. Mom, I didn't say I disagree. Qin-si blinked her watery eyes, smiling. I support you pursuing happiness, finding a partner. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. Silence. The living room fell silent. Qin Xiaoyu's long eyelashes trembled, her eyes reddening, tears welling up. Cici, thank you, my precious daughter. Qin Xiaoyu hugged Qin-si tightly. Qin-si hugged back just as tightly. Tears glistened in both their eyes. The atmosphere was warm. Later, Qin-si suddenly thought of something. Mom, who is your partner? What is his name? How old? Handsome? Rich? Good character? Ah, Qin Xiaoyu was stunned. Then her face turned bright red. Chapter 50. What the... A stepdad this young. Mom, when did you start dating him? A man who meets your standards must be excellent, right? Qin-si smiled at Qin Xiaoyu. Having relied on each other for years, Qin-si knew her mother's personality. Well, since Qin Xiaoyu brought it up, it meant she had found a suitable candidate, possibly even was already with him. No unprepared battles. That was Qin Xiaoyu's style. CC, seeing you so supportive puts my mind at ease. Qin Xiaoyu smoothed her hair, embarrassed. Well, I met him online. We've been in an online relationship for 3 years. Ah? Online relationship? Qin-si looked shocked. She had thought of 1,000 possibilities, but not her mother having an online affair. Cici, are you biased against online relationships? Qin Xiaoyu grew nervous, worried Qin-si would object, but Qin-si was only briefly surprised before smiling again. Mom, I didn't know you kept up with the times. Even learning to online date. Online relationships are fine. It shows my stepdad is modern too. You both have young hearts. Plus, online dating makes finding soulmates easier. Not just superficial love, so I think online dating is more reliable for people your age. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu froze. A moment later, she lightly tapped Qin-si's head. CC, more reliable for people your ages. What do you mean? That I'm old, faded, unwanted in real life, so I have to find someone online. Qin Xiaoyu pretended to be angry, but Qin-si, her little manal, Mifeyan, Feo, padded jacket, meaning close daughter, saw through the act. Ah, dear Mom, how could I think that? You're so beautiful. Look like a 20-something. People think we're sisters on the street. I meant since he is online dating you, he doesn't know how pretty you are. So he is won over by your substance, not your looks. Mom, you don't want a shallow man who only cares about appearance, right? Qin-si hugged Qin Xiaoyu, acting cute again. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head with a wry smile, pinched Qin-si's cheek lovingly. CC, one last issue. What? Well, there is a bit of an age gap between us. I am afraid you might find it hard to accept. How big? 12 years. Qin-si froze, she thought. Mom is 37, so stepdad is 49. Well, that is a significant gap. But a 49-year-old man winning her mother, as heart must mean true love. Mom, I think if two people truly love each other, age doesn't matter. Plus, older man, younger. Woman pairs are common now, many are happy. Older men are more mature, know how to care for people. As long as he is sincere, what if he is 12 years older? Drip. A cold sweat trickled down Qin Chaoyu's temple. She knew her daughter would misunderstand, biting her lip. Qin Chaoyu took Qin Shi's hand. Sai, you misunderstood. The 12-year gap isn't him being older. It is me being 12 years older than him. Silence. The living room was dead quiet. Qin Sai's smile froze, her eyes blank, unable to process it. Her mother man was 12 years younger? 37 minus 12 equals 25. Qin Sai counted on her fingers 3 times, confirming. Her mom found a 25-year-old young man at that moment. Qin Sai was speechless compared to a 25-year-old stepdad. A 49-year-old seemed more reliable. After all, 25 was so young, calling someone only 7 years her elder stepdad? What a joke. How could she? And if the 3 went out together, wouldn't it look weird? If school had a parents' meeting and mom was busy sending stepdad? The thought was unimaginable. Sigh. I know it is hard to accept. I understand. Qin Chaoyu's eyes softened. Actually, initially, I didn't think we'd be together. He is so young, I am 12 years older, but chatting online with him made me so happy. Gradually, I uncontrollably fell for him, deeper and deeper, unable to extricate myself. He is very attentive, gentle, loves life. He is the man who has moved me the most in all these years. Even though I am 12 years older, as you said, if we re-soulmates, age isn't a problem. Listening, Qin Xi's mind was a mess. Her mother kept defending the man. This obvious bias making Qin Xi a bit jealous. She had supported her mother's pursuit of love, but she never expected her mother to be so bold, quietly snagging a 25-year-old online, dating him for 3 years. In other words, the man was 22 when her mother harmed him, while older woman younger man relationships were trendy. This one surpassed older sister, younger brother. If she had to label it, Qin Xi could only think of one term: aunt-nephew relationship. Qin Xi was going crazy. But seeing the yearning on her mother's face, the light in her eyes, Qin Xi's heart softened. Her mother had the right to pursue happiness. As a daughter, she had no right to interfere. As long as her mother was happy, even an 18-year-old boy would get her support. Mom, as long as you are happy, I support you. Once Qin Sai made up her mind, she declared her stance. Sai, you agree to me being with him? My precious daughter, I love you. Mom, I love you too.